Don't want to be filmed.
Gene was on the agenda.
That's all you gotta do. Walk away. Walk away, close. Leave them alone in the hallway where nobody to talk to, then they go away.
Well, and he was waiting for somebody to do something, and then he stood there a little bit longer, and stood there a little longer, and I'm like, oh, this guy's a clown.
Robert.
Do you think
Good.
funds his travel?
Everyone ready?
Is it like that nonprofit group? Is it YouTube? Your
Oh boy, the thing is gone again.
We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order, June 6, 2023. Please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, all. We do have a quorum present this morning with all 5 commissioners in attendance. First up is the approval of the agenda. Commissioners, we did remove the Richard Stem presentation on the Ashley National Forest Potential Collaborative. There was a conflict there, so we'll push that back for a later meeting. And then we do need to add an executive session for legal. We already have one for personnel and real estate, but I would ask that we add legal and entertain a motion to approve as amended.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Slaughter. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Shanefield. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. First up, under tab A, we have a public hearing, 3 of them today, for 3 different budget resolutions. First being Resolution 2306 CL01 for the IT department. We've got Bonnie with us here this morning. Good morning, Bonnie.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. We do have 3 budget amendments this morning. The first one is Resolution 23-06-CL-01. This is a Sweetwater County budget amendment to increase the expenditures in the general fund in the IT department operating budget in the amount of $6,000. We will be decreasing the expenditures in the general fund, IT department salaries and benefits, for $6,000 also. So we're moving $6,000 from the IT salaries and benefits into the IT department operating budget. Tim is here to answer any questions you might have on that. But just a reminder that you do need to open this up to the public before it can be voted on. Are there any questions? And I'll let Tim answer them if you do have any.
Questions for Tim or Bonnie, commissioners? Doesn't look like it. Thanks for the background. At this time, we'll open it up for a public hearing on Resolution 2306 CL01, budget amendment for the IT department. If there's anyone online, since there's no one in the audience that would like to speak to this issue, now is the appropriate time. Seeing or hearing none, we will close the public hearing. Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
move to approve Resolution 23-06-CL-01, a budget, Sweetwater County budget amendment.
Got a motion to approve by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
I would second that.
Second by Commissioner Tillman. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Welcome back.
Thank you. Second budget resolution is Resolution 23-06-CL-02. This is a Sweetwater County budget amendment to increase the expenditures in the county road fund fuel tax in the amount of $2,441,934 and to decrease the reserves in the county road fund fuel tax $2,441,934. So we're moving $2,441,934 from reserves in that county road fund fuel tax, so it's not out of the general fund, into the expenditure budget for the county road fund fuel tax. This is outside of the general fund. This is a budget that Gene is over. Gene could not be here today, so he let me know what this was for, so I could let you know. He said that the last 5 overlay projects have been bid by Lewis and Lewis, and they always do the work in August or September. So this year, due to their paving schedule, they will complete the entire project in June, but Gene had only budgeted a portion of that project to be completed this year, in case they did get an early start. So this is to cover the remainder of the project with the exception of retainage. So that is the reason for the budget amendment. But just to remind you, this is not increasing the general fund, or it's not pulling money out of the reserves from the general fund. So are there any additional questions on this before this one's opened up to the public?
Thanks, Bonnie. Questions, commissioners? Seems pretty straightforward. Appreciate the explanation. With no questions, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing on Resolution 2306 CL02, County Road Fund Fuel Tax Budget Amendment. Is there anyone online that would like to speak to this amendment? If so, now would be the appropriate time. Hearing none, we will go ahead and close the public hearing. And commissioners, I'd entertain a motion to approve Resolution 2306 CL02.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve Resolution 23-06-CL-02 for the County Road Fund in the amount of $2,441,934.
Do you have a motion to approve by Commissioner Slaughter? Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Shanefield. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. And the final budget amendment, turn it back to Bonnie.
Thank you. Last one for today. Resolution 23-06-CL-03 is a Sweetwater County budget amendment. This increases the total expenditures in the budget for Sweetwater County District Board of Health. It increases the expenditures by $120,000 to increase the total expenditure budget for the Sweetwater County District Board of Health up to $2,144,773. And Kim Lionberger is on Zoom, and she would be happy to answer any questions that you may have on this before you open up to the public.
Any questions, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
so this is not coming out of our reserves. This is within their department. They're pulling this
That is correct.
$120,000 out of their current.
That is correct. This is not coming out of reserves. It is not coming out of the general fund. This is just due to Wyoming State Statute 16-4-111, which requires the Board of County Commissioners to authorize any departure from the adopted budget for any boards that are appointed by the commissioners. So yes, thank you for bringing that up, because that is important to make clear to the public that this is not increasing the general fund budget, and it is not coming out of reserves also. This is just a total overall expenditure increase for the Sweetwater County District Board of Health expenditure budget.
Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners?
Yes, Ms. Lionberger, maybe you could explain what you're going to use it for?
Good morning, commissioners. The increase to the expenditures, we had a 14% increase in the benefits. Like we budgeted for not a 14% when the HR department lets us know how much to plan for increase to those. So it's over in that. We bought significantly more vaccine this last fiscal year than the previous fiscal year. And so that was also attributes to the increase in the expenses. So it's benefits for employees that increased it by more than projected, and then salary or vaccine.
Thank you.
Yep.
You also had a payback in there too, is that right, Kim?
Yeah, we did have to pay the state of Wyoming during COVID. They overpaid us for case management, and then we had to return that $33,000 back to the state.
Any other questions for Kim, commissioners? Thanks for being here this morning, Kim. With that, we will go ahead and open the public hearing for Resolution 2306 CL03, Sweetwater County District Board of Health Budget Amendment. Is there anyone, doesn't look like there is, but I'll ask anyway, online or in the public, that would like to speak to this budget amendment? Now would be the appropriate time. Hearing and seeing none, we will go ahead and close the public hearing. And commissioners, what's your pleasure on Resolution 2306 CL03?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Shanefield.
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 23-06-CL-03.
Got a motion to approve by Commissioner Shanefield. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thanks, Bonnie. Appreciate it. Thanks, Kim. Moving along in the agenda, next up we have county resident comments and concerns. At this time, it would be appropriate if there's anyone in the audience or online, even though there's not, that would like to address the governing body. Now is your time. Seeing and hearing none, we'll go ahead and move right along to tab B, the consent agenda. Before us today are 5 items: the approval of the May 16th, 2023 minutes, the approval of county vouchers, warrants, EALs, and a new addition, this packet, which is the Commissioner's report for June 6, 2023. Appreciate that being included. I think that's a good sign of transparency. The approval of bonds, the approval of abates and rebates, and request to restaff a vacant position in the custodial department. Commissioners, if you've had a chance to review these items and there are no other questions,
Mr. Chairman,
what's your pleasure? Commissioner Richards.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Got a motion to approve by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Shanefield. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Slowing down for my minute recorder over there. Next up on the agenda is Commissioner comments, and Commissioner Richards, you're up first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners. On May 22nd, I attended the combined communications meeting and then headed to Douglas, where I spent a fun-filled week at the Spring County Commissioners Association meeting, which included yet another Federal Natural Resource Partners Day. So I got to listen to federal partners make reports about what their agencies do for the 3rd time in about a month. So thank you all for skipping that and letting me take the bullet on that one. You're all more than welcome. I will say that the presentation from Cam Shawley, the superintendent of Yellowstone National Park, was very interesting. If you ever get the chance to hear him speak or visit with him, I recommend you take it. He talked a lot about the flooding that happened in the park last year and how much you can accomplish when you can get the stakeholders to cut the red tape and let you pull your sleeves up and get the work done. There were a lot of items we covered during the week, and I won't bore you with all of them. I'm sure you had copies of the agenda, so if you have any questions, feel free to reach out. There are a few items that I want to touch on, though, and a couple of them concern potential cost to us. The first is our yearly dues to the organization, which are assessed based on a formula that takes into account population, assessed value, sales tax, built, and direct distribution. The initial statewide dues they are assessing is based on the same $475,000 statewide that they collected last year, with our share of that being 7.13%, or $33,874. That's $426 less than last year's dues. However, there is a proposal to also assess an additional $490,000 from the member counties for the purpose of paying off the building loan for the organization's offices in Cheyenne. The reasoning is that while they have 13 years left on the building loan, the interest rate will adjust in 2 years, and everyone expects the rate to more than double when that happens. That would assess Sweetwater County with a one-time additional assessment of $34,944 based on the same distribution formula used for regular dues. Current discussion was that the additional assessment could be split over 2 years to help counties budget for it more effectively. The whole thing was pitched as a way to reduce future dues because if we no longer had debt service to pay, we could reduce our overall budget in the future. I opposed making the decision at the meeting because I definitely did not feel it was appropriate for me as the lone member from Sweetwater County to decide something like that on my own that would have a $35,000 impact on our budget without hearing from the rest of you. I was clear that if they brought it to a vote then, that I'd be a vote against, and I was backed up by a lot of other members with that. I thought it was more appropriate to allow the counties to talk about it first. I believe they're planning to have a board meeting later this month to make the final decision, and that will be Chairman West's responsibility to cast our vote. So I wanted to let you know what the discussion was so you can each let him know what your feelings are on it. The second item that came up is a plan from NACO and WIR to create what they call the National Center for Public Lands Counties. The purpose of the center would be to lobby on behalf of counties with public lands to keep their PILT money flowing as well as other public land derived revenues intact, and to generally act as an advocacy group to provide expertise on public land issues. The backstory here is that Mayor Bloomberg donated $150 million to create a similar center at Harvard that will work on behalf of cities. And the idea is to create a balancing force to work on the behalf of public land counties. Catch is they need money to do it, and how they want to fund it is through a voluntary assessment from public land counties like ours based on an amount equal to 1% of the ARPA money that counties received, with the argument that they believe NACO is heavily responsible for procuring that money for us. In our case, we received $7.38 million and change, so they're asking that we voluntarily fund them an amount equal to 1% of that, which would be $73,824. Currently, Carbon County and Park County have pledged their 1% amounts to start it off. They're claiming every county in Arizona and a bunch in Utah and around the country have pledged money. That money would go into a trust or an endowment to permanently fund the center. Again, that one would be a voluntary assessment, and I'm not advocating one way or the other whether or not that's something we should do. I'm just passing on the information. That's a bigger discussion we all need to take part in. I left a handout that came with each of you from the WCCA that is kind of a sales pitch from them on what they believe the value of our membership is and what the return on our dues are. On another note, I was appointed to the Energy and Environment Committee, so I'll be doing some work there on behalf of the county. Moving on from the WCCA, Chairman West and I met with Dave Mead on the 31st to discuss some ideas to spruce up our meeting room. As you may remember, when he was presenting his budget in May, I mentioned that putting an exhibit of historical photos in here from the museum might be a good idea to get some relief from these stark white walls. Chairman West suggested an exhibit recognizing the industries that built Sweetwater County, like oil, natural gas, coal, and trona, and also agricultural industries like sheep and cattle grazing. We thought exhibits printed on metal would look good, but those ones out there on acrylic look really good too. And Dave is going to bring a sampler too and leave them in the room behind us so you can see what they look like. Our initial thought was to hang 36-inch wide prints between each of the windows in here with a 12-foot panorama over here on our right, and either an 8-foot panorama or a couple more 36-inch prints down here on the end. Dave is going to work up a cost projection for us and get us some photos to choose from. I see he sent an email this morning projecting, depending on what kind of prints we did, a cost of between $1,100 and $1,800. I believe Chairman West had put had asked for some money to be put into the budget specifically for that reason. Dave's going to figure out a way to send us out a bunch of pictures so we can tell them what we like. But again, me and Chairman West had discussed industries that built Sweetwater County, and honoring them in our commission room, since they're the ones who have paid for this commission room. So we need to probably discuss that in our budget workshop. On another note, I asked Sally to look into whether we have a policy on indigent funeral expenses, and it appears that we don't. Autumn and Christy from Vase Funeral Home had reached out to me because they have had some decedents whose care expenses they've been stuck with. But Wyoming statute 183504C is pretty clear that if someone is indigent and doesn't qualify for payment of expenses from anywhere else like power, supplemental security, or Medicaid, and there's no family member to take possession of their remains, the county commissioners shall cover burial or cremation expenses up to $1,500. Sally, Cindy, and Bonnie, as well as Christina and Gary, have been looking into it and found that some other counties have policies in place already. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel, but it is something we do need to address. Should be as simple as the funeral home signing an affidavit swearing that all other avenues of compensation have been pursued and presenting a voucher to the clerk's office. We do need to make sure we have some money budgeted for that. If they presented a voucher today, we would have to do a budget amendment to cover it because we don't have enough in our county commission other budget right now. Autumn estimates that it'll be about $1,000 per case and that they see 3 to 5 such cases a year. On the bright side, though, the statute also gives us the ability to request reimbursement for that expense from the State Department of Family Services. So it's not all bad news. We should be able to recover 100%. I don't believe the state pays for anything until you actually get the check, though. So with the board's general approval, I'll follow up on that with the clerk's office as well as Mr. De Leon and come back to you with a policy proposal in the future. In the upcoming weeks, I have a library board meeting on the 12th, the planning and zoning meeting on the 14th, and finally, Senator Jones and Representative Larson are putting together a community growth committee to try to get information out about upcoming impacts from the industrial projects we're going to see here in Sweetwater County, and ask that representatives from each local government participate. They are going to have their first meeting on June 22nd. I do plan to attend along with our land use director to feel it out and see if we think it's necessary to be a part of. I've discussed this a little with Chairman West, and I think it could be a little bit redundant, especially since there's already a working committee that includes him and the mayors of the incorporated communities. But like I said, we can feel it out and see if we think it's necessary to be part of. Mr. Chairman, I think that's all I have. I'm sorry to have taken up so much time, but I guarantee that it was much less painful than the 3 days I spent listening to presentations and discussions from our federal partners at the WCCA meeting. I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Thanks, Commissioner. No, I appreciate you carrying the weight up there for that, especially in my absence as the board member. That can be a grueling few days, so thanks for
Will be a test to see if he really did retain all of that.
I'm ready.
No,
I'd just like
thanks.
to state, we've heard enough whining about that now, Commissioner, so.
I'm done. I'm done with it. Yep.
As he mentioned, the WCCA will be meeting on the 23rd to go over this building loan payoff proposal, so I would like a little feedback on your position on that. Obviously, we do have another meeting prior to that, so if you want to give it some thought or get some additional information, I guess get with Island or myself. I do have an opinion on it, but I think it's kind of crazy personally, but we'll continue to speak more on that on the next meeting, I guess. I also got the same email in regards to the growth committee, but if you're going to attend that, I guess you can report back and let us know what you think in that regard. I had kind of the same concerns with redundancy and not knowing, you know, if SEDC was tied to that or could be or not, and they didn't seem to think that it would be, but I guess you'll see in your first meeting.
And Mr. Chairman, Eric did reach out to me and say he'll attend that first meeting, but he did ask that if we do want staff to be a permanent member of that committee, that we asked maybe Kayla to do it, because he's buried. He's got a lot on his plate.
Commissioner Shanefield?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I think that it might be smart to include Kayla on that, just because she's integrated with the economic development plans. They're working on their strategic planning right now, so then that can come back to us through Eric, and you know, I think it makes a lot of sense to have her attend that, and I was planning on attending as well, but obviously we don't all need to be there, so whoever ends up going to this first meeting, I think that we can work it out and have one person, and I think maybe having staff would be smart, making sure we have the right person at the table.
I agree. Any other questions or comments for Commissioner Richards? Thanks for the report, Commissioner. I too have a little lengthy one, so I got to be careful here because I know Mary's itching to get on the microphone today. She's been out for a while.
Well, thank you. I can hardly wait.
On May 24th, I attended the Southwest Counseling Board's monthly meeting. Their organization recently applied to SAMHSA, which is the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, for grant funding as a CCBHC, which stands for a Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinic. Everybody loves acronyms in today's world. This program offers $1 million per year for 4 years, but each year you have to continue to reapply and demonstrate that you've met the given criteria throughout the year. In the state, there were 4 organizations that applied and only one that was awarded, which was Southwest Counseling. According to their staff, they scored in the top 10% in the nation, which they were pretty proud of, as they should be. The funding is a planning grant for outpatient services only and is a drawdown style, whereas they'll be reimbursed as the services are provided. Aside from that, they continue to chip away at the brutal task of updating policies and bylaws and are gradually making some headway there. We did have some discussions relative to component units and trying to understand the benefits and rewards of being under the county's wing, so to speak. This was mainly centered around the county facilities and why they are required to be handed over to the county when they're purchased. Obviously, I don't have all the history there, but I did reiterate that the rent was cheap, the retirement was nice, and the insurance pool has its perks too. So I'll continue to research more on that, as it seems like each meeting has a new challenge. The Board of Health met last Wednesday, and Treasurer Cowan and I were both in attendance for that. They gained 2 new board members, which were City of Rock Springs appointments. So it's a relatively new slate of board members. I think in the 5 months I've been attending, they've had to elect officers 3 different times between resignations and appointments, so a lot going on there. They've been down a nurse position for a couple months and have been advertising during that time and only had 2 applicants. So seems to be kind of a common trend, unfortunately. Most of the other discussions that were had mainly came from Mark and I's concerns relative to their budget. As you just saw, they had to do a budget amendment for $120,000 to balance for this fiscal year. Similarly, when they presented, I had questions on their unbalanced budget that they're submitting year over year. Continues to be a concern of mine, and fortunately, they do have a decent reserve, but obviously that money will run out, especially as we continue to chip away at that with Treasurer Cowan having some oversight of their finances and investments, and as we try to dwindle down the days cash on hand that these organizations have. Their board did seem very engaged and concerned as well, and so they've scheduled to have a workshop. Unfortunately, I was invited after that was already set. It will be next week, and I'll be unable to attend, but I hope to help them further along and try and get to the bottom of some of that. They were originally not planning on a cost of living adjustment, but after our discussion last meeting of the 3%, they proposed a 3% and a 4% cost of living. But again, without finding a way to balance, adding additional expense seems like an odd next step. So hopefully we can work through some of that and get things back on track as we begin finalizing budgets. Later that same morning, as Commissioner Richards alluded to, he and I met with Dave Mead from the museum to discuss the artwork, like he mentioned. Dave dropped off a couple sample pieces of metal and acrylic artwork that we thought might help cover up the surgical white walls in here. They are by Sally and I's office on that little conference table, so during break, check those out, give us some feedback on that. As Commissioner Richards mentioned, I did up our maintenance and repairs line item budget by $1,500 this year, so we have $3,000 in that account, plus added an additional $1,000 for professional services. Those might not be the exact line items or expense that we want to pull from. We might have to do some shifting around there, but nonetheless, we do have some money there, which is pretty close to what Dave's estimates were on that. So thank Dave for his time and willingness to help us out, and we'll continue to chip away at that. Last Friday, Commissioner Slaughter and I met with Irene Richardson, Bailey Doctor, and Dan Stanton regarding the Castle Rock Hospital District's wish for a new ambulance facility to be built up at Memorial Hospital. This was some follow-up that came from from their last presentation, as you might recall. We reviewed and discussed a minor site plan they had developed and spent most of the time discussing the materiality of it. The location aspect seems to make good sense, but I personally am not sold on the timing or the future of EMS, given all the recent changes. And although, if you can believe it, it's already coming up on year 2 of that contract. Some good discussions were had, and I do have a copy of that site plan in my office if any of you would like to review it. We also discussed the financial aspect of the contract, and they've agreed to send us monthly reports moving forward, which I feel like Rob and I felt was appreciated. Aside from that, I've spent some time here at the courthouse meeting with various department heads and elected officials over the course of the last 3 weeks. I had the chance to meet our new Assistant Public Works Director, who will be presenting on behalf of Gene's absence today, so let's try and break him in, right? I attended the retirement party for Shelley Rust last Friday afternoon and wish her well after, I believe, 22 and a half years, I think is what she told me. So congratulations to her. Aside from that, Commissioners, that pretty well completes my report, and I'll pause there out of respect of time and stand for any questions. Hearing none, Commissioner Slaughter, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the 19th, I met with YWCA representatives along with Gary McLean and Gene Legursky to further discuss the concept of the YWCA moving into the west half of the Roosevelt School building. After those discussions, it became apparent that they're really not ready to commit at this time. On the 23rd, as Commissioner Richards pointed out, I did not attend the County Commissioners Association meetings, which I had intended to attend. I came down with some sort of dreaded gumbo and was sick in bed for 3 days. So I do apologize to Commissioner Richards for leaving him alone at that. On the 30th, I met with county personnel that had concerns that morning. In the afternoon, I attended the Golden Hour Senior Center board meeting. They finalized their investment committee and investment policy, and their discussion also took place on their fiscal year 24 budget request and their financial status. On the 31st, I attended Memorial Hospital's Finance and Audit Committee meeting. They approved 2 capital requests to pass on to their full board at their meeting, which they've changed to this afternoon. The first was an MRI upgrade of $1,157,000. The second was a U of U exam suite change for $100,971. Their finance department presented an extensive revenue cycle review that is intended to help future collections. Their audit and our Finance and Audit Committee then voted to move their 24 budget to the full board at their meeting this afternoon. On the 1st, I took the Sweetwater County Travel and Tourism Flaming Gorge Bus Tour. There were 21 participants on the inaugural tour of 2023. Commissioner Tolman joined on that. It was an excellent tour with great leadership, great snacks and food, and an overall excellent tour of one of Sweetwater County's finest resources. On the 2nd, I had discussion with representatives of Castle Rock Hospital District, Memorial Hospital, Commissioner West and myself, as Commissioner West alluded to. Once again, it was to gather information on the concept of building a new ambulance facility on the Sweetwater County property near Memorial Hospital. They did present an architectural rendering, which I also have a copy of, and Commissioner West alluded to the fact that he does have a copy of it in his office if we'd like to see it. There will be additional discussion that will follow on this. That afternoon, I attended the retirement party for longtime County Treasurer's Office employee Shelley Rust. The event was well attended with many former and current employees and many personal friends in attendance. On the 3rd, I attended the Overland Stampede Rodeo in Green River. Excellent time with great attendance. It was a great night. Their stock seemed to be very good, great participants in the rodeo, and everybody seemed to have a really good time. I will add a note that my son actually participated in the adult portion and was able to be the one who won the belt buckle for getting the ribbon off of a steer at that. That was kind of fun. On the 5th, we met most of the day with employees and elected officials on issues that are currently taking place. I was unable to attend the ribbon cutting ceremony for the Da Vinci robot at Memorial Hospital due to meetings with elected officials in the courthouse going longer than planned. And as I stated, the Memorial Hospital regular meeting will be this afternoon, so I will miss it. I do have Mr. Legursky's Public Works Department report. I will go ahead and read it as part of the record, if that would suit the rest of the board. On buildings, Mr. Legursky states, "We are working on the security wall project between the first floor hallway and voting. This project was approved under the capital construction projects in fiscal year '23. The switchgear at the Roosevelt Building for the generator is not working correctly. Cummins has come to troubleshoot everything, and it looks like the switchgear needs to be rebuilt. We are working on a schedule for parts and installation. Crews are going through all of the HVAC systems and fine-tuning them for the summer. We have re-poured the concrete and installed the drainage trough that was removed to fix the fire line water leak. Road and Bridge Department, the rainy weather has helped the road and bridge crew out. The moisture that is in the roadway helps with grading and compaction, and we don't need to haul water all over the county. Some roads are still impassable out in the Red Desert area because water is still over the roadways. We encourage everyone that travels these roads to be cautious as situations on each roadway change with the moisture we're receiving daily. If the traveling public sees any road damage when they are out enjoying the great outdoors, we encourage them to call the Road and Bridge office and report the damage. We cannot be on every road all the time, so an extra set of eyes on our roads is welcome. We are still hauling road-based material to Farson, Eden, and Wamsutter to improve the roadways that were damaged over the winter and spring. The Farson, Eden material is hauled from the local gravel pits on Wyoming Highway 372, and the Wamsutter material is hauled from quarries in Rollins. The haul distance does slow the project down, however, the material is needed in both areas. Crews are out cleaning culverts and repairing flared sections that were damaged during the winter. They have also started cleaning out cattle guards. The Parks and Rec Department is still short-handed. We are having problems finding 6-month and 3-month employees. We are 1 3-month employee short and 2 6-month employees short. Despite this, crews are out mowing, prepping ball fields, and fixing sprinkler systems. The recent rain has helped all the parks out, and they are greening up nicely. Engineering Department, the contractor for the fiscal year 2023 asphalt overlay project has finished on Yellowstone, except for a couple of approaches that need to be fixed with some minor cleanup. They will start working on Blairtown Road the middle of July. The Lagoon Road reconstruction project started last Wednesday. This project is going well so far, and DeBernardi Construction is sub-excavating the roadway and starting to establish the sub-base grade in the first phase of the project. The plans were advertised for the fiscal '23 dust control project. It will be bid on June 15th. The request for proposals for an engineering study on McKinnon Road, County Road Number 1 has been advertised. We will have a pre-proposal meeting on June 9th, and the RFPs are due on June 23rd. We are designing the Marsh Creek Culvert Replacement Project on County Road 33, Flaming Gorge Road. This project will be completed in-house by the Road and Bridge Department in the fall if we can obtain all of the required Army Corps and BLM permits. We are also starting to collect our annual traffic counts on the roadways. These traffic counts are on a 3-year rotation by roadway. This is critical information for future planning and selecting the proper pavement preservation techniques. The contractor that will seal the south parking lot at the Green River Courthouse and the purchasing parking lot at the Justice Facility is working on his schedule, and notices will go out to everyone to refrain from parking in these lots for a couple days later in June. And last but not least, custodial. This crew continues to get things ready outside. They also have the unenviable task of cleaning up the apple blossoms every day in front of the courthouse so they aren't tracked inside. This crew has been 3 employees short for the past 2 months and has still kept up with all of their duties due to the dedicated staff. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my report along with Mr. Legursky's, and I would stand for any questions.
Thanks, Commissioner. Appreciate that information. Any questions for Commissioner Slaughter? Please come forward and introduce yourself.
Tony Valdez. I'm the owner of Buckboard Marina. One question I have on your tour for did you say you wanted a bus tour of Flaming Gorge?
Yes, sir.
Why does that not come to Buckboard Marina?
That's an excellent question.
It is an excellent question. 4 years now, I've not known none of you guys. and you haven't
Mr.
been
Chairman.
there, but
Whoa, whoa,
four
Mr. Chair,
years.
point of order.
Commissioner Richardson.
This is a time for commissioners to talk to each other. Public comments came and went.
Okay. That's good, though.
Just not sure it's appropriate.
And I will bring that up.
So, first off, the tour is not given by Sweetwater County. It's given by Sweetwater County Travel and Tourism. So, my response to that would be to maybe communicate with them on making a potential stop at your facility. Any other questions as commissioners for Commissioner Slaughter? Thanks for the report, Commissioner. Commissioner Shanefield, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. SEDC, there's not a lot to report other than they will have their final third strategy planning session on Thursday. They are also in the process of revamping the website. And they're having discussions with some of the local real estate agents regarding affordable housing opportunities in Sweetwater County. And I also just wanted to mention that there's been, at the state level and at the county level, there's been a lot of discussion, and some of it focused in the SEDC planning sessions around affordable housing and what we can do and what our role is in terms of government to help support affordable housing across Sweetwater County, and what role we have in that. And so I think looking at the regulations that we have across all of our communities is something that we've discussed in SEDC, and ensuring that we're not being overly burdensome throughout those processes to encourage growth and development, housing growth and development, and that also will help business development as well. So that's something that there is ongoing conversations. And then I also attended the Wyoming Business Council had the Harvard Growth Lab, and one of their areas is housing, and it was the same conversation at the state level as well. So it was really interesting to me because SEDC is having the same conversations even before some of the things are coming out of the Business Council, and so it makes me very excited that we're on track. We're looking to improve ourselves without any push from anybody else, and identifying that these are concerns in Sweetwater County as well, and where we can help support change to better our community and our community economic development. The museum, Dave sent me an email. So the history fair was a huge success. He actually sent me some pictures from it as well. It looked fantastic. They had over 750 students, teachers, and parents attend. They have been meeting with school district officials to finalize plans for their history textbook project. They have some collections that are doing a site visit tomorrow and Thursday here in Sweetwater County. And they're also planning a series of summer classes, workshops, and events for the public. So that will be coming out soon as well. We have a specific purpose tax meeting. So we had one before our last commission meeting. We'll have another one Thursday. And we're discussing bonding of projects. And so I would expect that I'm going to add that to the agenda for our next meeting because we do have 2 county-sponsored projects. I wanted their input on whether they were ready to move forward with those projects and what they were prepared to do before I brought it in front of the commission to decide whether we would bond on those projects or not, or how much to bond. And so that our first meeting, we discussed bonding in general, kind of the summary of what that might look like, and then all of the entities were going back to their municipalities to reassess where they were with projects, where they were ready to, and if they were ready to bond or not. And then we were going to come back, so we'll have a good discussion with that on Thursday, and then we'll discuss here at our next board meeting. The Joint Powers Telecom Board will be on the 15th, and Star Transit will be coming up on the 12th. And then I also had a meeting with Craig Rood regarding Project West, and we discussed just the project update, the timing. They're moving along very quickly, which is exciting for us. They are already hiring folks. They're looking for electrical engineers, which I think everybody is looking for electrical engineers right now. And so we did have some pretty good discussion about their partnership in workforce and housing being an issue as well and a concern. And then their partnership with the college and supporting that. So I think that is everything. I also wanted to mention just that we've gotten a few emails and had multiple discussions with people regarding indoor sporting facility. And I know that email went out to everybody, but just for public awareness that is a conversation that's happening. We're looking at what we can do, what we should be doing, and what that might look like for Sweetwater County. But it has been brought to us by a number of citizens. And so I think that any input from that across the board would be good. And I look forward to further discussion with the board as well. And that is everything that I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Commissioner Shanefield. Any questions for Commissioner Shanefield?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards?
I just want to put your discussion about housing. Planning and zoning has been approached by somebody who wants to do some high-density townhouses. And we do have a deficiency in our zoning resolution, and P&Z is addressing that. I know Eric has met with the city to try to get some model language on how to allow townhouses in the county, because nobody's ever asked before.
Good to know. Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? Hearing none. Commissioner Tillman, you're bringing up the end of it here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I attended on May 16th to 19th, I attended the National Association of County Officials, the Western Interstate Region. I did miss the budget session, but I did listen to it on YouTube, so I did get to hear that the chairman said that the mean ones were absent that day, so I just wanted to let him know that I had listened to the presentation. It was an interesting meeting. John Espy, Carbon County Commissioner, was elected chairman of the Western Interstate Region. The main support that group gives us is that they fight for our payment in lieu of taxes for the federal lands to make sure that they pay their fair share. And they were able to acquire the additional, almost like a duplicate of PILT ARPA for us last year, which meant almost $7.5 million additional dollars over a 2-year period through that ARPA PILT. So that's one of the greatest lobbying efforts they have going, and they are working to get a permanent PILT program, because right now, every time Congress meets, we have to fight to get our money. They discussed Biden's conservation rule for federal lands of wanting to make conservation use one of the uses on federal lands under multiple use. And the director of the BLM, Tracy Stone Manning, was there and presented that. We had a great tour of the Red Cliffs Desert Reserve. It was an interesting project to see how they could take state and federal and county and city officials working together to create a reserve that offset the development, the rapid growth they're having in the St. George area for that endangered species and the tortoise. They were able to create a special reserve that makes it easier for them to develop for housing and projects in the St. George area. So it was interesting to see that they could successfully implement something like that. I talked to the rural development people, and I did forward to Mr. Valdez information on possible rural development grants or loans. I don't know that maybe it would help you with the marina. I don't know. You'll just have to check with them. There is a contact in Riverton. I sent you a phone number that you can maybe try to reach out to them and have a meeting with them. Maybe they can assist you with the development of the Buckboard Marina. May 23rd, I attended ethics training for the BLM Resource Advisory Council, which I was recently appointed to. We'll meet in August to provide advice to the Bureau of Land Management. May 30th, I attended the Young at Heart meeting. I want to congratulate them on their 50th anniversary celebration. I wasn't able to attend as I was gone, but they said they had a great turnout. They discussed their budget, and I asked them if they could take $100,000 less, and they almost had a stroke over that. But they said they would not be able to survive with $100,000 less this year, but I asked them to work towards maybe a requesting less next year, because the Early Learning Child Development Center is producing a positive flow of income, but they're receiving $40,000 less this year for the senior meals, and right now they're running at a $27,000 deficit on those meals. They did raise their rates on the meals for non-seniors, and they were working on their policy updates. So they're hard at work and doing great things. I also attended the Sweetwater County Flaming Gorge bus tour, and I think it's a good idea to have them stop at Buckboard. So talk to Janessa Meredith at the in North Rock Springs. Go talk to her about making that one of the bus stops, because I think that would be a good idea. June 2nd and 3rd, I attended the Overland Stage Roundup Rodeo. They had a record number of crowds. Friday night was a total rainstorm, but everyone survived in spite of that. And so I want to give special thanks to the committee and the city of Green River. I believe they hauled 12 loads of gravel into that arena to make it usable for the Saturday night rodeo, because it looked like a lake. So great job, and thanks to the public for attending and supporting our rodeo. I attended the Shelley Rust retirement party Friday afternoon, June 2nd, and that was also a great turnout. She'll be missed in the treasurer's office. And I've also received several comments from McKinnon residents regarding the road out there, and I want to thank Jean for Gene and Andy Hooton for working towards getting a study, an engineered study for that road so that we can look to maybe trying to improve. Maybe we can only do a section at a time, but maybe we can start to improve that road. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is my report.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any questions for Commissioner Toman? All right. Nice work, Commissioners. Busy few weeks. With that, we'll move right along into the action and presentation items under tab C. First up, we have the Wyoming Transportation Commissioner introduction. We've got Brant Lyman here, the Wyoming Transportation Commission District Number 2 Commissioner. Morning, Brant.
Chairman West, Commissioners, I appreciate you allowing me to come today. I'm not going to take up too much of your time. I just wanted to briefly introduce myself. I know most of you probably know me already, but at the beginning of April of this year, I was appointed by Governor Gordon as the Transportation Commissioner for Commission District 2. And I just wanted to explain a little bit about the Transportation Commission, what my function is, and how it relates to what you all do. So the Wyoming Transportation Commission was developed by statute in the early 1900s as part of the Highway Department. And basically, the Transportation Commission oversees all of the business of WYDOT. So we adopt their rules and regulations. We oversee their policy. We also approve their department budgets and award contracts for any improvement that comes from monies from the state highway fund, excuse me. There are 7 commissioners statewide, 7 commission districts. Again, my commission district is Commission District 2, which is all of Albany, Carbon, and Sweetwater counties. So it's a big area. I have 280 miles of I-80 as part of my district, so I'm well aware of the issues that we had out there this winter. We continue to have this spring. So a little bit about WYDOT. I think a lot of people don't realize the size and scope of WYDOT. It's by far the largest single agency that the state of Wyoming has. We currently have about 1,750 employees in the department. By legislature, we're allowed to have up to 2,050 employees. So WYDOT's running about 300 employees statewide below the maximum they can have. And so that is also leading to a lot of issues. I kind of caught a little bit of Commissioner Slaughter's report with Mr. Legursky and the issues that they have short on crews. It's a very similar issue with WYDOT, just on a larger scale. For this fiscal year, the current budget for WYDOT is about $954 million. So again, they're responsible, for many of the things that we all realize, such as the planning and design of highways and interstate, the construction and maintenance of our roads. But there's a lot of things that they do that I think people don't realize, such as all of the Wyoming Highway Patrol is part of WYDOT, the port of entries and inspection services that they do, driver services such as driver's licenses, the registration portion that the state does for vehicles, and license plates are all part of WYDOT. Aeronautics, which is all of the airports throughout the state, are part of WYDOT, although they do fall under a separate commission that oversees the aeronautics. WyoLink, which is the state emergency radio network, which also has a separate commission, but is also part of WYDOT. We also have all of the WYDOT facilities that we deal with, such as the shops, storage yards, sand tents that you see throughout the state, and then also just vehicles and equipment that WYDOT uses for maintenance, construction, and then to perform their mission, such as snow plows, tractors, other equipment, and just vehicles. So I think this year we're actually looking at purchasing, I believe it was 15 or 20 million dollars worth of new equipment. So, I mean, it's just a very, very broad agency. I've only been at it 2 months, so I'm still on a steep learning curve with it all. So for the county commissions, why does the Transportation Commission matter? So the biggest thing is the State Transportation Improvement Plan, or the STIP. WYDOT has, more abbreviations probably than the military, so that's a lot of the learning is learning all of these abbreviations. But that is basically the planning and the money that's spent to improve and construct roads and highways, interstate, and also local roads, county roads. Basically, any of the transportation that's being worked on falls under the State Transportation Improvement Plan. And that programming is done every year, but in a 4-year outlook. So we're working through that right now. So that's the select transportation projects. And it's basically based on what resources there are, the transportation needs, and then also how it best serves the public. Basically, the process starts in February of every year. It's sent to the Transportation Commission for approval in September, and then goes to the Joint Appropriations Committee for the legislature in December. And so that's basically how it progresses every year. And there's many opportunities for public input as we go through that process. And also that's part of my role is if there's any concerns, from my constituents, which would be all the residents of my counties, through you folks, to basically get input on any of that planning and projects as we go through it. A couple other programs that counties and local communities could be interested in are the Commission Road Improvement Program, or the CRIP, which there's approximately $3 million per year in that fund that the Transportation Commission will award to local communities and county level. Those projects, they must be eligible for federal funding to be considered. And there's also the Industrial Road Program, which I think could be a benefit to Sweetwater County. And that basically helps counties construct roads that will serve an industry. There's about $4 million each biennium that's put into that fund, or about $2 million every fiscal year. And that's supplemental money, so it can't be used necessarily to fund the entire project, but it's maybe a way that WYDOT can help counties, build those highways if they're needed. So just kind of some of the things, kind of want to get to the gist here. This is probably something that you're well aware of and deal with all of the time, but just to understand some of the costs that WYDOT has been, cost increases that we've been seeing. From 1 to 2 years ago, hot plant mix, which is basically asphalt, they were buying it for about $36 to $45 a ton. Today it's running about $65 to $75 a ton. Binder, which is also part of the asphalt pavement, would run about $450 to $600 a ton. Today it's $900 to $1,000 per ton, and it's been priced as high as $1,500 a ton. Mobilizations, just the mobilizations to get contractors to projects, we were running 7 to 9%. Now we're 9 to 12. Just traffic control on the highways, it was about 3 to 5% for roads, 6 to 8% for structures, and today it's 6 to 10% for roads, and as high as 12% for structures. Chip seal was $1 a square yard. Now it's doubled. Fencing was about $2 per linear foot, and now it's about $5.
Approach slabs and concrete, was $300 a square yard. Now we're 500. So basically, it just goes on and on. Basically we're seeing prices almost double on everything we do. So what that means is, we're starting to see fuel taxes decline, which is the main driver for the money that YDOT has to do these projects. Well, we see the costs increase. So, that means that things have to be cut, projects have to be cut. And so if we go back to the STIP, when that planning's done in Cheyenne, they don't really know necessarily, what's important to the county. What projects do we really need? And so I think as we go through this, it's going to become more and more important that we get that input, especially so that I can, when I'm part of those meetings, I can say, hey, Sweetwater County, we really can't cut this project. We really need this, that I can advocate for what we need in these counties. And also the other big thing is that I act as the liaison to YDOT for any issues that constituents might have. So if that's people that are having issues getting access, signage, or anything else with YDOT, I can help them with that, at least try to find the people that, can help them in the organization, and see what we can do to get them through the process. So that, YDOT can fulfill their mission, which is basically to serve the residents and citizens of Wyoming. So with that, that's the basis of my spiel, and I'm happy to answer any questions, although like I say, I'm new, so I may not have the answer, but I'm definitely happy to try and find it, so.
Well, thanks, Brant. We appreciate you coming here today and introducing yourself and what you do as a commissioner. Congrats on the appointment. Sounds like a busy job on top of, an additional job outside of that. Any questions, commissioners, for Mr. Lyman?
Mr. Chairman, I
Commissioner
just want to echo what the chairman said. Congratulations on your appointment. I don't think the governor could have made a better choice, and thanks for your willingness to serve.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Tillman.
I do have a copy of their STIP book from last year with all the projects and what the order of operation of construction on the interstate is and all the roads, if any of you want to see that book. And will they have a new one, a new report they give to us? The District 2 usually comes to us and hands us that STIP book, so it probably won't be available till this fall then, the new one, right?
Chairman West, Commissioner Tillman, that's probably correct. It would be more in the fall. The annual report for 2022 has just come out, so I don't know if you've seen that or not. It is on YDOT's website, if you're interested in taking a look at that. And it discusses the projects that they completed, the last year. I-80 is definitely the 5,000-pound gorilla in the room. And that is, a big issue with YDOT and also with legislature to work on, future funding for I-80 because it is such a huge thing. But it's also, very vital for not just our local economies and the state economy to transport goods, but, nationwide. It's such a vital transportation link for the entire country.
It is a good thing that they only tackle one lane at a time generally, except for the road between 372 exit and Granger exit. I was on that this weekend, and they've got both sides under construction. And they have put a rumble strip right down the middle, I guess, to keep you straightened out. But it's very distracting. I would not think that would be a good move for future construction jobs, to stick that big wide rumble strip right down the middle of that construction lane.
Thank you, Commissioner Tillman. I'm happy to pass that along.
If you've been on
our
that
next
piece of
meeting.
road, it's
It's been a few weeks since.
they have both
been down
sides
it,
of it
so.
torn up. So people going to Salt Lake or heading west, it's like 20 miles of it. Ask Bridger, I bet he came over it this morning. And it's both lanes. Usually they alternate. They do one side one year and one side another year, but they've got both lanes under construction, single lane. Then they put that big wide rumble strip so you can barely stay in the middle of it without hitting it. all the way through there. So I just wanted to point that out.
Sure, I'm happy to try to find more information about that.
Yeah, and isn't John Edens the new High Desert, or our district? Is he our new district leader?
That is correct. He is the district engineer for Field District 3. So it is a little bit confusing. The commission districts overlap with field districts, but they're not the same. So the field districts, I don't want to say they're arbitrary, but their borders are more based on breaking the state into kind of 5 equal pieces of area and highway miles, whereas our commission districts are broken along political subdivisions, which are the county lines.
Well, we're excited that John Edens came out of retirement and went back to work for our area. So thank you for telling that.
I'd be happy to.
Any other comments or questions, commissioners? Brant, thanks again for taking the time to come over and introduce and explain everything. I'm sure we'll have more questions as it comes about and as you get your feet wet more and learn about the organization more than just 2 months in. But congratulations once again, and we'll look forward to keeping the lines of communication open in the future.
Okay, and I have a few cards. Can I just leave them with Ms. Shoemaker here?
Yeah, please do.
Tell them about our cards on the back.
We've got some back here too if you want them, Brant.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners, next up, under tab C, we've got item 2, which is the Buckboard Marina realignment presentation. We've got Mr. Tony Valdez here this morning to present. And now is your time. Good morning.
I'm not sure where to put all the stuff where you can see it, but there's a little bit. So first thing I'd like to state is I am Tony Valdez, owner of Buckboard Marina. That's my wife, Jennifer. Oh, sorry. I didn't know she was there. It's my wife, Jennifer Valdez. And one of my first questions I have to ask, is why, in 4 years since we have purchased this facility, took over the lease, why in 4 years has not anybody, as far as a commissioner, governor, anybody, come out and visited Mr. and Mrs. Valdez and then asked them, what could you do for us? What does this bring to this community? What does this Buckboard Marina, what is the value to this community as far as Sweetwater County, Green River, Rock Springs, and the surrounding areas? So that's my first question to all the commissioners, is that, why? Until we do a development plan that is strictly with the Forest Service. Our lease is with the Forest Service. Our master development plan is with the Forest Service. It doesn't say city, county, state. It says federal. We're on federal land. So I want to get that clear. And a master development plan is kind of like a business plan. I'm a contractor too, if you don't know. So a business plan, in my perspective, is what I look for as a business plan. So we had to adapt our master development plan as a business plan per se. In that master development plan, I started looking at some stuff, and there's some exhibits here. I don't know who to give them to, or if you. So what's going on is, I don't know where they can see it.
We should have a copy of them.
You might not, because I ain't seen it, but you just. So what it is, this is the master development. I don't know if you can all see it, but so this is our lease area. That's the 77 acres. The green line on the border is a 1/4 mile radius that's this. This is CFR 36. That's a direct order from the federal government about camping, shooting, recreating within a 1/4 mile of any facility on Flaming Gorge, just not Buckboard Marina, any facility. So that's that, and that's this one. And then what we proposed, so you know, is this: we have a 77-acre lease, we're entitled to 80. Okay, so my question to the federal government was, not the city, not the state, not the county, not the commissioners, but the federal government, where's my 77 acres, which is 44 acres of water, when the water evaporates? Pretty good question, ain't it? You lease land, you got 77 acres. So when 44 acres disappears, what do you have? That was my question. So that was brought to the Forest Service. During that conversation was like, well, it's 76 acres, sorry. We're 4 acres short of an 80-acre lease, which is Lucerne, Cedar Springs, they all have 80-acre leases. We just happen to fall in Wyoming, so we're talking to Wyoming. So I sent it off, but it went to our engineer, JFC. We use all local, small business type people here. That's the way we roll. So we went to JFC and had them draw up this master, it's actually a site plan, with a 100-foot setback on the shoreline, which is right there. But something I'd like to bring to your attention. This picture was taken in 2015. The water elevation was 60-40. Okay? This is 2023. Kind of a difference, huh? What'd you say? That's a little bit difference of land and water. My water evaporated, but ain't my 44 acres of land still there? Yeah, it is. So my question to the federal government was, if my property's exposed on this side over here, I want to put up a pier. I want to put my piers up right there. My harbor has to go there because there's no other place to put a marina except for in the middle of the channel, which will directly impact all public traffic. We've already had this discussion. It's a big deal. It's a big deal with the public coming in here. So the acre lease comes clear across, as you can see in here, hold on, of 44 acres. So basically, our land is, our property lines are touching all this land over here, and it also comes back in this channel 1,500 feet and all the way to the front. See how it goes? This is all land back in here now. And now we have no piers here because we have 400 to 500 feet of shoreline exposed. So the reason for this was, the only reason, it wasn't a land grab. There's so much disinformation out there, I cannot believe it. I mean, I can't believe this county's, this BS that's going around. The disinformation about land grabs, we're selling, we're doing this and that, but yet nobody's come down and asked us. Weird, no one. Not you. She has, she came down because I invited her.
Right.
And you might have been busy. I'm telling you, you might have been busy, but 4 years is not accountability, okay? So, the adjustments that you see is that. That's what was presented to the U.S. Forest Service. Not the county, not the city, for a reason. I deal directly with the federal government. I don't have to go to you guys. They have to go to you guys. That's the chain of command I follow. And all of a sudden, I'm the bad guy. Mr. Valdez is the bad guy. All of a sudden, there's all this talk about down here. We get an inspection by the tax commission all of a sudden. We ain't seen them for 4 years. They come down. What's that about? So I'm a little bit pissed off, yeah, but this is the reasoning for this adjustment. It's not a land grab. There's nothing about a land grab. It's about a business, a small business, trying to survive. That's all it is. And that's all we were trying to do, so everybody knows, they hear it from the horse's mouth, this is the adjustment. And if you look at that adjustment, it's all within the quarter-mile restriction area and a 100-foot setback of shorelines. So all these areas we're talking about is only literally 150 to 200 feet off that shoreline setback. It's not the green line that goes to FS, Forest Service Road 8, that goes to South Buckboard. There's 2 vault tanks over here and over here. There's none on this side. There's a reason. We're a marina. Lucerne don't have this problem. Cedar Springs don't have this problem. Funny, only us in Wyoming have a problem. Who do we turn to for help? Who do we go to? I mean, really. I've got a list of stuff. I mean, it's just dereliction to duty all around. I mean, so anyway, this is the adjustment, so everybody knows this is what we're doing. This is the CFR that's in place for quarter-mile camping and shooting. We'll get into the shooting part of it here in a minute. So one thing is, so The boundary adjustment, that's what we're doing. You heard it from me. And our ley lines, our 44 acres of ley lines, that's water now, supposedly, we have water. Just picture water, and it goes away. Where's that dirt? Where's that ley line hit? Right on the dirt. So we feel that's our property, and we should take full advantage of that property because we do not have the area to put a marina, the slips and the piers in because they go north to south. The water, that little bay goes east to west. So now imagine 60-40 elevation, we're clear to the top. And now 6,000, which we went to in 2022, in the fall, we went to 6,000 foot elevation. That's major. Don't sound like much. 30 feet of drop equivalates to over 400 feet of vertical shoreline exposed. How long's our piers? 300 feet. So you can imagine at 60-40, I'm right there. Now I got to go 400 feet to get to the water. Now I'm going to put a 300-foot pier across the bay this way that will impede all of traffic. So we'd have to go this way, which is not feasible. None of it's feasible on a low water situation year. So what's happening now is we are trying to readjust, and I'll show you why we're trying to readjust. And this is, so I hope everybody can see this, but so these are our slips that we want to put in these little bays out of the way in the quarter-mile radius. And so these are where we're going to put our slips that would be the actual C pier that would go across in this area right here. This is C, double D, D, so people who don't know. That's the public launch ramp right there. This is our water pickup right here. This little thing right here is a water pump, and that supplies all of the public's water supply into the campgrounds and ours. Drinking, it's all drinking, it's all public water supply by the Forest Service. So that elevation at 6,000 feet, that pump was 2 feet from hitting the ground. We have to continually monitor it, but it has to be set at a certain distance where it does not suck the soot from the ground, infiltration of soot and debris. So at 6,000 feet, we were two feet away from that having to be moved anyway. So one of the reasons that we did this is because we got to move towards the channel. And sorry, I got better pictures, but the channel being, and I have stuff for you, but the channel being out here. This is us. This is the piers that are not there. So that's the piers that are completely dirt, where the dirt is now. The water here is right around, the bay elevation is not really that critical. It is going to bottom out at 59.97. There'll be no water. Basically, back in this bay, are very shallow. The main channel of the river runs right here. So the main channel of the river's out here. So and if you can see what we've developed, right here, it shows it. And it's hold there for a second, please. It's basically this right here. And this is this right here. Well, if you see right here, there's a Forest Service water pump that has to go in. That's a Forest Service water pump. That's not there yet. It's scheduled to go in next year. That water pump has to go there due to low water years, because now we already know, and we have to be really proactive now because we've seen what happened, and it's going to happen again because of the drought situation. But the water has to be out here in the channel, and their water pickup has to be out here as a cliff. And it's going to go down the cliff to 70 feet of water. They're going to pick up the water there, pick up the water here, pump it all the way across this, over to this side, following the same footprint of the piping. And so we can bring water supply to the chlorinating building, chlorinate it and pump it up to the tank. That's what that is. So that little piece of earth right there, that's what that entails. That's that part of that lease, that 35 acres of lease.
Where's the water tank on that?
The water tank's up in here. It's the elevated water tank, the big one down there everybody sees. So it's literally, if you were to look right here, the water tank's right there. It's quite a distance. So, and doing that, we have a problem of waves in the harbor. It's always been a problem, especially in high water years. There's wave action that happens in here. This is called an attenuator. It's a break wall, a wave break wall, right there. That break wall. Lucerne's got 2 of them. They've went through the loops. The city, the state of Utah, and Lucerne Marina, and they got grants, and they put in these walls. They're $3 million each, so everybody knows. And they're $1 million to move. They're going through this problem right now. So Lucerne just started going through this problem. That's why I know the dollar figure. It's millions of dollars to move their wall out to where it needs to be. Luckily, the water came up a little bit, so. Now, we need 2. We actually need one here. You need one on this side facing out, you need one on this side facing out. To protect the marina will shift to up in here and over here, because this will be high and dry, or so low, you won't be able to get a boat in there, period. So our thinking is, if you see this map and the other ones, is these little piers, that's where we're gonna try to put our campground, our piers, in these areas that won't impact anybody because of the quarter-mile restriction that is in place already. So, considering the public and the consideration of the public, we have not taken up one piece of earth. We're not trying to do a land grab. This is an adjustment, an adjustment only of a marina. So I can keep functioning in Sweetwater County. What is it, they talk about fuel, it's funny, and we don't have to, in a marina definition, we don't have to supply fuel. Do we want to? Heck yes, we want to. I mean, any businessman would. But at a $280,000 investment for a pier and a fuel slip, that's a lot of money. On a good year, they sell 10,000 gallons of fuel. 10,000 gallons. You know what the markup is? $1. That's what we mark it up, $1 to the public. So $10,000 a year on a $28,000 investment, 28 years to pay back. Not a very good investment for me. It just ain't. So fuel is, yes, it's priority. Is it number 1 priority? No. And if you look at our business plan, which I think you have because you requested the information, you've probably seen that on our master development plan, what we're trying to do as far as fuel. So that's where we're at with the fuel, so everybody knows. Fuel is a big issue, yeah, but the waste pump out's an issue too. That's Forest Service. It's not Buckboard Marina. That's not us. That's the Forest Service. The pump out, yeah, I mean the fuel pump can be us. But like I say, it's a giant investment, a giant investment. So at this point, I'm not willing to do that. But what we want to do is bring the public attention to what we are doing, because we submit our paperwork to the Forest Service, they submit it to you. And then all of a sudden, a big blow up. We didn't even know what was coming out. We didn't even know. We never had one clue this was submitted or was going to go to the public until we start getting the phone calls. And we start getting people showing up, like tax commissioners wanting to know, take pictures of all the stuff we're doing. 4 years. I mean, if the new guy was on the block, you think that they would have came in right then when the last leasee vacated and the new leasee took over that lease. That's the way I think things should have rolled. But funny how the public gets involved, and all of a sudden we start getting people coming down here with public interest on federal property. So yeah, that was the theory behind the 80-acre lease and adjusting that from 76 acres to 80. That's the reasoning behind it. The other reasoning for the move is the DROA release plan of water that comes out of Flaming Gorge Reservoir, and they've been doing it now for the last 3 years. They're stealing Wyoming's water. My opinion, 100%. A lot of people behind me, yes. We feel that the federal government, the Bureau of Reclamation, has been stealing our water for 3 years. They have. So in Flaming Gorge Reservoir is 3.75 million gallons. Their DROA plan wants to take out 1.5 million gallons of water. That's almost half of our frickin' reservoir. That's 45 feet of volume. Now, Where's 45 feet of volume here? This water right now is 23 to 25 feet deep. So that tells you what the marina is. It's not a marina. Why would you put water out there? I mean, why would you put fuel out there if it goes away next year? That's a big investment, you know, I mean, it's a big investment. So the Bureau of Reclamation can't guarantee us, and I work directly with Chris Brown on a lot of issues, our state acting senior attorney general. That's who I deal with. A lot of times, me and him are the ones going back and forth to the feds, commenting to the feds, because as an American citizen, I have that right. I have that right to stand up for myself and stand up for this county, because I don't see nobody coming down here knocking on my door asking me what they can do for me. So I'll help you guys out, and I'm gonna. This ain't just a dish on everybody. I'm here to help. Let's not get that. Let's get that straight right now. I'm gonna try to keep it short too. I got so much. I had a 4-hour presentation that you came to and Eric came to, and it's like 15 minutes, and it's really got me into a bind. As far, not a bind, but to get the point across. So the water pickup, I told you about that, where our water supply is, where we need to be, it's literally, almost 2,000 something feet to where we got to go. So another thing is, so on public safety, and this is where I take it really personal. Since I've been here at Buckboard, 4 years now, since 2019, I've asked the federal government why, as stated as we bought a year-round operation, why ain't there year-round water? We don't have year-round water. I don't know if anybody knows that. I have water from April to October. From October to May, I buy water from Zuick, our local contractor. I buy from Steve Zuick water, $700 a load. I run about $7,000 to $8,000 of water to keep a public facility open so the public can come in, use the bathroom, and flush the toilet. Me, not nobody else, me, okay? Now, I start thinking, what if we had a fire? My God, what if we had a fire here? And we had public. We got a restaurant, we have a bar, we have apartments. What if we have a fire? How are we going to fight it? Who's going to get there? No one for an hour, I'll guarantee it. So I asked the Forest Service, why is my fire hydrants, and you'll know this code because it's a city code, why are my fire hydrants 1,500 feet apart to 3,000, almost 3,000 feet, half a mile apart? And they're not even near the buildings. And we have 7,000 gallons of water at 30 pounds of PSI, which is illegal. You got to have 35 to 45 pounds of PSI to stop the infiltration of the dirt and the water flowing back into your pipe joints. So I brought this to their attention, and they told me it's not in there. It's not. They don't have to provide fire protection. And I said, wow, that's cool. Wow, imagine that. Public place, and you don't have to provide any public safety or concerns. There's no public safety concerns basically for this. So I told them, we need to do something about it. And they've still, to this day, have balked me on it. I've heard talk of a looped water system coming in. A looped water system is what I designed, not the Forest Service. I brought it to their attention. A looped water system is the safest water system to use. But if you have your underground storage tanks, which we don't have, get rid of the elevated tank. We put underground storage tanks and put, a couple 20,000 gallon tanks under there. We have enough water to maybe fight a fire, but also in that loop system, what that gives you is fire protection. And there's a public campground right there with no fire protection, none, not none. None. Look how far away. You know where the nearest fire hydrant is? Over here by this building. That's the public campground. This is our campground. This is our piers. We have 2 fire hydrants. Now, we just seen what happened to Lake Powell. Obviously, I've seen what happened to Lake Powell last 2-3 days ago on the fires and how fast they spread from boat to boat to boat. If you didn't, you need to go to YouTube and watch what happened at Lake Powell with these boats. They jumped from boat to boat to boat. The guy went by 60 seconds. 60 seconds. Boom, boat, boom, boat, boom, boom. They couldn't even pull the boats out. Now, imagine a trailer park, fiberglass boat, fiberglass trailers, propane, gas, trailers. Now imagine if a fire started in a trailer park right here, one of these little, you know, and we got to call somebody, it's an hour away. Who's at risk? Who's at risk? The public. The public 100% are at risk because we can't supply on a lake a fire system. And they told me, I have a fire pump. You know how long it takes to get a fire pump and 3,000 feet of hose up to a fire? It takes hours. It would take me an hour. So this public safety issue is a big deal. The fire protection is a big deal. It is a big deal. We need a loop water system. In federal regulations, it says anything under the ground and below ground is federal monies has to put that infrastructure in. Not the private guy, not the county, not the city, no one. So my question to them for the last 4 years, where's our loop system? Now they're saying, well, we might get one here in another year or two. Okay, so yeah, that's one of my biggest is the water and where we're going to get the water, how it's going to be supplied up here, and if we do that, why aren't we putting in a loop system? They told me to take them. I'm a contractor now, so they told me that it would take them 3 months to put this loop system in. I had my contractors, my buddies, give me a call. I called them and had them give me an idea. 2 weeks. 2 weeks to put this loop system in. And it takes the federal government 3 to 4 months. Perfect. And now we're still in the negotiating process. This ain't even happened. This ain't even approved. There's nothing, so just so you can hear some of my concerns. The other one is, so I got some books here I'll hand out to whoever wants to kind of look at them, because it has some real big safety concerns that need to be looked at. The biggest one, one of the biggest ones that I deal with almost monthly, and it just happened last Friday, is the public coming down to South Buckboard and Buckboard. And this is our recreating public that are maybe just, I don't know. There's no excuse for this. Firing high-capacity guns with high-capacity clips, and you know, they're high-capacity guns like ARs, AK-47s. So last Friday, one of our guests that are staying there brought something to my attention. He goes, I was just driving through, and he's an elderly guy. He goes, Tony, I drove by and he stopped. He goes, hey, Tony, I'm going to tell you something. He goes, Friday night, there was 30 high-powered rifle shots directly across from Buckboard Marina within 500 yards, a high-capacity 30 rounds every direction. Now, you go take a look what's down there. There's not 150, 200 feet that are in a camper down there on South Buckboard. So now this guy's blowing off some rounds, and yeah, it's all fun. Maybe he has something to drink. That's all good. But what if it hits us, me, one of you guys, Chairman Tolman is down there. Joe blows over there, blows around off, hits her, hits one of these guys, kills him. Then what? This is 100% preventable. I've been a contractor. I've worked on some high-profile jobs. Safety is number one. Safety is number one. Public safety is number one. Accidents are preventable. This is the pure 100% case of preventable accident right here. So that was last Friday. Now, if you go to the county sheriff records, you're going to find out this has happened many of times. I was out working, me and my son, this is just a short description of what happened.
If we could, I don't mean to interrupt you, but we're going over a little bit, so if you could just.
Remember, 4 hours, 15 minutes. I've had 4-hour presentation, 15 minutes. I'm not trying, I got to.
No, I understand.
This is public
We
safety.
just have a lot to get through.
I know,
today,
but you
so-
know what public safety? You're an elected official, you took an oath, there's a public safety
Okay,
issue
all
here
right.
that has to be addressed.
Continue on. I also have a duty to keep this on track.
Right on. We do
I
too.
understand.
We have a duty to the public to bring this to your awareness.
Please continue.
So there is a big public safety issue of shooting within this quarter-mile radius. And it's all in this book, and I'll give it to you so you can go through it. One thing I want to ask you, I'll go to the next one. What is the fishery What is a fishery's net worth to a county? To Sweetwater County? Does anybody know what the value per fish to Sweetwater County is?
All right, so Mr. Valdez, we're gonna stick to the realignment issue. That's what we're here to discuss today. I appreciate the information. Do you have anything on that you'd like to add before we get into kind of?
Yeah, I want you to come visit me down at the marina.
Okay,
No, you hang on. I have something for you to look at that you should have came down and nobody has. Now it's a big public issue. It is a big public issue, safety issue, and misinformation.
Okay, so in response, I've given you your time. None of us have been up here for 4 years, by the way. Not a
No, you
single one
haven't.
of us. So we didn't ask for the realignment.
He has.
Who?
He's been around this commission for way longer than that.
6 months.
And what was your position before
6
that?
months. Let me finish. I gave you your honorable time. Let me address some of the things you brought forward to us.
Bring it.
We did not ask for the realignment. The public brought it to our attention, and so we're diving into it. As you mentioned, it is not our decision. It is between you and the Forest Service and the lease that you have. So I don't think it's a negative thing for us to dig into the details and figure out. There's always two sides to the story. That's why we appreciate you coming to bring your side to our attention. The invitation was extended. Commissioner Toman and Mr. Bingham went down and visited. I don't think the full commission needs to attend. We also violate Open Meeting Act rules when we do that.
It's all right.
So we haven't even taken a position on it. We've been trying to gather information on it. We're hearing from multiple constituent concerns. The Forest Service came and presented to us on what the situation was, and so we're continually digging to figure out what's going on. We feel like we owe that to the public who has expressed that and who our constituent base that we answer to are on what the situation is. So I understand the frustration from your part. I would ask for a little bit more respect. You don't have to agree with everything we're doing up here, but we're not here to, get into an argument match back and forth when ultimately it's the federal government making the decision.
Sure.
Like I mentioned, we have influence. We think you've done an honorable thing. Commissioner Toman brought back a tremendous report of the improvements and upgrades you've made. I understand the financial burden that you've discussed and you've brought forth to our attention. We can reason with that. You are a small business. You are a recreation business. It's important to the tourism in this community, and we want to support that. So, getting off on the wrong foot, I don't think is going to help either party, and we want to do what's best for all involved. So I would ask that you tone it down and just show some appreciation as we get through this as a commission to help you out in whichever avenue that may be. Any other comments or questions, commissioners?
Chairman, I hesitate to jump in, but to answer Mr. Valdez's first question, why have none of us been there in 4 years? There are thousands of businesses in Sweetwater County. There's 5 of us. Your business is important to us, but so are those other thousands. And we don't have the resources to go visit every business in Sweetwater County in anticipation that at some point they're going to have some needs. We have meetings here every other week, and we have public comments and concerns, and the public is welcome to engage with us at any point, and that includes you. And we did not hear from you at any point until the public started coming to us with issues. We represent 45,000 people in this county, and a lot of them, more letters than on any other issue we've dealt with, came to us with concerns. I don't think a single one of us went out and said you were doing a land grab. I don't think any of us brought up any untruths. All we did was ask questions.
Sure.
We are a cooperating agency with commenting ability with the Forest Service. One of the things that requires of the Forest Service is that they notify us of their plans, and that did not happen in this case. That is our concern. I think you have great plans, but I think the proper process to deal with those plans is a proper environmental process, the kind where the Forest Service notifies their cooperating agencies so we can gather information and make proper comments, and we weren't afforded that. That has been our concern from the beginning. I don't think anybody on this board has challenged what you're doing. Has it come from the public? Yes, but I kind of think that your aggressions are a little bit misplaced here with us. And I think you are under the misnomer that we have control over kokanee salmon, that we have control over. What we have is comment ability,
Sure.
and we can't do that unless we have good information. And it took us several meetings just to get copies of the actual realignment and what it looks like. I went into this with a thought, and I still think a categorical exclusion was the wrong process for this. There needed to be a NEPA process.
But NEPA's been approved, NEPA's been done over
It's
there.
already been done.
We have not been a part of a NEPA process.
Not recently.
Not
No,
recently.
on this realignment proposal is what I'm talking about. Sweetwater County was not apprised of it. We found out about it on Facebook, which is not the way a cooperating
both.
agency,
and you
which is
both.
not the way a cooperating agency should be notified. So my problem is with the Forest Service here, and the Forest Service knows that's where my problem is. So I think your aggressions are a little bit misplaced. Law enforcement is Forest Service's responsibility out there. Your water problems are Forest Service's responsibility. But I can't put you above and beyond all of the other 1,000 businesses in Sweetwater County. It's not my job to come out there and solve them. Once we knew, we sent representatives.
After I
we got-
invited them.
That was
After I
great.
invited them.
That is absolutely great, and we appreciated that.
On a
But
Saturday.
then you come here and attack us for things like
Like what?
not having somebody else's bus tour come to your business.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
not our place.
No, it's not, but
It's
look.
not our
Hang
place.
on, point of order, point of order. Commissioner Richards has the floor. I asked for some decent respect of letting us speak. We didn't talk over you. Please allow him to continue on, or we're gonna end this.
I'm honestly unsure as to why you came here, because we were under the impression that we were going to get an explanation of your realignment, and we've got about 2 minutes of that, and we've got about 25 minutes of all your problems with the Forest Service, which we cannot solve
I'm not asking about
unless
the
it's
Forest Service.
through the cooperating agency status.
Sure.
That's all we have.
Okay.
I think I'm done gathering information here, and I'm ready to move on.
I agree. Is there any other comments, commissioners?
Can I just make one?
Please do. We've got 2 minutes. We are about 20 minutes behind schedule.
I think the reason why it's a little combative is you guys informed the previous owners so he could come and speak publicly and put out all the misinformation, which then went in the papers. And we have all this public thinking that we're trying to do a land grab, which is nothing like what we're doing. Every place that we've been in, every business, every home, whether it was a rental, a business, a home that we owned, we've left better than we started with. That's what we intend to do now. That's all I have to say.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to address, we did not invite, everybody's welcome to come here, and we had public comment period that they came.
And we
Somebody
respect that.
notified
We
them.
respect that. We do. I do respect the public.
And we took those public comments and we used that as a way to go out and get information. And that included sending representatives to your meet and greet to gain information. We put you on our agenda because we wanted to gain information from you. We don't want to be combative. We want information. When we say the public should be aware of this and look into it, that's because they should. That's our job as representatives of the public, is to inform the public. We didn't tell them yes or
Also,
no.
public safety.
Okay,
Public safety.
we are,
Mr.
Commissioner
Chairman,
Slaughter.
if I could just, please take 1 minute.
Go ahead.
Just to address your concern, I can unequivocally state to you that we did not inform the prior owners of what took place with this. They did contact me with concerns about this, but we did not reach out to them with respect to that. With respect to your concerns that we have not been out to visit your place, I did let you know that I could not come out for that weekend. I had family here for a high school graduation and could not make it. I offered 2 separate times to come out. In fact, I did come out under the assumption that we did have a time set up for that Monday at 9 a.m. When I got there, I looked and I had received an email message
got
from
that.
Mr. Valdez that morning.
I left
It
you
was not going to
his
be-
phone number and stated that that would be a better way to contact us as well.
Continue on, Commissioner Slaughter.
So with respect to that, I would also like to state, I have been out there. I have participated at your restaurant. I've told many people, I was there for one of your seafood buffets. It was fantastic. I told many people of that. So I have been there, and want you to know that our interests lie with respect to protecting the interest of the public. We have concerns, as Commissioner Richards stated, with respect to what took place with the Ashley National Forest, but it's certainly in our best interest to have a marine out there and to work with you. So we want you to understand that we don't want to have a confrontational relationship with you. We want to work with you to make this work, but we believe it has to go through the correct process to do that.
Sure. We appreciate, and I'm not trying to be over-speaking you or anybody. I'm just saying, this is a really touchy subject. But one thing I would like to just, before we go any farther, I just want
Please, because we're wrapping up. Go ahead.
the kokanee salmon.
He's talking to the mic. There's a lot of people
The
watching.
kokanee salmon, so this is the net value. I've done 6 months of research to find this, and not Wyoming, I'm not saying the county, no, what I'm saying, I came to the Sweetwater Commissioners, or not the Sweetwater Chamber of Commerce, the Fish and Game, and asked them, what was the net value of a kokanee to Sweetwater County? Now, we're talking Sweetwater, the volume, because this is a thing for us to talk about. So what is the angler per fish catch? What is that value? Guess what that value is? In 2000, I got the studies right here provided by Utah Fish and Game. That study is $75.98 per fish. Guess what it costs to stock that kokanee? And this is an eye opener for me, and it should be for all of us. This is 2 cents to plant a kokanee. 2 cents. In 2010, the economic value to this county in return on a 2-cent investment is $75.98. That's what I'm at. That's what, and now, fast forward, and I'll give you all this information. 2023, we have no kokanees. They're gone. Not you, but ask the Fish and Game where our kokanees are. Ask Robert Keith where our kokanees. Do we have any repeat spawn kokanee in Flaming Gorge Reservoir? 0. In 2003, we had 4.3 million kokanees. Guess what that value was worth? That value, just so we all know, in 2003, if we had 4.3 million repeat kokanee spawn in Flaming Gorge Reservoir, that brought a $322,500,000 value net worth to Sweetwater County. And it's gone.
That's why it's important.
That's why this is important to me to this. This is nothing to do with us. This is us, like if you buy a if you buy a hunting license, a fishing license, this affects every one of us. Not only does it affect our business, but it's gonna affect Sweetwater County 100%. And we all, including us, should look into this situation with our Wyoming Fish and Game and start asking questions. There'll be a press release by the newspaper, by KSL Outdoors. I think it's this weekend. We done a show with Rob Keith stating this problem. And there's another press release coming out for the newspaper, but it's nothing to do with the county. It's to do with the fishery and that net value to Sweetwater County, and it's gone. And it takes 4 years to come back.
Tony, Jennifer, we appreciate you getting on the agenda today, for bringing this to our attention and giving us some visuals on the situation. We hope that we can work together a little more amicably in the future. And, again, it is our duty and our job for our constituents to dig into these when they're brought to our attention, so we're doing just that.
Sure.
So we can appreciate your side of it. In the future, just please, be a little more respectful in the relationship that we would like to establish with you, and we'll work through these together. So.
And we ask that respect from you.
Absolutely.
Together, as all of us, as a community of Sweetwater County, to pull together and let's get through this situation.
Certainly.
Because we're not here to inhibit the public from entering our facility
Right.
at all.
Okay. Well, thank you both very much. We appreciate your time.
Thanks for your time.
Good to continue on, Commissioners. Do we need a quick break?
Good.
Fell behind, so we're going to catch up here. Next on the agenda is item 3, which was the approval of the comment letter for Buckboard Marina boundary realignment. I think we all have a pretty good understanding of that now, but we did approve that at our last meeting, but we kicked it back because we knew the Valdez family would be coming. And go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as directed in the last Board of County Commissioner meeting, I did provide a letter, and that's included in your packet. And the gist of that letter is to state the motion that was made to object to the issuance of a categorical exclusion in favor of an environmental assessment. It also states that according to CFR regulations, the Code of Federal Regulations, that there was not sufficient time and the information provided. It's been very difficult through this process, as Commissioner Richards has stated, just getting the information. Not used to that. Usually dealing with the NEPA process, we get the permits, the applications, and we've received it on a piecemeal basis, and what we're asking for is to initiate an environmental assessment so the public can be involved and we can also be involved as a cooperator. Also stated in that letter is if the Forest Service does choose to issue a categorical exclusion, to not increase that quarter-mile buffer, because if they do increase that area, according to this boundary line realignment, that we ask that quarter-mile do not increase. So that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. If there's any changes, I just would like to get this letter to the Forest Service this week, and they are patiently awaiting our letter. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Eric. Appreciate that. Any questions or comments on the letter that Eric's drafted? Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the sending of this letter and authorize the chairman to sign.
Do you have a motion to approve by Commissioner Richards? Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Shanefield. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thanks for your work on that, Eric.
You bet. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll get that letter to you today to sign.
Very good. Next up is also under Eric's realm, a ratification of a subdivision improvement agreement extension for the Lagoon subdivision.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're asking for another extension of the subdivision improvements agreement. We're waiting for final acceptance from the city of Rock Springs and the Water and Sewer District. I believe all the power is in. We did extend it another 4 months. Due to the time frame of the expiration, we had the chairman sign, so we're just asking to ratify this. We should have everything wrapped up by the end of this summer. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Questions on the agreement extension, commissioners? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve the ratification of the subdivision improvements agreement extension for the Lagoon Road subdivision.
Mr. Chairman, so moved.
Got a motion to approve by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Shanefield. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thanks, Eric.
Thank you, Mr.
Appreciate it.
Chairman.
Next, under tab C on the action presentation items is item number 5, requesting assistance with relocating the Sweetwater County University of Wyoming Extension Office. We've got Marty Henry here, the 4-H educator, and I believe the county coordinator, Bridger. Welcome. Good morning.
Morning.
A little more entertaining than you're used to
Yeah.
for this Tuesday morning.
Yeah. That's usually me in that position. No, I'm just kidding. Chairman West, Commissioners, it's good to be here. I'm Bridger Fates. I'm the Associate Director of Extension for the state. So I've had a chance to visit with some of you about really improving, the relationship with the county and improving the program overall, and really having a vibrant program to serve Sweetwater County. And I think we've made some progress on that. We've talked about, our desire to have a position as the community vitality and health educator start here. It's a way that, we certainly can help contribute more to the program through the university as we cover all of that salary for that position. And I think we've provided all of the financial details that we were requested to try and, strengthen this relationship. Unfortunately, we're in a situation where Western had need of our space, and they have aspirations and they're growing. So great for Western. We're thrilled for them, but it's put us in a bind in terms of the space that they were able to provide us there on campus. Really will take a step back from creating a vibrant program and really stretch us to be able to meet the needs of the community, even at the level that we've been meeting those needs. So it's it's definitely a restriction in how well we'll be able to do that. So to help in terms of, we started this conversation, I've had conversations with some of you in terms of this process and if there would be facilities that we could move into in terms of the county. I did put together, I didn't have a chance to get it to you before the meeting, but I'll get it to you afterwards. Certainly along the lines of some of that financial disclosure too. I put together just a background in terms of where we're located and how we're located in other counties in Wyoming, just to give you a background in terms of that as well. So, all 23 counties have extension offices. 3 Wyoming counties actually have 2 offices. So Park, Lincoln, and Fremont all have 2 offices, that they split amongst their communities. So we have 26 total offices. 22 of those are county facilities. So most of our offices are located in county facilities. 4 of them, including Sweetwater, would be separate. Teton, they have the best sort of scenario. A building was donated to the 4-H Council in Teton County. So we would all wish we could have that, but that's the only one that has that. Sheridan and Laramie County both have extension facilities co-located with other UW entities. So one's on the LCCC campus and one is on Sheridan College, but they're UW entities that they're co-located. And then Sweetwater, we're currently in Western, but definitely a different situation than the bulk of the other counties. So I guess with that background, we're here to because we want to keep growing this program and growing this relationship, and it's going to be a struggle in the current facility that Western Wyoming's able to provide for us.
So, I haven't been in on all the conversations. Do you
Right.
guys have a specific site, area, facility you're considering for this relocation, or?
Well, we've had a few conversations with commissioners in terms of potential sites. One of them, I guess one potential was where the senior center is located. I realize that there may be other entities that are going into there. We can certainly share, we're willing to share, we're willing to, and then at the meet and greet of the commissioners in Rock Springs a couple months ago, I heard you talk about combining some other county facilities too. So we just saw it as an opportunity to start that conversation to see if there were an opportunity to get us into a county facility. The other thing that's interesting, and I think one of the reasons counties, the bulk of our offices are in those facilities is, in the way the MOUs are written, you guys are paying our rent at Western. So in a way, it's in your best interest too, to have us in a location where the funds that you're providing to build extension in your community really can go to building extension and not necessarily going to support Western. So,
Commissioner Shanefield?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've had multiple conversations about this specifically, and have you had the opportunity to talk to Gene Ligursky at all yet?
I have not spoken to him directly. I think Commissioner Slaughter has spoken
Okay.
to him a little bit.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I could answer that question to Commissioner
Slaughter.
Shanefield. Yes, after meeting with the UW Extension participants, I contacted Gary McLean and Gene Ligursky and told them of the interest that had been expressed. We talked about potentially the west end of the Roosevelt School building. We talked about several other potential buildings. And I even reached out to the city of Green River about some potential within their building. I have not heard back from them, and I have not heard back from Gene Ligursky on what he has come up with those other potential opportunities that we may have in other county buildings. So the parties have been at least let know of the interest and are looking into this.
Right, and I realize that we're pushing this you know, in a sort of a, we certainly didn't have a lot of notification in terms of when we were going to be moving at Western, and so that's why we didn't give you as much notification to be able to make this planning process a little more smooth, so.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Do you have what is your plan for the interim until we find something?
Our plan for the interim is to cram ourselves in the space provided at Western for a temporary basis until we can find something, but it will really hobble us in terms of our ability to serve the community when we're in the.
Absolutely.
They're just small little like professor offices, and we have to have kids and youth come and sign up and those sorts of things, and it just doesn't work, so.
Mr. Chairman, I think that we have the opportunity to potentially get, and I'm willing to, Rob, if you want to as well, to kind of be the in-between and the liaison, to work with them, to meet with Jean, to see if there's options, what those best options might look like, and then bring it back to the commission to actually make an approval. I'm sure that you guys need to see the spaces to make a determination about what would be best for you, things like that as well. And I'm not 100% sure. I mean, if there's a couple of offices with the conference room somewhere, I don't think the events complex has room, but just thinking about they're bursting at the seams. But thinking about that, I'm like, gosh, it would be so awesome if you guys could fit out there. But I do think it makes sense, as you stated. We had discussion about this over the past 4 years, and even before then, that it does make sense that if the county is paying for your rent, that we potentially utilize space that's already unused within the county because it's open and it's not being utilized already. So,
Just out of curiosity, have you always been at the college?
Last 40 years, I think.
Yeah, I think, well, I've been with UW for 20 years now, and you've always been at the college since then, so it's been a long time. But, you know, Western was small and growing, and they had plenty of space at one point that we were occupying, so.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards?
can you give us an idea what kind of square footage your actual needs are?
Do you know?
No, no, I don't.
We're moving into 4 10-by-10 offices, so that's 400 square feet. We probably need a minimum of 1,000 to.
Well,
We have other wants that we're willing to share with you in terms of best ways to serve the community. Like some of our education serves low income folks in terms of teaching them how to prepare food properly. And so a kitchen space is always high on our list to be able to do those sorts of things, storage space, those sorts of things. So we can provide a sort of what our absolute bare minimum needs are, as well as wants to be able to grow the program and best serve the community too. So.
Mr. Chairman, if I could address that
Go ahead,
also.
Commissioner.
In the discussions that I had with Mr. Legursky and Mr. McLean with respect to this, what we had gathered was that they needed 4 office spaces, a conference room, and so a minimum of 1,000 square foot, but they would like to have 2,000 square feet. So that was the direction that was given to them, along with the question that I had for the city administrator of Green River when we were talking about it.
It's a little bigger than Commissioner Toman's office.
Slightly. Almost, I mean, Commissioner Toman's office is pretty
he keeps
big.
trying to donate my office to people.
Well, it sounds like we'll have Commissioner Shanefield and Slaughter get together with our Public Works Director and see if we can come up with some solutions for you guys. Obviously, it's going to be kind of difficult for you over the next, month or so, but I don't think there's much we can do in 2 days' time, unfortunately. So we'll continue to see if there's some avenues that will work for you, and it sounds like these two will be in contact with you.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Toman?
I don't know if there'd be anything like this available, but maybe even a modular if you could put at the fairgrounds, because ideally it should be at the fairgrounds, I think,
Yeah,
to serve the group that you're serving anyway.
I would say, so I looked through that, and I have this list. You can see where each of them are located, and about maybe 40% of our extension offices are on the fairgrounds, and some of them are just nearby the
And a
fairgrounds.
modular, if we could find one that's available that's not in use, it could easily provide 1,000 square feet or more, probably closer to 1,200 square feet, and could be put on maybe one end or the other of that campground.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to visit with Candy about what their resources are and what any potential could be out there.
Okay. Sounds like we'll start chipping away at it and see if we can't come up with some solutions for you.
All right, thank you very much, and
Thanks for being here today.
we'll be in touch.
I know timing is critical though with the fair coming up and all
It'll-
the interactions.
It'll be a challenging summer, but we'll make it through as long as, I mean, I think it's most important that we get this relationship growing and provide a vibrant program for the community, so.
Thanks, Marty. Thanks,
Right.
Bridger.
Thank
Appreciate it.
You want me to leave this with?
Yeah, please.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Can we take a quick break? That's 1:27. No, it's
Yeah.
fine, it's fine,
We're almost there. Does that be enough? Do you want to tell them to stick around for a few minutes?
yeah. Could you wait a minute? I want to catch you guys out there.
Should be pretty quick to get through this other stuff.
Yeah.
Bridget, could you wait a second? I want to talk to you guys, but we got to finish a couple of things. Thanks.
Next, under the action presentation items, we've got item number 6, permission to transfer the use of looks like engine 41 to Wamsutter Fire Department. We've got Jim Zimmerman here this morning with us, the fire warden. And good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. What I have before you today is the permission for us to transfer E41, which is a 1990 Deuce and a Half, from the shop over there. It's the last piece of fire equipment that we have over there outside of an old command vehicle that might go into the being able to be parted out or whatever. So it's the last piece of equipment. And what had happened was the previous fire warden had ordered a foam suppression system that had a remote on it to be placed on the front of this Deuce and a Half. And it didn't come in until late in the season. And so it was installed by Phil and the crew over there at the shop. And so now it's ready, and I certainly don't want that to sit over there through another fire season. So Wamsutter has stepped up and asked for that. It also holds 800 gallons of water, which would be very helpful for Wamsutter. So I do have the Assistant Fire Chief, Jesus Tahio, here, and he can answer any questions that you might have concerning this. But it's just a simple transfer so it can be used during the fire season this year in Wamsutter, one of our cooperating agencies. Open to any questions.
Questions, commissioners? How was, just because I'm new and I don't know, how was that, I mean, with the transition of Green River and Wamsutter, and I know we pushed some of that equipment out, how did we track that? Was that, you know, a reduction in their contract? I mean, how does that work exactly?
You want to handle that?
Yes. Chairman, Commissioners, Jesus with Wamsutter Fire. We're, you know, as you may know, we are doing the contract, and that is units and equipment are provided to us, but it's not taken off of the contract. We do have to pay for all the maintenance needed, or, you know, if something breaks, we do pay for it, except if it's a major repair, then we might have to bring it back to the county, but.
Okay.
But, Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Tillman.
the main point is that they don't charge us for that, whereas if they're using, like, Fire District 1, if they use their equipment, they charge us for the use of the equipment, whereas if they're using our equipment, we don't get a charge.
Right, the equipment is still the county's. And so they're used out in our county region. And if the cooperating agencies use the equipment, we're not charged for that.
Okay. Is that specified in the contract? I think it lists out equipment, so is that something we would have
Yes.
to amend? Is the reason I'm asking, just so that it's covered in there, or?
No, it's covered,
We talked about that.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Sounds like we're covered there. Any questions, comments, commissioners?
Are you happy with the agreement?
Yes, we are happy. You know, we keep improving, and with all of the equipment that's been given to us by the county, we've been doing more than great, I think.
Have you
We've
found a
improved a lot.
facility to store your fire? Have you checked with Williams on that new facility, that BP building and stuff, if they might have a building you could use for a fire station?
I have not, no, but we are looking for a new facility where we can store the fire units. Right now, we're paying about $10,000 for a building for us to store the units, but we're still looking for.
Well, Williams
buildings.
is a big player in that area. You might see if they could donate you something.
Yes, because I am aware they have a few buildings, shops that, but yes, that would be something to look forward to, see if I can get a hold of them and see where we go with that.
I've got a contact if you need it.
Okay, yes, I would
They
take that.
presented at our last meeting, but I've got the phone number.
Okay, yes, I'll take that from you.
Any other comments or questions, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards?
I'd move to approve to transfer the use of E41 to the Wamsutter Fire Department.
Mr. Chairman, I would second that.
Got a motion to approve the transfer by Commissioner Richards. We've got a second by Commissioner Toman. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thank you, Jim, and thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Next up on the agenda is item 7. We do have the Board of Equalization Attorney Engagement Letter. We've got Clerk Lane here with us. And welcome back. It's good to see your smiling face.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It was a little bit a longer extended trip than I had planned. So every year when we have appeals for the Board of Equalization, we are required to hire an attorney as our county attorney's office represents in Sweetwater County the assessor's office. So on behalf of the Board of Equalization, I look for attorneys that are skilled in Board of Equalization matters. And we do have a returning one that I would like to present to continue with us, Mr. Mark Harris from Evanston. He has helped us the last few years. He's done a wonderful job. He has requested, he was at $180 an hour for the last 2 years, and this year his proposal is $190 to go up $10. So that is in the letter of engagement that I have presented, if it is so approved.
Any questions on the letter of engagement, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Shanefield.
I'll make a motion to approve the letter of engagement for Mark Harris with the hourly rate of $190.
Got a motion to approve by Commissioner Shanefield. Do we have a second?
I would second that.
And
Second.
authorize chairman to sign. Sorry, it's just you.
No problem.
Oh, sorry.
Second with that. Second by Commissioner Tillman. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thanks, Cindy. Looks like you're staying up there. Next
I
on
am.
the agenda is a motion to approve a catering permit for Man's Face Liquors Incorporated, subject to obtaining all required municipal approvals. This authorization is for an off-premise catering permit in reference to State Statute 124502B. And it was brought to our attention this morning that the city of Green River had their meeting last night rather than tonight, and they did approve both accordingly. So I'll hand it over to Cindy.
Okay, so as you stated, this is an application for a catering permit for a wedding that, it's W-A-I-T-E, Wait, Hunt Wedding, 229 Old Stauffer Road on 6/17. They would like a one-day permit to serve alcohol under the Man's Face Liquor at their wedding, and I do have the email from the city of Green River stating that it was approved.
Questions on the catering permit, commissioners? Hearing none, what is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve a catering permit for Man's Face Liquors.
Got a motion to approve by Commissioner Slaughter. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous.
Thank you.
Thanks, Cindy. Appreciate it. That brings us right up to break. We are 10 minutes behind, but let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break after that long morning, and we'll resume at 11:25.
Some final notes on my end. Staff does recommend awarding to Corona Insights. They were within the approved project budget, and that was $50,000. I would like to point out in the contract that is in your packet, there's some special language on page 1 of the contract with Corona. So again, page 1, section 5B. I have noted to exclude thank you incentives for interview participants employed by Sweetwater County and representatives currently serving on the Community Juvenile Services Board, as described on page 10 of attachment A, which is their proposal. We had some concern that that would look like some type of kickback, even though they're gift cards. That is actually a very common practice with needs assessments. I just want to point out Corona didn't do anything wrong. A lot of times, like if you're doing a needs assessment for low-income people, to incentivize them to come to a meeting to get their input, they get a little token of appreciation. But just to be transparent and clean, that was added into this contract. So the final product will be presented to you all, if you don't mind. The contract expires on October 31st of this year, if you approve it. And then finally, you may start hearing, and I think maybe Commissioner Shanefield, you've heard about CJSB, maybe Commissioner Coleman. So this under state statutes 14-9106, that is titled children. Juveniles, and the topic of juveniles is a big issue in Wyoming about keeping them local, funding, et cetera. Karen's actually the expert on that, so I'll let her talk in a second. But on your attachments, I just want to be clear, you had the combined average tabulation of the 3 reviewers. You have the RFP with the project specifications. The first page talks about those deliverables. You have the proposal from Corona. You have the contract that I'm proposing that you approve. And then finally, for your education, because I like to put that forth towards you to educate you, you have what's called the Sweetwater County Juvenile Justice System. This is a very complex flow chart that basically follows if you're a juvenile, you do something naughty, what happens when you enter the system. So just for your reference. But anyhow, if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, Karen is your appointee on this Community Juvenile Services Board and the expert with juveniles in Sweetwater County.
Very good. Thanks for the information and background on that. Any questions, commissioners? Hearing none, what is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I would move to award the Sweetwater County Juvenile Needs Assessment Project to Corona Insights and authorize the chairman to sign.
A motion to approve by Commissioner Slaughter. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Shanefield. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thanks, Christina, and thanks,
Thank you.
Karen. Appreciate it. We'll look forward to it. Next up, we do have item 11, the award of the fiscal year 23 paint striping project. We've got our new Assistant Public Works Director, Mr. Andy Hooten here, and good morning, sir.
Morning, Chairman, Commissioners. So before you is our annual paint striping contract. Similar to what Brant Lyman spoke about previously, you'll notice that we were low bidder on the project by roughly 6% as outlined in that letter. So, but this is all paid for out of fuel tax. We don't feel that the bid was exorbitant and recommend award.
Questions, commissioners? Look like an increase in glass and paint and just
Glass
the
beads
typical.
went up this year more than we expected as well, so pretty common.
Comments, questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Shanefield.
make a motion to approve the Sweetwater County 2023 paint striping project to S&L Industrial for the total bid of $413,601.20. And authorize chairman to sign.
Thanks, Commissioner. We do have a motion to approve by Commissioner Shanefield. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Getting off easy today. Thanks, Andy. Next is item 12, Resolution 2306 PR01. Provide public camping within Pioneer Trails picnic grounds. Mentioned on there is Mr. De Leon, Deputy County Attorney. Go ahead, John.
You have before you Resolution 2306 PR01, which is the resolution providing for group camping. And it also provides for the management components related to the parks. Remember back in March 21st, you as a board authorized staff to advertise the notice of intent for this particular resolution. This comes about in part because the Boy Scouts approached you as a board asking you to take a look into group camping for youth. Public Works Director Gene Legursky and Commissioner Slaughter and Commissioner Richards got together with the Boy Scouts, kind of troubleshooted the different components of a resolution, trying to see how that could be provided. And this resolution is the result of those conversations and those meetings. This resolution identifies that there are 11 parks that are owned by the county, and one park in particular, Pioneer Trails Picnic Ground, because of its location near the Green River and because of it having pavilions, was suitable for group camping. And as a result, the group that got together wanted to put on some restrictions and some requirements for group camping. First of all, the group camping would be for people, for more than 10 people. That would be the definition of a group. A damage deposit was contemplated in the amount of $500, and that would be, again, it would be returned if there was no damage. There would be a fee that was identified, a fee in the amount of $300 per stay. The limit of that stay would be 3 nights, a maximum of 3 nights. Any individuals participating in group counseling would be required to have insurance. That is the same insurance requirements that are required anytime somebody fills out a facility use agreement for any county building, any county land that is used. In addition, the resolution provides that in addition to the 3 consecutive overnight maximum, it provides for a maximum of 100 people. Those 100 people would be camping overnight in the designated camping area. And as far as fire restrictions that were put in place on this resolution, the requirement is that anybody that participates in group camping will abide by BLM fire restrictions that are in place at the time, that they will not gather any firewood out at the park, that they will bring their own fuel to the facility, and they will use the designated fire ring that is out at the location. And lastly, the resolution provides that any participants will abide by the Civil Rights Act of 1964. So that is the resolution. It is ready for you to have discussion, to make a decision after it being opened up to the public. There was one comment that was received, that Mr. Legursky received from April Ecker, who is a Leave No Trace master educator. I wanted to be able to, when that's appropriate, be able to give those comments to the board.
Questions, comments, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, couple things to note is this is a one-year plan to see how it works out. At the end of that 1 year, probably after the summer, because that'll give us the chance to see how it works. We can determine if that $300 is suitable, if it should be more, if it should be less. I was really disappointed in Ms. Ecker's comments because she was in the room with us discussing all of these things and never said a word about her concerns. As me and Commissioner Slaughter and Jean and the Scouts discussed the terms we came up with in this resolution, 300 was determined the best starting point because of what it costs our staff to go out there and prep for one of these, to go out and pick up the garbage after one of these, to check on them, and 300 was about a break-even point for our staff. The $500 deposit is pretty typical of our facility uses. So I think everything we're asking here is fair. Boy Scouts of America, their official position is they support this resolution. They think the $300, while it is steep, they think it's fair because we're also going to provide the bathroom services, something that they've had to provide on their own in the past. So this saves them about $150. So really it's just an extra cost of $150 to them. We did it the way we did for all groups because this is a land patent that requires us to meet civil requirements for equal access. We couldn't just say we're only going to do it for youth groups because that's age discrimination. We needed to make it available to everybody. But at the same time, we didn't want to open up our campgrounds to long-term transient camping either. We have a lot of projects coming. We're going to have a lot of need for housing, and we didn't want our parks to be what fills that need, and a higher price helps solve that. So I recommend everybody voting for this resolution, give it the year to test, and we'll readdress it next winter and see if it's working for us. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd move the approval of, what's our number here?
We have to open it to public hearing first, I think.
Oh, do I have to?
Do we need a public hearing on the resolution?
Yeah.
Okay.
We do. Okay.
I'll come back to that motion.
No problem.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Shanefield.
I just wanted to make the comment of thank you for taking the time, both Commissioner Slaughter and Commissioner Richards, to work through this with the Scouts and our staff, and giving them the opportunity to do this and the option to do this while still protecting our staff and the work that we're putting in and the park and everything else. So I think that this is what my goal was when I said, please come back, figure this out, work it out, and I'm very excited with what you guys brought back, and I just wanted to say thanks because we need to do more of this across the county to support those groups and yet still be able to maintain what we're doing.
Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman.
well said. I would echo that. I appreciate your guys' time you put into it. It was a lot bigger issue than I realized. I served on the rec board, and I remember dealing with some of that stuff, but going through this ample process has been kind of unique in that regard. So I, too, was a little bit confused when we received the feedback that sounds like John's probably going to read in, because it felt like both parties walked away happy. So anyway, that being said, I appreciate your guys' time, and go ahead, Commissioner Slaughter.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to say, when this was originally brought before us, there was a feeling that no was going to be the answer, and I felt we had an obligation to try and find some way to say yes to something of this nature. So that was the reason, I felt like it was important to spearhead a cooperative group with the Boy Scouts and with our Public Works Department to try and facilitate this. I don't think it's a perfect agreement, but as Commissioner Richards stated, it is only for 1 year. It gives us an opportunity to try this, and we are at least able to say yes by doing this. So I too would recommend that we pass this.
Very good. Any other comments? If not, I guess we will go ahead and open up a public hearing for Resolution 2306 PR01 to provide public camping within the Pioneer Trails picnic grounds. And at this time, although once again, it doesn't appear as that anyone's online or in the audience to speak to this, but this would be the appropriate time. And while we're waiting, I believe Mr. DeLeon has a letter or an email that he would like to read in.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this is, again, this is from April Ecker, the Leave No Trace Master Educator. She provided an email to Public Works Director Gene Legursky. In that email, or in that letter, she identified that she appreciated the commission finding a way for the youth to participate in group counseling. She did express some comments in terms and concerns in terms of the fact that there would be that there are cattle that are in the area, that cattle that folks that have cattle in the area don't particularly don't submit any payments, and that they also can damage the property out there. She identified that she had a concern about the reservation component that is part of this land. There's a requirement that there's a reservation that requires that the original owner be able to use the property if they choose, and so she expressed a concern on that reservation. She expressed concern that that when somebody does participate in group counseling, that the park itself isn't closed to the public in general. So she wanted to express that point. She wanted to reiterate that a lot of the groups that will be participating in the camping are nonprofit organizations that don't have a lot of money, and that they try to be good stewards of the land and the property, and that they would essentially do their due diligence in leaving zero footprint on the property. She had two specific questions. She asked if she rents the park for a youth group and somebody else damages the property, would they be charged? She also had a question that was related to if they clean up the property well, then would that eliminate the need for the county to have to go and pick up the following day? In addition to those questions, I think the primary crux of Ms. Ecker's comments were related to the deposit, which would be returned, and then the use fee. She specifically recommended, instead of the $500 and $300 deposit and the $300 use fee, she recommended a $50 fee, refundable deposit fee. She recommended $30 per night for groups under 50, $50 per night for groups under 70, $80 per night for groups up to 85, and $100 per night for groups under 100. And so those are the comments that Ms. Ecker provided, and for your consideration.
Thanks, John. Are there any other comments for this public hearing on Resolution 2306 PR01, either in the audience or online at this time? Hearing and seeing none, we will go ahead and close the public hearing. And Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I would just comment that it's hard to rent half a porta potty in reference to her fee charges. And the issue with the cattle, there are 4 cattle operators in that area, and when the river is at low levels, it's impossible to keep them out of there. It is a fence-out state, and at some point, the county might have to consider fencing that river area to keep them out of there.
Thanks, Commissioner. I'd entertain a motion to approve Resolution 2306 PR01 to provide public camping within the Pioneer Trails picnic grounds.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
I'd like to make that motion.
Got a motion by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Shanefield. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thanks for everyone's work on that. Next up, these will be pretty quick. I don't know that they're totally necessary, but in an act of transparency, I felt like I'd bring them before for ratification. The events complex reached out to ask if I'd submit a welcome letter for their Airstream Rally newsletter that they send out, so that is up for ratification, and I would ask if there's any questions on that. If not, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Shanefield.
I'll make a motion to ratify the Sweetwater County welcome letter for the Airstream Rally.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Shanefield. We have a second.
I would second that, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. You are such a great writer. We appreciate it very much.
Thanks, Commissioner. We do have a second by Commissioner Toman. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. And the final item for today is ratifying a letter of support for the City of Rock Springs for their USDA Urban and Community Forestry Grant application. If there's not any questions on that, I would entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Ratification, excuse me. Motion by Commissioner Shanefield.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Got a little bit behind there, but we made up some time. We do have an executive session to discuss real estate, personnel, and legal. It is anticipated that action will be taken upon coming out, and with that, I'd entertain a motion to enter into executive.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Shanefield. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. We are now in executive.
He said as soon as possible. The governor's hoping to make appointments as soon as possible for the shooting complex. They pretty much have them laid out.
We can. Okay, I would entertain a motion to come out of executive session and reconvene the meeting. Don't all move at once.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Slaughter. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. We're now out of executive. After coming out, we do have action to take. And at this time, I'd hand it over to Commissioner Richards.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move to approve the personnel agreement as presented.
Got a motion to approve by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Shanefield. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Second item to address, I would at this time hand it over to Commissioner Shanefield.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve the commercial lease agreement with specifics as discussed with Masterminds 307 and authorize the chairman to sign.
Do you have a motion to approve by Commissioner Shanefield? Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Mr. Chairman, I abstain.
Let the record show 4-1 with one abstention. And there being no further business to come before this board, this regular meeting is adjourned. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's been a long morning. We do have a budget workshops that was originally scheduled for 1:30. We're obviously 20 minutes behind here. Some of us are eating lunch as we speak, so if you don't mind, if we can resume at 1:55. Yeah. We will kick it off here in about 5 minutes. Thanks.
You just wanted us to skip your budget part?
fit them in sometimes. Like, this is a horrible idea. So I start even earlier.
But it's nice of you to buy lunch.
Thank you much. We'll go ahead and call this budget workshop to order. June 6th, 2023. Thanks again for all your patience today. Had a lot to go through, so we'll see if we can't make up some time here. Bonnie, did you want to kick us off, or do you just want us to get right into it?
We'll go ahead and get right into it, because I'll be later.
Okay. So it looks like first up is Climb, Wyoming, and we do have Brittany Gray here, so welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the opportunity to come and present. So just to get right into it, as you can see from the budget worksheet, that we are asking for the same amount that we had last year. So we're not increasing that ask. We're working to show sustainability of our support through the county. So as we continue to think about the self-sufficiency for the program and sustainability, it's important that we're showing that our communities are invested as well. And so I just wanted to give some updates. Over the last year, we've done an office careers program in the fall. We had 10 women participate, and it was quick pick trainings, accounting, et cetera. And so those women have been placed at various employers, including like DJ's Glass, some we're working with the hospital, et cetera. And then currently we just had our commencement on the 22nd of May for our truck driving program. And we were actually able to partner with the county for seasonal truck driving workers, as well as some other construction opportunities. So just wanted to share just the updates, as well as we are looking to continue strong in our research and planning here, and also thinking about new partnerships with other industries, thinking about what does that look like for TerraPower that's come into the community, or how can we expand the services that we're providing to help fill the workforce gaps that are in our community. So just appreciate your support, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thanks, Brittany. Appreciate that. Any questions for Climb, Wyoming commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I
Commissioner
would just
Tillman.
like to thank you very much. I've talked to some of your students, and I think you're one of the most powerful programs in the county for women. So keep up the good work.
Well, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
I
Richards.
just want to say, Brittany, thank you for the invitation to the commencement, but we received them about 3 days after the commencement. So maybe next
good to
year
know.
Send them a little earlier.
Thank you. Y'all are going to get them in a month for December. Thank you for that feedback. Let me know.
You can email them too.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Any other comments or questions? No, I'd echo what Commissioner Tillman had to say. I think you all do a great job. We appreciate the flat budget, and we'll continue to support you where we can. So keep up the good work, and after that long, lengthy wait, you're getting off easy today.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Just to
Can I
give,
ask one more question?
nope, it's too late.
What is your total budget, and how many students do you serve? Just fast.
Yeah, so statewide looks different than Sweetwater County. So let me get those. I'm happy to get those numbers for you. So in program, so we serve roughly 22 to 24 women in program per year, but we serve roughly 50 to 80 people who are trying to get stable enough to do the program, and then we work with roughly 80 to 100 graduates a year. So I can get you more of that specific data if you'd like that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anything else?
Any other follow-up questions, commissioners? I gotta pick on you. Yeah, look.
Well, I will share. So over 2022, our graduation rate was 98%, and we've seen that the women who were using food stamps into our program have decreased their use by 81% as graduates. So your support is making a difference, and we appreciate that. So thank you.
And most of them are employed too, right?
Yes. So typically we see that the women are underemployed or unemployed, And then 2 years post-program, 87% of the women are still in their jobs, and they've increased their income by 2-3-fold, as well as their opportunity to access private health care triples.
So I found, as you were talking there, sorry,
Mm-hmm.
your total revenues are $6.5 million. That's got to be for the whole state.
The entire state,
Okay.
yep, that's statewide.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good. Thanks, Brittany.
Okay,
Appreciate
thank you.
your time. And just to kind of give you all some background, we've been going through budgets. Obviously, this is the tail end of the outside agencies. We haven't made final determinations on where we're at yet. We hope to make that quickly, probably today, as Bonnie will continue to put a finger on us. But there's been kind of some confusion this year with the way that the monies are rolling in, where in years past, we've known projection-wise where we're going to end up, and so it makes it a lot easier to balance the budget. That's changed with how the monies are collected, and so they're coming in on a month-to-month basis, which changes significantly, at least it has over the last couple. So it's made it difficult to just kind of see exactly where we're going to be. We have a pretty good feeling now, having been through these, but being that it's a budget workshop, we haven't made any final decisions. We'll try and communicate those with you as we get closer to that time, but more or less, we're just here to hear you out, discuss any increases or decreases you might have, and to see what your organization's been up to, and keep the communication open. So I just didn't want you all sitting there in suspense, hoping for some direction today. You might get some, but obviously any action will be taken in a normal meeting and not in a workshop. So with that, I believe Boys and Girls Club of Sweetwater County is up next, and we have Lisa Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm glad to be here. Thanks for having all of us. Boys and Girls Club's been around for 12 years. We are asking a little more this year. Since COVID, our numbers were down, a ton, just because we couldn't see so many. So this time last year in 2020, we saw 40 kids. And when you lose that revenue, it just kind of catches up to you. There's no more PPP money. We had about $60,000 in sewer repairs in the last 6 months. Don't ask me why they've all decided to not work. But if you have 100 and something kids in the building, you need potties. It's a sad situation when you don't have them. So we've asked for a little bit of increase. Not only that, we're seeing uptake. So we registered 189 kids for summer. We're averaging 121 of those kids daily walking in the door. We just took 120 kids to the movies today. It's quite a deal when you see that many kids walking in. They have to put us in 2 different theaters because we just have too many, which is fantastic. That's what we want to see. So we know that we're helping the families, not just providing things for the kids, but we are inclusive. We give out food. A couple times a week we have food where the parents can come and they can choose from a full meal, from tacos with the full thing, from protein to spaghetti to stable shelf items, fresh fruit, vegetables, and those things. We like to do that because we're able to take a look at how much food certain families take. We know that those are the families we probably need to pay a little more attention to. What else do they might need? Are they okay? Are they having a struggle paying their rent, their car, and things like that? And when those things are happening, we kind of have a talk with them, and then we refer them to different agencies so that we can make sure that there's roofs over the head and clothes on the children, because that's the last thing that children need to worry about is what are they going to go home to, what that's going to look like. We've seen an uptake in just wellness of kids. They seem to be struggling a little bit more with their social emotional. So we've implemented some new programming, positive action, smart moves, some things to help them with coping mechanisms and things like that, not just at club, but at home and at school at well, because we know that they're not just with us, they're in other places. And so we're trying to help them so that they can be better where they're at, so that their education can be a priority if they know how to handle those things. Like I said, we've just taken in a lot more kids, and that's fabulous because we are about 20 from lower from 219, and our goal is to get to the 219 numbers. And so we're pretty excited about that, to have that amount of kids walk in the door and to be able to help the youth and their families. So yeah.
Thanks, Alicia.
I could talk forever, so I'm going to be quiet.
One question I had for you, just looking at your income statement and your request, you showed roughly $600,000 in expense, but you've only expended about $100,000 of that. Do you intend to expend 500,000
So-
over the next month?
So what happens is, our financials aren't, you ask for up to March, but really we only have up to April by the time our bank statements and everything get in there. We're just scrambling to get them all in there. I'll let you know that, there are some big, like there's more payroll on the list. We had to bring in more payroll because we have more people, and we have to be competitive. I mean, we've got so many that are starting, young kids out at $14, $15 an hour, that we're struggling to keep up with the market and get people in the door. So you will see an increase of that, if we can send that to you, because that has come up higher. Like I said, we put out in the last, since we've sent that in, we put out another $30,000 in sewer. That's a big deal. We had to cash a CD to get that done. And then, like I said, we just have an uptick in the summer coming in. We had to rent some buses, and we had to increase some of our payroll things. So our first 2 months were a little slow, but we had to get going to get things in there. And when we know that that's our budget, but we really didn't have that kind of money in our account. That was our budget. And so, you know, I would rather work shorthanded and me work on the floor than put somebody on the floor if I can't afford to pay them. And so we just had to wait for some of those things to come running through. So at that point, you'd only seen about 2 months of things coming through. Does that answer what you're asking?
It does, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
I knew that. It's just been a long morning, and I forget that it's through the end of March and not.
Yeah, ours is a
current.
little bit different, yeah. We're, we're the January to December, not. So it looks like we haven't done very much, but we're a little behind in the paperwork for what compared to.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Toman.
are you in Green River also?
We are not right now. So GRASP, Green River After School Program, has been over in Green River for a really long time. If we came over, we feel like could be duplicating services that are already there. If at some point that went away, it would be an option for us to look at coming over here, but we feel that Green River is taken care of right now.
Okay.
And then we'd have to increase our budget by a lot to come over. So.
Any other questions or comments, commissioners? Okay, well, thanks very much, Lisa.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Next, we have the Sweetwater Family Resource Center. We've got Sherry West here this afternoon. Hello, Sherry.
Hello.
No relation.
Chairman, no. Unless it helps with the budget stuff. And then we're, Chairman, Commissioners, we did ask for a slight increase this year of $4,850 total budget. The reason for that is we have had over the last 3 years since COVID started an influx of COVID-based money, whether it came from the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, ERAP. There was also Emergency Solutions Grant, had some COVID money tied to that. So it's been quite the feast the last 3 years. And now all of those are ending. ERAP ends on June 30th. So everybody says go back to pre-COVID days, which is great, but not all the same funding sources are available. United Way has always supported us tremendously throughout the years. They informed me 2 months ago that their donations are way down, and we're probably looking at half of what they normally contribute. The Emergency Solutions Grant won't even be available to apply for until January because all of the focus has been on ERAP. However, ERAP has done a tremendous job in Sweetwater County for housing and utilities for those folks in the county. So far through their portal, they have spent a little over $13 million just in Sweetwater County. We also had a grant with them for the last year, starting last June, and we have spent out of our office ERAP money only $844,000 in rent and utilities, emergency shelter, and moving costs, probably being the least of which. And according to the Community Needs Assessment, housing and affordable housing is top priority in this county as far as getting, and it's twofold because while we can help them get over the hump We really try with case management to remove the barriers that prevent them in the future from paying their rent and their utilities or getting a job. I think the most stressful are those living on a fixed income, those living on SSI, SSDI, the elderly and the disabled, that are not able to increase their income. And while we can't pay all of their rent, nor are we even going to try, we try to subsidize and get them, you know, if they need additional help, we do have staff members that can help them apply for Social Security, disability, and SSI. And using other community resources, SNAP. Workforce Services has some great programs right now if that's the direction they need to go in. Climb is wonderful. So for independence and the housing needs and utility assistance, we split the budget in half for $25,000 to help cover overhead, staff wages, case management, and some assistance that doesn't fall into other categories that we can use this grant for. On the visitation side, we asked for $25,000 as well. I have 3 employees, and then I have 1 that is paid for through CSEP, so I do not pay for her out of my budget. We have 2 offices for the visitation and exchanges, 1 in Rock Springs, 1 in Green River. We're open 7 days a week. We're open in the evenings so that those non-custodial parents can spend some time with their kids, exchange the kids with somebody that maybe they have a no contact order with, or they just don't want to see the ex or the other parent. Is a very safe, supervised way for them to do this. Last year, we had 31 new families sign up in 2022. So far this year, we've had 4 new families sign up. But most of these families, while 4 doesn't sound like very many, they're seeing us on a weekly or bi-weekly basis in addition to all the families we are already seeing and helping. So also a very valuable program and primarily paid for out of Sweetwater County funds historically. Green River City does help some to help cover our Green River office, but any questions?
Thanks, Sherry. Any questions for the Sweetwater Family Resource Center commissioners? You can tell they just had lunch.
Yeah. Well, you guys have supported us for years, and we have sincerely appreciated the support of Sweetwater County. Not all the government entities have supported us in quite the way that the county has, and we really appreciate it. We make it go as far as we can, and we can't do it without you guys.
All right, well, thanks for your time today, Sherry. Appreciate you sticking with us, and we'll be in touch. Oh, sorry. I normally pay attention for that.
You must have just eaten lunch.
Shots fired. Next up, we have the Food Bank of Sweetwater County. We've got Kathy Seiler. Hi, Kathy.
So the food bank is requesting that Sweetwater County continue supporting our mission to feed the hungry of Sweetwater County by providing $26,485 as an in-kind donation of health insurance for our organization. The food bank, we have 2 locations, one in Green River and one in Rock Springs. And we distribute twice a month in Rock Springs and twice a month in Green River. And in between, we're out there trying to secure food and purchasing, organizing, setting up the distributions. In the month of April, we saw a 19% increase in households from a year ago. It seems as though our households are frequenting the food bank more often than previous years. And of course, you know, things are kind of tough right now with the economy the way it is. And then there's, 10% of Wyoming families are food insecure, and that includes 1 in 4 children. So by continuing your support of the food bank, you're able to help us to support our mission of feeding the hungry.
I did not know after all these years that was for county health insurance.
Oh, you didn't? Oh,
No.
yeah, it's an in-kind donation.
I'm a new guy, so,
Yeah,
I don't have
yeah.
history with that, but yeah, I didn't realize that.
Yes. Yeah, it helps a lot. It offsets other costs so that we can use our funding that we do receive to buy food. That's another thing we do. We have a partnership with Food Bank of Wyoming. And so we are able to purchase food, and we can get 3 meals for every $1 by doing that through that partnership. We also have a grocery rescue program where we go around to the grocery stores and pick up food that would normally be thrown away, but it's still suitable for consumption. And then we have a partnership with United Way. We have the community diaper bank at the food bank at both locations. We also have what they call the Totes of Hope Children program, and that's where we provide backpacks on the weekends for low-income school children. Our main school that we support is Head Start. It's an income-based school. And so those are just a few of the things that the food bank does.
Very good. Thanks, Kathy. Any questions for the Food Bank of Sweetwater County? Easy enough.
Okay,
Thanks
thank you.
very much.
Thank you.
Next is VIRS Respite Care. We've got Melissa Searle. Hello.
Good afternoon. I have our board president with us too, Ann Shipman. I thought I'd give a little history of VRS Respite Care since we have new members. We've been in the county for over 40 years. We do in-home personal care to the elderly and disabled of all ages. Currently, we have around 200 clients that we serve. We go in and do personal care, we do relief time, and with personal care, that could be bathing, it could be going shopping, it can be changing sheets, it can fixing a meal. So there's lots of things that go along with that. This year we did ask for a 5% increase. That is for mileage mostly. We only did $600 of that for increase in salaries. Our poor providers have not had a raise in many years, and we're finding that it's hard to keep our providers. Once COVID hit, they can go to a different job and make a lot more money, so they have to love what they do to stay with us. Most of our providers have been with us for over 5 years. Our longest one has been with us for close to the time we opened, 40 years. Yes, she is in her 80s, and she's fabulous. But our mileage has gone up 35% in the last year. Most of that's due to having to drive to Green River. We don't have a provider located here. We're having a tough time finding someone in Green River to provide care. We can't have somebody who's new CNA because they are on their own. So we want someone who is experienced. So our providers are having to drive to Green River, so that's increased. And then also we went from 58 cents to 65.5 for mileage. That's kind of why we're asking for the increase.
All right, you got to help me out. What is VIRS?
It stands for Volunteer Information Referral Service.
Ah.
When we
I
started,
Googled it and I couldn't find it, so I'll just ask.
when we started, we did more like what 211 is. That's what we did. So people would call us and ask us information, and then we'd also help people find volunteers. We don't do that anymore. So
Okay.
it became very confusing because we had a lot of people calling and wanting information and volunteers. So we shortened it.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Toma.
Are you coordinating any with Young at Heart? Because I know they are doing a lot of in-home health also.
We do. We work a lot with Young at Heart, hospice, Golden Hour over here. So we we coordinate services to make sure that we kind of all give hours when needed to kind of do the whole person so they get what we all have limited budgets, so.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions, commissioners?
Thank you.
Well, Melissa, Ann, thanks for coming over. Appreciate it. Next up, we have the youth home. We've got Amber Everman.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I am acting executive director, so please be patient while I fumble through this. This is our board member, David Gibbons. He came to help support. I have been with the youth home for about 25 years, and it's been obviously around a lot longer than that. But the youth home has served a total of 31 court-ordered long-term residents and 117 crisis short-term placed residents. In total, that means that we have served 148 families in the community, both Rock Springs and Green River. The youth home is needed most definitely to provide youth who have protection issues, delinquent behavior issues, as not to be placed in other counties, and to keep them closer to their families while receiving services. We are also a huge benefit to Highway Patrol, as we have been available to take children whenever the need arises, until parents can come from either another city or another state to pick up their children. We are licensed for 20 beds, 10 in Rock Springs and 10 in Green River. Total expenses for this year to date were roughly $794,000, and total income so far has been $756,000. Okay. Any other questions?
Thanks, Amber. Any questions, commissioners?
Yeah, she said you have 10 beds in each place, but you have 31 court-ordered long-term. So where do you put the other 10 kids, 11
Well,
kids?
that's spread out, I'm sorry, throughout the year,
Okay.
yes.
All right.
We were building a shed to add, no, just kidding. But it is a valued service. Yes.
Just curious.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richards.
You didn't fill out, is your organization currently receiving other funds? Do you anticipate other funds? But clearly your revenues and expenses are way above Sweetwater County's contribution. Where else do you receive funds from?
We received funds. We did get help from United Way, which we're anticipating reapplying within 6 months with them. Right now, I believe that's all we have at the moment.
State of Wyoming as well.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. For the paid placement beds, we get that funding from DFS. I apologize to the state.
You're back on schedule to receive the state of Wyoming payments now? You're caught up on that?
Yes.
So I would assume that's the bulk of your revenue then?
Yes.
Yeah, because I mean, your budget's around, $1 million, and obviously our portion of that's only 140,000, so that's state. This is, okay. Any other questions, commissioners?
No.
All right, it's easy today so far. Thanks, Amber and David. Next up, we've got the University of Wyoming Extension, Sweetwater County Office, Marty Henry. Well, welcome back.
Good afternoon. Easy, huh? This morning it didn't seem easy. Okay. I'm sorry, but I am Marty Henry. I am the Sweetwater County 4-H educator and the Sweetwater County Extension County Coordinator. And we have currently 3 programs in our county office. We have the Master Gardener program, the Sensible Nutrition program, and the 4-H program. I'm really excited to say that our numbers in 4-H are finally coming back up, thanks to COVID, taking a big hit. We're back up to about 300 kids in the program and about 100 kids in volunteers, 100 adult volunteers, excuse me. And then our Master Gardener is in full swing right now. She's getting called out for yard calls like crazy. And we're actually, unfortunately, having to turn some folks away for pesticide testing because we don't have a current concrete location to tell them where we can do that, as you already know. And then our Sensible Nutritionist is the best in the state. She has had the highest success rate for probably 10 years running. She's amazing. If you don't know Wendy Nielsen, we should make you guys meet. But it's I think, in my opinion, it's a very valued program. And this year, I'm happy to announce we're asking for less money than we have previous years.
Depending on the rent you have to pay.
Yeah,
Or
right?
don't have to pay.
Yes, yes, that is a very good point. And actually, I've had some opportunities off subject come to me about places, but they would be again leasing, which is kind of counterproductive of what we're trying to attempt this morning, I realize, but still options. But where was I? Oh, but anyways, we are asking for what I think a little 5% less this year. It's not
5.3.
5.33. But if you have any other questions, I do believe that on our supplemental income, obviously we make no money, but every year we do ask, the 4-H program specifically invites donors for our fair awards. I will apply for a grant for our jackpot show that will be happening July 8th and 9th for awards as well. But other than that, that's it.
Very good. Thanks, Marty. Any questions for the Extension Office?
Marty, I was just wondering if there's any way you could find a smaller font size to use in some of these boxes.
I'll make a note and I'll fix that.
I have zoomed the one box to 200% for me to be able to read it.
We kind of struggled with the new electronic submission this year. It was a little difficult for us. So I'll make a note and we'll fix.
I'll get you some of those 300-pound readers.
Yeah, I just need better glasses, I think.
Yeah, see? Okay.
Any other questions, commissioners? Well, we got to know you this morning, so this is just a continuation, but we appreciate the 5% reduction. Hopefully that doesn't come back on us when we try to find you an additional facility, but we'll see what happens.
Thank you.
We appreciate you coming over.
Well, and I don't want to be sneaky. I should point out that we did ask for raises that would be specifically from county for our master gardener and our assistant. And our master gardener has not received a raise in the 5 years that she's been with us. So we're hoping that's not too much of a ask, but I also didn't want to be sneaky. I wanted to point it out.
Appreciate that. Okay, we'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Thanks, Marty. Next up, we've got the Eden Valley Improvement District. Travis Gines. I don't know if I pronounced that right. Gines, sorry about that, sir.
Also have Kim Brown today.
Kim Brown. Hi, Kim.
I'm Travis Gines with the Eden Valley Improvement District. I'm one of 5 board members currently in Eden on the board, and it's always the same thing every year. I think there's only one year that we hadn't had any funding from the county in 2022, I believe it was. We did get our funding last year that we requested. We're requesting it again this year, $35,000. And this form that we fill out year to year, it often looks like we're sandbagging because we do what, I guess it would answer the question as far as our cash flow and whatnot. A lot of that, as far as reserves, we spend anywhere from $80,000 to $90,000 on our operating costs, and we do receive funding from the cemetery board for mill levy, from their mill levy money. We have an MOA with them. There's quite a bit of that money, that $40,000 of the $140,000, I think that we claim as cash flow as a CD, which is from previous boards and entities. Actually, not. Kim knows a little more about the history on that, but a lot of that money we can't spend as far as operating costs, so, or on operating costs rather.
So in other words, the days cash on hand is accurate. You got almost 1,150 days cash on hand?
More or less.
Can you explain or elaborate on some of that as far as?
So as I mentioned, that the operating costs are about $80,000 a year, $85,000 on a normal year. This year won't be just because of the snow removal and whatnot. And we keep that on hand. That's our operating money of that 140. The 40,000's in CDs, which we don't use that for operating money either. So cash on hand is, I believe, about $110,000 currently. or year to year. But $80,000, if we had no funding from the county or any of the cemetery, the MOA through the cemetery board, we do have a scale there, a public scale that we get income on, plus our rentals of the building. So that $80,000, if we got no funding at all, period, that would pay a year's budget, basically, of operating costs.
Commissioner Tillman.
How much do you have set aside to maintain the building as far as roof replacements or things like that?
That would be that $80,000 that we don't spend. We kind of keep that, try to keep that $80,000. That's where we try to keep in our bank account at all time, basically.
And I know the taxpayers are assessed that. I see you still owe 1.35. So how many more years is that going to be collected? Do you know?
15.
15 more years?
We originally had set that up to be paid out in 15 years, but because we wanted 3 mills to be pulled, but that didn't happen. They only pulled 1 mill, so it actually strung it out for full 30 years versus the 15 like we had hoped to have it paid for when the oil field, of course, was booming and everything.
So if the coal mine goes down, there's going to be some high property taxes.
Yeah.
Because you have to meet the debt
Right,
requirement.
right. But that, just one of those things that happened that wasn't intended, but it did. So anyway, we're looking this year at some costs on the fire system. We don't even know what that's gonna end up being, 30, 40,000, because of the fire system that's had some issues that was not done properly to start with, and we're having to upgrade that at this time. So we're looking at a pretty good chunk of change there to get the fire people happy. And then we're let's see, last year we did our pavement and stuff of that nature too. Another thing to remember is on the CDs that he's talking about, you're seeing in there, that was all money that was previously raised when we were the district actually put the original scale in, and that was money that was made from the scale. And when we rolled to the improvement district under the county, that money was put into CDs that was pre-made, and we've just laid that aside for fixing and repairing on the scales and those kind of things, that's actually where the money was generated from. And so that's why we have the CDs sitting there that are just for repairs and maintenance of that particular facility.
Well, you might also stress that there's no free use of that building. People either pay, like the cemetery district, or individual renters have to pay to use that building. It's not a free use building.
Well, the only time it's free is when it's a funeral, because that was kind of part of
The cemetery assessment.
cemetery
Yeah.
we had when they helped us to kind of get the thing going and off the ground. That was the agreement that we made with them, that anybody that wants to use the building for a funeral would not be charged for it. And so we don't get any revenue off of that, and it's just a good community service too.
So this 3.2 million, is that the CDs you're talking about?
No, that's the mill levy for the building itself.
Okay.
That was the original cost of the building, of which they owe 1.375 for the next 15 years. They will charge the taxpayers for that.
Yeah, we floated a bond for that, and that's the bond that still needs to be paid.
How much do you make in income from rental? I don't see it on your form.
I think on a good year, around 10,000, which is, again, that's gone down since the oil field and everything else kind of cratered as well.
Yeah, when the facility was put in, that was a big use was oil field and everything, which is currently past. And everybody knows what's going on there, so we don't get any revenue really from the oil field anymore that we did back when we first started the thing going. They were always doing their business meetings in there and trainings and all kinds of stuff of that nature, but that's non-existent now.
It says the county owns the building, but is that because of the mill levy?
I'm assuming that.
Or isn't it owned by the improvement district?
Yes. It's under the improvement district, which we formed and have our own board. We're a publicly elected board probably as close to any kind of government entity that we have in Farson, really. But it's all elected like any of the other boards and not appointed.
So on the rentals in 2023, Commissioner, we had $11,715 on rentals, and then the dollars we did make on the scale was $7,800.
That's another thing that's down significant is the scale use, because there was a huge amount of inflow from there back when we started too and made our plans that was the scale use, because there was a lot of oil field activity and a lot of trucks going across there. That's essentially almost went to nothing. Right now it's mostly agriculture, hay products and stuff of that nature going over. It's the biggest use of it. Once in a while the DOT will use it for running across there for stuff, but we've had that going for many, many years. I don't know, 40 years probably since we started that thing going, so it's been a great thing for the community.
Well, and you do have one part-time employee, but I don't see that on here.
She'd be contract.
Yeah, their contract.
That would be an
Okay.
operating cost, we would put that salary in there. And that's not a set salary, it's just on a need, as we need her. She maintains the building, janitorial duties for what we use her for.
Any other questions, Commissioners? Travis, Kim, we appreciate your time and come and explain some of the questions, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would point out what it's, Farson taxpayers pay isn't it 6 separate assessments because they've taxed themselves for the cemetery, for the waste, for the improvement district, for the health clinic. I think they've taxed themselves 5 or 6 different taxes that those taxpayers out there have voted to fund themselves. So I think I'm speaking in support of the event center. I mean, it's a great community thing, but they need a little bit of help with maintenance.
Yeah, that's what this pretty well is used for, is utilities and insurance. Our insurance alone is $12,000 a year, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Just that alone.
It's not going down.
And it's a big building, costs money.
And as you know, we can't use any of the bond money as far as maintenance goes, so.
Yeah, plus we don't have the ability to pull a mill for any kind of maintenance at all. We've got pretty much either get it from you guys or raise it in some other direction. A little more difficult, but we appreciate your help on it all the years.
Thanks, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Next, we have the Red Desert Roundup Incorporated, Rick Hawkins. Hi, Rick.
Hi, Chairman, Commissioners. My name's Rick Hawkins. I'm sure most of you know me. Today I got a different hat than Joint Communications. I'm also a board member of the Red Desert Roundup Rodeo Committee. We made a request for $8,400 to help fund the Red Desert Roundup Rodeo. It is a 2-day event toward the end of July. Been in business since 1978 is when it was founded. So we would have had our 46th year, but we took one off for COVID as well, so we're at 45 this year. We make this request in funding from both the City of Rock Springs and the Commission so that we're able to keep the costs down to attend the event as much as we can. Right now, we stay at ticket prices for adults at $16 a piece. It's been that way for several years. We haven't had to increase ticket prices. We try to keep the show fresh, so we've had to change some of the stuff that we do, add events, add entertainment, add things to try to keep people interested in going. Last year, we had a very good year. I think we had some attendance numbers that were at least equal to, if not greater than any that we've had. So that's good, because I will tell you that we will have down years when National High School Finals Rodeo comes in. We know that from the last time they were here for 4 years. Ticket sales were down, attendance was down, sponsorships were down, things of that nature. So At the end of the day, there's a little bit of money that we carry over from year to year. We are a nonprofit organization, so therefore we have to limit that as much as we can, or we have to limit that within reason, let's put it that way, so we can keep that status. And this year we have, it'll probably cost as much as it ever has to put on the show. But we have increased some things like the Cowboy Channel broadcast this on over the internet. We'll have a specialty act, Felix Santana, and our stock contractor that we have there has been with us for a lot of years, and they're nationally known. So it's a full-on PRCA event. So with that, I'll take any questions that you might have. Oh, we have managed to, we've had the request to the cities, or to the city and the county has been raised in some years, lower in some years, but right now 8,400 has been last year and this year. And like I say, 2020 was zero because we didn't have a show. So, any questions?
Thanks, Rick. Any questions for Red Desert Roundup Rodeo?
Well, the Overland Stage Stampede Rodeo this weekend, you have a high bar to meet, so.
We always do. Okay. All right.
Thanks, Rick.
Anything else? Oh, appreciate it. Thank you.
Next, we've got the Sweetwater County Transit Authority, Mary Seppi.
I want to wear my glasses up or what? Take over. So, there we go.
We caught you back up.
Yeah,
We're
I caught
20
back
minutes
up.
ahead now.
Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Mary Seppi. I'm the Director of Star Transit. And just a little bit of background, I took over in 2020 after Ms. Owens retired during the great time of COVID. It was a great time. So during COVID, we ran the entire time. I'm very proud of my drivers. We've come through a lot in the last couple of years, and we're finally getting things back to normal. We have a total of 6 drivers right now. Unfortunately, our buses, because of they were the buses that we've had for quite a while, they do require a CDL, so we're kind of strapped for drivers still until we can get some smaller buses, because as you all know, if you're familiar with the CDL licensing rules, it has become quite difficult to do it. And to train someone to get a CDL is expensive now. Not only that, but they can go somewhere else very easily. You can spend a lot of money on training and then they're going to leave. So the staff I have now is a great staff. We have gone since COVID. Before COVID, we ran a fixed route in Rock Springs, and then we ran a door-to-door service in Green River. And since COVID, we changed things up and took the route offline. We had to do things a lot different because of the space requirements and distancing and all of that. And then as things got better, we tried the route again. We had some issues. We took it back offline. So now we do all door-to-door service. So they call in, they schedule the ride, and we basically go to the door, we pick them up, and we take them to their destination. So we have a lot of seniors who utilize it. We have a lot of riders who utilize wheelchairs, who also use the service, who really have no other way to get around. So we kept our request this year the same. Our ridership is coming up, but we aren't doing as much ridership as we did when we were running both methods, which just makes sense. But we have kept the fixed route offline. We're going to stay with door-to-door. That's what our software is designed to do now. So that's where we're headed with it. So we have just kept our requests the same, where you drive with 6 drivers. 2 of them right now are currently benefited. I was able to do that last year. It really helped us out. And we raised wages last year. We hadn't raised wages for, I don't know, it was probably 6 years. So they're up. We raised it to basically a starting wage for $15 an hour. So that's with a CDL. So that's not much. So the staff I have, again, somebody else said they do it because they love it. And we have, for 6 drivers, the amount of ridership we did in May was like 1,600 rides, which was crazy for the amount of drivers we have. So they're busy and they're going and things like that. So it is working really well. So I'm glad that we have gone to the door-to-door, and I think our riders really like it too, because It's a little more customized. They don't have to ride that route all the way around, things like that. So we have kept our requests the same this year. And we, last year, did okay. We didn't have a little accountant gal that was underneath me quit, and so we didn't actually have to fund most of that last year. So we came out okay last year. And so I think we can make it with the same amount as what we asked you for last year. We run a little bit differently. What we come to you for is basically so we can apply for the federal money. So the majority of our money, if you look back on the 4th page, the majority of our money comes from the FTA 5311 grant. So we get, this year we applied for $426,525. So in order to apply for that, we have to have the match, which is different percentages in different categories. So we come to you, we come to the city of Green River, and we come to the city of Rock Springs for the match for those. And then, of course, we have some fairs, and we have other small agencies that also help out with that match. So we're a little different beast in the fact that we're coming to you basically for match for funding. The majority of it does come from the federal government, and that's why we can charge very low rates for the people to ride so that they can afford that ridership. So I didn't know if you, I know I gave you extra information, and the reason I gave this to you is because it skews it so much. If you look at that capital, you're going to be thinking, what the heck is going on over there? So we don't ask for capital right now from you guys as far as we use anything that we had from reserves, from savings, anything like that, that we have to come up with match for our buses or anything else like that. So the FTA provides the rest of that capital money. And so we've tried not to come to you for any of that. So that's why I backed that capital out, because I wanted you to see the real true operating costs that we're coming to you for. And that's why I gave you the additional supplemental information, just so you could see that this is the revenues and expenditures without all the capital thrown in. Because the capital, the reason that's so high is we haven't had buses for 2 years. So we're throwing a bunch of buses in, and they're coming in at about $115,000 a bus. So it's driving it up quite a bit.
So in that regard, and I think you may have just answered that, but in fiscal year 22, the request from the county was 30,000, then it jumped up to this 112. Was that because of the additional?
I don't think in fiscal year 22, we actually requested more. It was cut.
Didn't you get COVID money too?
We did get COVID money. In 21, we got some COVID money, and in part of 22, we got some COVID money. And so we asked for more money because we didn't know at that time whether we were going to get that COVID money. They were never real clear with us, and then we had already put the request in. So that is why those years were down, and so now we're done with COVID money, just like everyone in the room, done with COVID money. Back to normal COVID. I bet you guys are tired of hearing about COVID. And the COVID money, and then we want to come ask you for more after the COVID
Quite
money.
as bad as going to a Board of Health meeting. That word gets tossed around like Satan.
I know. And let's just hope it's all behind us. But like I said, this is why we're keeping it the same. I'm also curious to see where everything's going to end up now with the way we're running, and now that things are back to normal too, to see what our costs are. We do rent a building currently. That's what we do. Commissioner Shanefield knows I'm a little bit interested in some other talks, but I'm also concerned, with funding being cut. Those reserves have basically been put away so we can have our own building, but I only want to do that if we can afford that building and the maintenance and the things that go. And I listen to all the things that happen here with maintenance and things like that. It does concern me, because whatever you guys don't fund or we're not able to get from matching funds for that money, we fund out of our reserves. So that's how we come up with it. County has some empty buildings. Maybe we could sell some. Well, we've had a little chat, so I know it's out there, but I wanted to get you guys cleared of this first, because I figure this is your biggest beast right now.
Excellent dodge. Thanks, Mary. Any questions for Star Transit?
Okay. Well,
We appreciate the background and information, and as always, the flat budget is very welcome. So.
Well, and if you guys have additional questions, feel free to email me, because I know sometimes you think of things afterwards or, want a little more detail. So feel free to email me or give me a call. I'll explain whatever else we need.
Very good.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. Next, we have the Treatment Court of Sweetwater County, Augusta Clayton Davis. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, everyone. I had Miss Tybo step in my place a couple months ago, and then we were able to bring a participant to show you our product. We are a nonprofit entity. We provide nonviolent offenders the tools to be successful, and we provide treatment and a support system. Treatment court results in a reduction in recidivism by as much as 45%. 75% of all treatment court graduates remain arrest-free, compared to only 30% of those released from prison. Someone attending treatment court instead of the state prison can save up to $13,000 per participant. And we are asking for an increase, a significant increase. However, it's just for one time. We are implementing a DWI court, and with that comes additional expenses. We did ask for funds from the City of Green River and the City of Rock Springs. We have not heard what those are quite yet. Then I broke down specifically what we were asking for, and that was, first of all, we're grateful for the in-kind services of our building. And then also we have Sergeant Bartolotta, who is on our team as well. We're grateful for that. And let's see, so the requested funding of $8,000 will be used frugally, as it has been in the past, for quality services such as substance abuse treatment, monitoring equipment, education, career training, parenting classes, anger management, family counseling, trauma therapy, financial planning, improved life skills, health education, case management services, and advocacy. We have 2 full-time employees, and that's myself and Ms. Lucero. Our salaries come specifically out of the state grant that we apply for. So with the additional $8,000, that is for the implementation of extending our program to the DUI, DWI track. It's for offenders that are on their 2nd, 3rd, and 4th DUI, because at this point in time, we're only taking 4th DUIs, which is a felony. So we'd like to address it at an earlier spot. So the GPS alcohol monitoring devices would be $800 each, for a total of $3,200. Expenses for additional treatment services for the influx, because we do expect a pretty quick increase as soon as we start the DUI court. And so that will be $3,000. And then training costs to ensure evidence-based effectiveness and optimal success for the program is $1,800. And then we also are required to have a 30% local match with our state grant as well. Any questions?
And that 30% match comes out of the regular 8,000?
That's part of it, yes. So we ask for Rock Springs and then Green River as well.
Questions for Augusta, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Shanefield.
do you have an estimate, how many offenders for the DWI portion do you think you'd be able to serve with that amount of money?
Yes, actually.
For the first year?
For the first year.
Because obviously you'll be able to use a lot of them ongoing.
Sure, and then once we have some of the monitors established and the training, those won't be continued expenses. So I would, within the first year, I don't think that I'm overreaching if I say at least 15 solid, and I think that's being somewhat conservative.
I agree, thank you.
Additional questions, commissioners? All right, well, we appreciate the explanation on that. Sounds like if we do concede, then that'll be an interesting, or exciting rather, implementation for the DUI court. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thanks for all you do. Last up here on the outside agencies is the St. Christopher's Highway Travel Assistance. We've got Joyce Cochran here, and welcome back.
Are you tired of seeing me already?
Never.
Never. Thank you for having me today. I'm kind of stymied because of what's been happening with us. We're very poor right now. We're down to about $1,000 in our pocket. And every day, it seems at least one person shows up that needs help. So we've been scraping the barrel wherever we can so we can stay in business until July, when we hope we'll get our grant back from the diocese and help from you folks. I think most of what I would have to say to you today is pretty redundant because I've talked to you about the statistics and everything, but I'd like to read a letter to you, if that's okay, from parents of a young man that we helped. Dear St. Christopher's Highway Project helpers, and a special shout out to Robert, who was the volunteer who helped this young man. We cannot express to you enough our gratitude for your organization. We are overwhelmed by your kindness and concern for strangers in need, strangers with tattoos, rough stories, and uncertain futures. I feel compelled to share Hank's story with you so you can see what a miraculous deed you have done. Hank grew up in a Christian family in California with a mother and father and 3 siblings. He was a wonderful, sensitive child who loved to play outside, wrestle with his brothers, and listen to bedtime stories. When he turned 15, he began making dangerous choices with drugs. This choice totally changed the course of his life, which led to juvenile hall, residential rehab, jail time, and prison time. He was always a nonviolent offender, always cooperative and willing to turn himself in. He never finished high school and never had a driver's license. As to be expected, the years of this took toll on his family, and though the family stayed together, everyone had a strained relationship with him for one reason or another. Early on in his journey, we were at church, and the pastor took me aside, and I shared my troubles, and he looked at me and asked, "How do you know that Hank isn't doing just exactly what God wants him to do?" It was such a game changer for me. I embraced the idea, and from then on, I was able to just love Henry, pray for him, hope for him, but just love him no matter what. And believe me, standing in a prison visitation line or being at the prison parking lot at 2 a.m. when he was released was only doable because of God's grace. Around 25 years old, Henry started to settle down a little. He juggled from being homeless to living at our house. We slowly began to patch up old wounds and began creating a new relationship with our adult son. He really was making great strides. We were not naive. We knew he still struggled with addiction, but he was an adult now, and we encouraged him to stay clean. He surprised us one day by getting his driver's license, and we were all in tears. This was a very big deal for him. On one trip to visit Grandma, Henry decided to go walking. Walking has always been his thing. It happened to be a Sunday, and the big church near her home was in session. He decided to go in and was met with hostility and judgment. The church greeters, aka bouncers, quickly escorted him out the door. This infuriated us, but Hank took it quietly. This incident cemented in his consciousness that he was worthless. No matter how we tried to build him up, we could always tell that he felt like a loser. When we retired, we decided to move out of state. We encouraged Hank to move with us, that we'd find a house that gave him his own space and we'd make it work. He decided to stay in California and told us that it was time to make it on his own. He felt he had mooched off us long enough, but he never did. When he lived with us, he never asked for anything, not money, not food, just a place to shower and sleep. He was always respectful and helpful and reliable. One day he called and said he was moving to Missouri with his girlfriend. He was so excited, and we were too. Finally, a life of his own, a love of his own, and the hope of a future. On his way to Missouri, he was put in jail in Wyoming. He had an outstanding drug charge in California, and his car had expired tags. When we heard this, we were all heartbroken. Can this kid ever catch a break? But God showed us his mercy, and Hank was released, and somehow God led him to you and your organization. You will never know what your kindness meant to all of us. Hank's family was all pulling for him and his mishap. Yes, his fault, but nonetheless another reinforcement to him that he's worthless. But having strangers come to his rescue, showing him love and forgiveness and non-judgment will always be a gift to all the family. What a tremendous difference you have made. Thank you for showing Henry what God's love really looks like. You will always be in our hearts, and we hope this small donation can be passed forward to the next Henry that needs your help. And we help a lot of Henrys. And that letter was very meaningful to all of us who volunteer for this program. And we don't want to see it go away. We help people. I had a mentally ill young man I helped yesterday and got him on a bus to Salt Lake where he would catch Amtrak to California where his mother is. And it's a vital service for this community. And I hope that the community will come forward and give us and help us out. I don't know if I've ever told you the statistics of what happened this winter with us, which is why we're really broke right now. We spent over $16,000 just in January and February because we had families that had to stay in Rock Springs for 4, 5, and 6 days before the roads were open. So thank you for listening to me, and I'd answer any questions.
Thanks, Joyce. We appreciate you being here and for the efforts you put into the travel assistance program. I did see that letter in the packet, and that certainly hits home and makes you proud for doing what you do.
Yeah, it really does.
Changing people's lives. There's a lot of good organizations out there.
How
Any
do
question? Go ahead, Commissioner Tillman.
How do they contact you? Through the Highway Patrol?
Well, it's everybody in the community who knows about us now. I mean, we've been in existence for years, and convenience stores and gas stations. We took care of a man last week who was sleeping on the sidewalk at Love's, and finally one of the Love's clerks called us and said this guy needs help, and he's going to be okay. So they find us through the police departments, the sheriff's department, the highway patrol, churches that get contacted by someone that needs help. Just everybody, family resources, the hospital. We do a lot of things for the hospital, and of course the detention center. That's one of the big things we do is help people who are from other places get back home. Yeah. So, thanks for the question, Mary.
Any other questions or comments for Joyce? Joyce, thanks for coming over and coming back to us. I know you presented earlier in the year, and we told you to come back and see us at budget time, so we appreciate that. And as we continue to balance and whittle away at this budget, we'll be in touch.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks very much. Commissioners, we got a little bit ahead there. Next up is a 3:30 break. It's about 3 after 3, so why don't we take about a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 3:15 and resume with Christina and wrap up with Bonnie. But thank you all for being here today and being patient with us as we got caught up after a lengthy morning, and we'll see and talk to you all soon.
There's gotta. She's good. Well, and unlike.
Better at it, so.
Call this budget workshop back to order. We are fresh out of break. And where we left off was Christina Marshall, opioid settlement, industrial siding, and gambling. Good afternoon, Christina.
Good afternoon. I think I told you all to open that recent email I just sent you with 4 attachments titled Nutella, sorry.
Got it.
And there's 4 attachments because there's some business that I'd like to get your direction on. Bonnie and I met last night to discuss some federal money. So anyhow, let's talk about the first item, which is the opioid settlements. So the commonality of the 3 types of funding we're talking about right now is they're in their own funds. So they're not budgeted with the general fund money. So this fund, so if you go in Munis, you look at Fund 260, you'll see that right now, there is a total of $522,171.33 in there. And I've tried to break it out as simply as I can for you, but these payments have come in under the MOA with the One WIO opioid settlement with the state of Wyoming that you should be familiar with. The county is getting 7.64% of 65% for local governments. It's very interesting. So there's 2 settlements, Johnson, Janssen, the distributors. This other one, Mallincroft, is a bankruptcy payment that came in. We actually had no idea when they come in as, I hope we don't lose electricity. So sorry. Sounds like a Sonic
on the cake
balloon.
today.
Let me expedite then. That's
Faster.
It's a sign. It's a sign. So anyhow, that's the money we have for the opioid settlements. Also interest we are collecting on, and that represents January through May. So you recently approved a second settlement agreement, the 1YO2. That's for Walgreens, Walmart, Allergan, and Terra. We are waiting, I believe, on that. I don't know any dollar amounts, but on the ones that we have today, the Johnson & Johnson represents 5 years of payments. The distributors is 2 years. We received all this in December of 2022. I've been trying to figure out what type of payment schedule we are going to have, because to decide uses of funding, you should know some type of long-term plan. So you can, let's say you approve a program to use the money, you want to fund it maybe for 10 years. So we are working on that. Initially, John, Mark Cowan, County Treasurer, and Charlie Barnum, who's your appointed attorney on this, met to discuss some of these issues. I'm still waiting for his reply to some questions about the settlement totals. We did have a difference of opinion on timeline to expend. I'm quoting the settlement agreement that says it ends 1 year after any local government spends their funding. So we're just clarifying on the front end. I have not put in the budget anything for this, but there's a lot of interested entities. Treatment Court is very interested, Southwest Counseling, the sheriff. I don't know if you want to establish a formal committee and appoint that. You don't even have to have me involved. I'm only here because we would probably use project accounting to oversee this. This money does require reporting to the state. So that's all I have on the opioid money. I included in your packet I believe the one agreement. And also one thing to remember, like there's all this fine print that I love to follow. There is a clause that says each participating county shall regularly consult with and receive input from its constituent cities and towns regarding effective distribution and use of these funds. I just want to point that out. We want the public to be involved and the entities. And then in the back, you have the allowable uses of the funding and the exhibit. So you can see there's a whole bunch of pages of how you can use it. So that's all I have on the opioid money. And again, looking for direction. I believe John emailed Charlie an hour ago, and I don't know if there's been a reply. Okay.
So we understand, I'm not saying we, but in general, the allowable use for it, it's more a question of once you start spending it, how long you have to spend it.
Sure, you have the allowable uses, which I personally think proposals should be aligned to those clear uses to be in compliance. But then if, let's say an agency wants to use the funding for 10 years, you want to know the budget that you're working with. So we could request proposals, we could in-house have a committee that thinks, how do we want to recommend this? You should probably have some type of public hearing to get input from constituents in the cities. So do you want a committee? Do you want to put pause on this? Nothing was put in the budget for it.
Like treatment court or something, you could say that they could be one that could do something.
As an example, yes.
Any
Mr. Chairman,
thoughts? Go ahead, Commissioner Shanefield.
I'm wondering if this is something that you should discuss with the mayors, because a countywide approach, including the cities, if we can utilize all of our money towards certain programs and vet them together, it might make more of an impact for the money longer term.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Shanefield, I would recommend, I think that's a great suggestion, but again, I'm referring to page 4, section, excuse me, section 3D, that talks about it, about collaboration. There's no urgency as far as I understand. Maybe, John, you want to enlighten the commission on any thoughts?
The only, I guess, I agree, there's no urgency. I think that as we discussed it with Charlie, in terms of, just to give you an idea of the amounts that we're talking about, Christina's identified how much is currently received by the county. In talking with Charlie, he was estimating about $125,000 or so in terms of how much would be yearly available. So not a lot, but a significant amount when you're talking about treatment court and their budget. So, how that's used, I think that Commissioner Shanefeld's suggestions are good in terms of discussing with the city the best way to if there's an ability to combine resources. The only other thing that I would say is, in terms of not an urgency and, how do you proceed, there are certain advantages if you do want to have a committee discuss it, so that the funds are used for programs that you decide are needed by the county, versus the reverse process could result in money being used for programs that are desired versus the programs that you prioritize. So as you continue to develop a prioritization process, this is going to be an area where that consideration is part of it. So consider that as you slowly think about where to put this money.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Tillman.
what about the tripartite board? Tripartite, could they help us?
So, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Tolman, the tripartite board specializes in overseeing funding under the Community Services Block Grant for low-income people. So they probably wouldn't be, but I believe, to be clear, the approach John's discussing is, do we want to test the waters, do an RFP saying these are allowable uses, without any obligation? Or do you want to have an in-house committee to develop ideas? The bottom line, though, is we do not know as of today how much we're expected to receive. This is how much we've receipted in. I have backtracked what years those represent from those settlements, but I don't know if it represents 5 of 16 years or 5 of 5 years, for example. That's what I'm trying to get information on. And I can certainly go back and report on this to you. Or you can remove me, make John in charge.
Just trying to think how I could get out of it too. I do have a meeting, or that meeting tomorrow with both mayors over lunch, so I could broach the subject with them and see if they've had any discussions similar to ours, and see if we can formulate some type of direction for you, if that works. I mean, I don't want to continue to kick the can, but it sounds like it's a little complex, and we probably ought to figure out a way to handle it so that it's clear moving forward.
Mhm.
Okay.
So to be clear, right now, we're not going to budget anything in that, for that fund.
I think that's where we're at. Is everyone?
Okay. And you can always do a budget amendment once you want to proceed.
Okay.
It'll be under grants when we do. won't it?
So Chairman West and Commissioner Tolman, it would stay in the fund of number 260, but we would utilize project accounting to formalize it, so then I could do the reporting. So that's the best way to manage it. Okay?
Very good. I'll follow up.
Okay, one down. Number 2.
Yep.
Oh, good. Eric's here too. Part 2. He's the other half of industrial siding. So as you all know, Eric oversees the industrial siding projects, doing the public hearings, but, you know, more importantly, negotiating the agreements with the towns, the cities, when there are major projects. So industrial siding is for unmitigated impacts due to industrial facilities construction of at least $96.9 million. So we're talking about big projects with impacts. Right now, at the county, we have on your attachment number 2, you have what are active projects, if you will. So there's Gateway West, Gateway South, Exxon LaBarge carbon capture, and you'll see that I put in the budget a total of $437,016.76 for expenses for those projects. They represent what I put under the uses. So for example, Gateway West, that amount is for overtime patrol. Under Gateway South, it would be, well, it's for fire protection. The sheriff's office actually will receive eventually 2 vehicles under Gateway South, but it's not in the budget this next year for different strategic reasons. And then finally, Exxon LaBarge, you'll see we also budgeted for overtime for the sheriff as well as fire protection. There's less revenues because we already received in all the Gateway West money prior to fiscal year 24. So the money's there, it's not coming out of the general fund. Now, you may notice under awards, I have 2 items in red. That's Choke Cherry, Sierra Madre, and Genesis Alkali. These projects are different than the prior ones, where you'll see on the left, I have a project number of how we're managing them. These 2 predate when you needed to assign a project for mitigation with impact monies. I've tried to find the totals. I've talked to Eric too. You know, these are old projects, and some days I feel like it's raining money, because I will tell you, yesterday we got money in for Choke Cherry, which was completely out of the blue. But we have to take great care in it, because like in that case, 50% of the money has to go to Wamsutter. There's agreements, and probably Commissioner Slaughter remembers those days of that money coming in. So I don't know what the exact award is going to be, but all that money stays in the fund, and eventually you will use it for county operations on the ones that don't have a specific use, okay? And then I didn't put anything in for Trans-West Express. That project is estimated to start May 29th of 2024. With all the bureaucracy, we probably won't hit that money or receive it until the next fiscal year. But I just wanted to put it on your radar and to note Sweetwater County is slated to receive $2.5 million. Some final notes on my half, unless Eric wants to add to it, but you've heard of the Jenner Shishijam Unit 8 project. That is pending. It's on hold. Pacific Atlanta Soda, that will not happen this fiscal year, and we'll see when that happens. And then finally, you should be aware that in 2022, there was House Bill number 0047 that is requiring annual reports on how this money was expended. It's a very important note, and that's why we're using project accounting going forward. You put in a request for the funding, they expect those expenditures to align to it, just like with grants. We were selected by WCCA to do a test try. And recently I had to submit 3 years of reports for Choke Cherry, Gateway West, and Genesis Alkali. So just a fun fact, I guess. So do you have any additional questions for me or for Eric, who oversees the program?
Any questions, commissioners?
Yeah, the money comes to the treasurer, but then you're trying to track it for us, right?
Correct. We all work great together. They're like our banker. The money goes there, but we communicate and it gets deposited so that in the projects we know exactly where it is. And it's all in that one fund.
And I think Trans-West Express, aren't they the one that are having their grand opening kickoff next meeting date in Rollins on the
Yeah.
23rd? But we're not going to be able to make it unless we get out of here by noon.
Chance. Been working out well.
I hope that was clear. Any questions on it?
No, I found it very clear myself. Appreciate the detailed info. Any other questions? Guess we're on to item 3.
So item 3 is the third fund we're talking about. So again, we expend based on those specific money. So this is what you approved not too long ago, the problematic gambling money from the Wyoming Gaming Commission. I'm happy to report we have invoiced that money in. It's in our account now. We received a total of $41,864.87, representing the last 2 fiscal years. It's based on population. They said Sweetwater County had a population of 7% of the state. We will be getting interest, but it was too soon to have any money allocated to that. So we are just brainstorming here of how to use money. So I sent an email, and that's on your second page, my sloppy copy notes. So again, we're talking about $42,000. I went ahead with a non-obligation email and contacted our Board of Health, our community nursing, Southwest Counseling Service, and Memorial Hospital. I included the attachment in the back that has suggestions from the state about addressing this issue. So I asked for a reply by yesterday, non-binding, of course. And so Board of Health indicated they do not currently have a program dealing with prevention and treatment of problematic gambling, but they would entertain getting involved. Southwest Counseling does not formally, but they do deal with prevention services, and they could do both prevention and treatment. And then finally, I have not heard back from Memorial Hospital. I'm not saying they're against it, I just did not receive any news.
Well, this is being facetious, but maybe we could invest it in the gambling and see if we could win millions.
I'll keep that in mind.
I had to preface that, being facetious. I don't want the public to get the wrong idea. But
It's not enough money to start a whole new program. Though. Like,
Exactly.
that's the problem. It's not enough to sustain anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's not even probably enough to do one program.
Mr. Chairman, is there restrictions on that money? Can it be used to leverage other grants to get programs?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Richards, this is very,
New.
well, it's new but flexible money. It is not federal funding. We would probably, we are subject to reporting how we used it, but the only type of guidance they gave me was this attachment of potential uses. And I think Commissioner Shamefield's absolutely correct. You can't create new infrastructure. It should be integrated. I have some notes if you want to consider. It's hard to create a program, and then they come back if there's no more funding. And I'm emphasizing this is for the last 2 years. We don't know what it'll be in the next 2 years as well, so proceed with caution. But we do want them, or we want to at least have specific expenditures, like whether it's matching, using it for matching money, we have to be able to report on it, as opposed to saying we put it in the county general fund and bought lottery tickets. So.
Did you get details, sorry, Ms. Chairman, did you get details on Southwest Counseling's prevention grant? Does that include anything with gambling? I guess I'd be interested to see, since they're already dealing with a population that potentially has that, maybe what, if they have identified any percentage of people that, because maybe we could tie that into their funding already and say, you're dealing with this percentage of people for this amount of money, like, can we tie that into their MOU? And utilize it in that way, and then that frees up $40,000 in other areas.
So,
like that.
so again, without doing a formal RFP, this was just to test the waters, to provide some information to you. I did receive a good outline from Southwest Counseling. I didn't want to provide you too much because it seems like I do that a lot, so I can email that to you afterwards, but they talked about addressing both prevention and to slide that into their strategies with the prevention grant that we already passed through to supplement that population. And then they did talk about treatment. So when I'm done, I will forward that to you for your thoughts.
So that too falls under having a report and all that. Once you authorize the recipient or the payment that goes out, would that be handled as your project accounting as well? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, that would be project accounting, reimbursement based. As I skim this, I want to just emphasize, they say that Southwest Counseling Service provides treatment for anyone who requests it. And while we see a relatively low number of persons officially diagnosed with gambling disorder, we estimate that many more of their clients have this disorder secondary to another disorder. So,
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Toma.
why is the National Wildlife Refuge, because they pay us PILT, so why would we give them money back?
So Commissioner Tolman, we're not on number 4 yet.
Oh. Okay,
We're still on Nutella number 3.
okay. Well, I'm trying to get through today faster.
So I guess you're looking for some direction on that. Any thoughts, commissioners? Go through an RFP, another committee, link that with the other committee, sit on it.
More committees.
As small amount as it is, maybe it's worth waiting a little bit and seeing what
Next year.
other counties come up with, maybe what the state comes up with, and pull our resources to accomplish something.
Yeah, I guess, is there a timeline on this one, do you know?
Mr. Chairman, there is not.
Okay.
Just as long as when we spend it right.
Yes. And it is segregated in Fund 270. It's going to make interest and sit there. Okay.
I like it.
I do too.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, I will forward the reply I did receive, just for your information, okay?
Well, Mr. Chairman, you're the liaison to the Board of Health and Southwest Counseling, so I think it falls right under your purview.
Seems to be the common theme lately, Commissioner Toman.
Mr. Chairman, I would remind you that you made
Other than
board
Douglas.
assignments.
He'll rethink
Yeah.
those next year.
I thought he picked the easy ones, yeah.
We're all screwed.
Okay.
Oh, boy, you better not get his bad list, because we know what we're gonna get next year.
So, Mr. Chairman, I will email you Southwest Counseling's quick reply. And then second, if I don't get any other direction, we are just gonna keep it in that fund, okay?
Very good. Thanks, Christina.
Until you can decide what to do with it.
As I can see straight. So on to number 4.
So,
I
Ms.
already finished it.
Get it together over there. Come on, end of the day.
Too long here, I'm losing it.
We're getting there. So this is more technical. So bear with me. So I pasted on this Excel spreadsheet a snippet of this year's budget message. I want to bring to your attention the big, bulky middle part of it. That's where I'm talking about all of our federal funding. So remember, you can't just accept $15 million and do whatever. We always have to think about the audit and passing the audit with allowable expenditures. And part of that is disclosing it on the front end. Usually we rely on the budget message for that, but Bonnie and I met and we discussed that for formal action, it would probably be better to put this in your resolution when you have a budget resolution coming up, okay? And it's really about the federal funding. So the first thing I wanted to ask you about is if you liked that idea of using the 4.6 million of local recovery funding that I presented last time for detention center payroll.
Yes.
Okay. And again, because this is a budget workshop, you can tell me, yes, that's a great idea, but there's no formal action, and that's why we want to classify those expenditures on the resolution you approve. With normal grants, like if you get a big truck with capital money on a federal grant, those get budgeted separately, but employees are tied to departments. It would be hard for me to move their payroll expenses into these projects, so it's an exceptional case. So it sounds like you're in agreement of using the balance of the ARPA local recovery money. Second, PILT, even though we don't apply it, it's the same idea. And usually in this budget message you'll see right now, it's designated for payroll for the clerk's office, treasurer, assessor, and clerk of district court. And again, we would like to make that clear that it was an action. So this is your general fund money, but when they test for the audit for the federal expenditures, we have to narrow it down. Otherwise, all federal rules would take effect for any construction project we do or anything we do. Okay. Commissioner Slaughter?
Yes.
Confused?
No.
Okay.
I'm in favor of using this money.
Okay. Okay, just making sure. I mean, to give you an example, when, before we centralized grants, the construction of those beautiful offices, that was funded with general fund money. But because we didn't specify PILT for something else, it became subject to federal compliance regulations, and we got a finding because we didn't do Davis-Bacon wages for the costs of that. I mean, that was a long time ago, but that's why we do this, trying to help educate you. Okay, so that sounds good. There's another type of funding you receive, and I'm sure Commissioner Slaughter remembers this. It's called Schools and Roads Grants to County. That's the official federal assistance listing name. We put it in what's called a General Forest Reserve account. That translated over to Munis. So this year, we are getting just under $60,000, and it's the same thing. Typically in the budget message, we say it will be used for public roads. And again, we just want to specify it in case it's selected for compliance testing. Okay. And then the last one, we actually, in the prior fiscal year, received National Wildlife Refuge money. This year, we have not, but I took the liberty of suggesting you use it for payroll for my department, because it's so little, and we probably won't get the money. So I don't even think there's anything in the budget this year for it. So I will double check. It will not go on the resolution if we think we're not getting money.
But you will get money. They have to pay it.
We get the schools and roads grants to counties at the end of the year. This National Wildlife Refuge has been, unless you have information, I don't.
Yeah, we pay into that because we use the ground in the winter for grazing. We pay them a fee for pill.
So I think this is a different type of payment that comes back to the county as opposed to us paying into it. These are revenues that I'm talking about and assigning expenditures to those revenues.
But I'm saying you should get some revenue. We need to check into that, make sure you're getting
Okay.
it.
Well,
Because it pays into the Denver office, but they're supposed to pay it back to the county.
Okay. I confirm, I will triple check that. Okay.
Yeah. I know you got some, you should have gotten some last year. You should get some this year.
Okay.
It's 29,000 acres.
Yeah. Okay. And so, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, that's all I have for you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I have a question that goes back to islands. Talk from WCCA, they want us to donate 1% of our local recovery ARPA PILT, that first line, towards, is that right?
No.
No.
There, sorry, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner.
Yeah, correct me, but
Commissioner Tolman, it's the consistency fund, the local assistance and tribal consistency fund.
oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
The
Mr.
ARPA
Chairman,
bill.
Yeah.
let me be clear.
Okay,
They don't
yes,
want us to
right.
donate 1% of
What we
that.
received.
They want us to donate an amount equal to 1%, because we can't just use that money to lobby, so it would take other monies
So we can't actually
through
use that
membership.
money, okay.
It would be general fund money as a
So
membership.
that's what they clarified at conference for you.
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't sure
So
about that.
so they're
Okay.
asking for an assessment equal to 1%, but not from
Okay.
that
All right.
distribution.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Specifics.
You did learn something over there.
Lobbying.
Thank you.
And that's the same rule for local recovery too.
Yeah.
And we can't pay into pensions too. So it's just symbolic for all purposes. So.
Thank you. Mhm.
Any other questions or comments, Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, just one quick question. With respect to the ARPA funding and using, you stated what was left in ARPA funding, Christina. I'm assuming that there will be ARPA funding that's coming back through carryover that was unused through this year, and that will still remain as part, it will come through as a carryover and would convert to a reserve at this point in time for the ARPA funding.
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Slaughter, in last meeting, I had a fiscal year '23 ARPA local recovery projects that was budgeted and carried over in my request. And then I had capital committee fiscal year '24 recommendations to use with the ARPA local recovery. And so you're right, when I say this is the best estimate, but there could be some unexpended funding from those capital projects that we could also put towards the detention center. That detention center budget is over $5 million, so I'm fairly confident we will close out local recovery funding in fiscal year '24.
So how come you don't have the consistency tribal thing on here?
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Tolman, so last time I put at the end that there was a remaining almost 3.7 million.
Right.
You could use it for fiscal year '24, or the strategy has been to not spend all the money at once. If you don't have to, it's not a bad thing to wait for unique projects or unanticipated needs, but it's,
In
we have.
reserve now, or?
I have to apply for it this year. So it's set aside, Bonnie has it in what's like the ARPA money for local recovery. It's in its own reserve account, but it's really like a liability. The consistency fund money, the ARPA PIL, you may recall the commission approved reclassifying certain payroll expenses in fiscal year '23 I think Commissioner Shanefield remembers that. It was reclassified. In essence, that could be part of why you have a carryover. But the bottom line is I will apply for the second half of the consistency fund money that will be up to, for your use for fiscal year 25, 26, or if you're in a bind, fiscal year 24.
And it's about another 3.7 million.
That is correct.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
The idea, remember, I have to report on this funding. They're looking at how you're spending it, even though we took the election of revenue loss. I get very specific if it's used for public safety or whatever. We want to look good too, and we're public servants for the community of how it's being spent. So right now, it's been essentially essential government services, a lot of public safety, and so forth. And it's not supposed to go straight into reserves, so.
Any other comments or questions for Christina? Well, I appreciate, as always, the detailed explanation and trying to bring, especially myself as a newbie, up to speed on the different processes and funds. And I won't lie to you that I have it all figured out, because I don't, but I have a better understanding.
Well, don't worry, I've been 2.5 years and I keep asking those same questions.
I don't mind.
Thanks.
It's never a problem.
Well, I appreciate that.
Your patience.
I'm sure I'll have more questions, but
Come on down. Okay,
thanks, Christina.
thanks.
Thank you.
All right.
All right,
Right on
we're,
track.
yeah,
I don't know how
about
that's
right,
possible, but-
right about back on schedule. So I'm going to make this a little bigger. This is what we are going to review. This is page 3 of 13 in your packet that I gave you. So you've seen this before. It looks a little bit different from the last time we saw it.
It's a lot different than it was last time.
Well, a few of the numbers are pretty close, but some of them have some pretty big changes. So you'll notice that the revenue number has come down, and we were anticipating this. Our last few mineral checks have not reflected that, and we didn't know why, because values were down. But this last one, well, we haven't received it yet, but we did just receive the report for our June mineral check from the state. We received the report. We're still waiting to receive the check for June. So that is down significantly. Apparently there was some crazy thing happened with the natural gas, and I don't know what it was, but I did track those numbers, and there was a crazy bump in last month's payment with the natural gas. So we have lowered that revenue number. Also, the railroad and utility number came down a few $100,000 as well, but it's down a couple million because of the mineral estimates. So, departments, I've got the departments on there. That's up a little bit. That includes the 3% COLA that I was directed to include from the last time we met. So that is now in there, the 3% COLA. The component units, I included the carryover for the hospital for that SLIB match. They are estimating it's going to be, I think, around 2.6 million of that 3 million that was budgeted for them for this year. So I did add that in there. And there haven't been any changes to the outside agency number. So total expenditures, 64,808,324 with a shortfall of almost $11 million. And then for the grant revenues, those numbers have stayed fairly similar. I think the revenues is the same. The expenditures went up just very slightly for that 3% COLA. So grants difference, so the shortfall in grants is $276,910. So an overall shortfall of $11,238,261. So yeah, I think last time it was around 4 million, so it has changed quite a bit. We do have a much bigger cash carryover. I'm not sure if you had a chance to read the email that I sent you earlier today. I know you've had a busy day. But our cash carryover has gone up significantly, which I did anticipate. What I did was from our last meeting, you as a board had decided to move forward with assigning the full 12 mills to the county rather than splitting it up between the component units. Well, that mill levy, this 12 mills that we're gonna set right now, is actually for minerals for 2022 production, which we've been, for calendar year 2022 production, which we've been collecting on a monthly basis and has been distributed to those component units. So in the true up, because they're gonna true it up, those minerals are gonna change to zero for those component units since they're not getting a mill levy for calendar year 2022 production. So, so that $7.6 million that went to them is gonna go into our cash carryover. So, probably gonna need to up the component unit budgets, the requests, the amount of money we distribute to them, because we are gonna have to take back some of that money. Not all of it was distributed. There is still some money sitting in their funds. It was a few months ago that the treasurer has stopped distributing it to them. So some of it will be made up through what's sitting in the funds, and then the rest of it will have to collect back in the true up and probably redistribute to them through an appropriation, since that's the way we're gonna change that. Does that make sense?
Bonnie, in talking with Mark yesterday, what I got from him was that he felt like if there was an excess that had been collected by them, we would actually apply that to their appropriation request for this year. That's kind of what his.
Yes, and I did send out, I also included in my email an attachment that kind of did that calculation. I would like to review those because that is based on this June payment that we haven't received yet. But yes, I did recommend increases to those budgets, to those appropriations for that difference. What I did is I took how much I estimate, and I sent the spreadsheets to you if you love following those, of how I calculated it. What I did is I projected the total amount of money that has and will go to each of the component unit funds for those mineral checks, from those mineral checks. And basically said, okay, well, we need to take that back from them and then subtracted out how much was still sitting in their pooled cash, and then subtracted out my estimate for June, because I included that initially too, but I'm gonna wait until we actually get that before we really settle on some numbers. And then added that amount to the amount of the request, and then subtracted out, if they had a lot of days cash on hand, subtracted out an amount to get them to 120 days cash on hand. If they had less than 120 days, I didn't do that part.
Did they know you were gonna do that to them?
No, I haven't. These are just recommendations I've made to you, and nothing has happened yet. And I don't know that they understand that that's how that process needs to work. I have had some conversations with a few of them, so some of them may be aware of it, but that's definitely something that will need to be communicated to them, because if they ask for 3 million and then we're like, oh, we're giving you 5, they might get excited too soon. So, and before we tell them we have to take 2 million back. So that's how that's gonna work. Are there any questions on that?
What is the general reserve? What does that look like right now? Sorry, I know that we've talked about this 2 times ago.
So just what's sitting in the general fund for general reserve right now?
Yeah, and I was looking at the ARPA and the PILT and then the sheriff's department payroll and the other payrolls and just trying to figure out, so if we're moving money from here, like how much is gonna go back into reserves and then how much overage, like it's kind of a chess game right now.
It's a little bit,
I don't like it.
yes, no, I agree. It's messy right now, and it has a lot to do with these changes that we're making to the component units. So, and that's why, I mean, it looks like you have an $11 million shortfall, which normally most commissioners would be freaking out. Because,
I'm still freaking.
but no worries, because we have a huge cash carryover.
With respect to that too, Bonnie, though, you had taken about 2.6 million of the appropriation for the hospital and put it back in the component units. I would assume
Yes.
that is going to be retained in the reserves through this point in time.
Yes, that'll be
So
a
the
cash carryover.
number that we had previously was 19 million. I think,
Yes.
correctly. That would come through as cash carryover of 2.4 million.
Yes, which is included in my cash carryover figure that I calculate, the new cash carryover figure, because I didn't know how much of it they were going to use. Yes, yes, it's over $26 million. Yes, it's over 26 million. Last time we met, I think it was around 11, but I did add in over $7.6 million for the mineral taxes that went into the component units funds. So then we've got almost 3 million for the hospital. We've got money from the last time we met. There's also we have over $500,000. Did I write it down? There was $500,000 of the Sky West that wasn't, because they didn't use much of that subsidy. They didn't need much of it. There was money in Sweetwater Medics left over, and I'm like, that's done. So all of that's going to go into cash carryover. There was money, what was the other big one?
Combined communications.
Yes, combined communications was another big one, because what had happened is when I did the budget, they were talking about changing the percentages, and the counties was supposed to go up. And so we set the budget at that higher rate, but then in July, it didn't happen. It wasn't a for sure thing when the budget resolution passed. So there's I want to say 400 and something in there for that. And then, and then another thing was, so the ARPA PILT, it was actually budgeted in the general fund, but it went into grants. So that is now being picked up in there too. So that's another 3.7 million. So, yeah, it looks crazy, and it is crazy, but it's all, well, not all, but over 7.6 million of it is because of this transition into the county getting the 12 mills.
So help me out with that. I know you already went over it, but I'm trying to wrap my head around it. So we issue that to those component units, but then we take it back?
Well, it's already been issued. It's already been issued into their funds. So so it used to work, we used to collect it later, right? We used to collect it a year and a half after later. And now we're collecting it on a monthly basis, like we collect sales tax. So the production from 2022, from calendar year 2022, there's just a couple month lag. So it's about 4 months. So we'll collect January's, like for example, this June payment that we just received is predominantly February of 2023 production. So Senate File 60 it became effective in January of 2022. So in fiscal year 2022, we had a really, really bad revenue year. One, because values were terrible, and two was because we were missing 4 months of production revenue because we collected the November payment, but then we didn't collect that May payment because that May payment was to be collected at 8% per year for 12 years. So we didn't collect that May payment. So we got the 6 months, and then the next year we didn't get the 6 months in May, but we finally got a small payment for 1 month in May, and then another small payment for February and June. So we only had 8 months of mineral revenue that we actually collected. So now we are setting the mill levy, this mill levy that you're going to set, which the commission has decided to move forward with 12 mills to the county. That is for calendar year 2022 production, which has, there are some delinquencies, but most of it's been collected.
Shouldn't it be calendar 2023 production on this one?
No, next year's going to be calendar year 2023 production. The minerals run a calendar year behind of the property.
Oh, we're setting it in August of 23, it's for
So, yeah. So the mill levy hasn't been set for all that money. It was prepaid. It hadn't been assessed yet, and the mill levy hadn't been set yet. When we're collecting it, it's a prepayment of tax. It's tax that wasn't even owed to us yet because it hadn't even been assessed. So basically, if you're an accountant like I am, it's sitting on the books as a liability because it's not our revenue yet. We haven't assessed it. So it was coming into us, but it's basically a prepayment of their taxes is what they were doing because it hadn't been assessed yet. So what we're doing now is we're setting that mill levy, and the commission has decided to move forward with, we're going to do 12 mills to the county and 0 mills to the component units, which means all that mineral revenue since Senate File 60 began for calendar year 2022 production, and assuming we're going to continue to do it that way for what we've collected for 2023 calendar year production, because we have started collecting what we've collected January and February now, all of that needs to go into the general fund as tax revenue for the general fund, since we're doing the 12 mills to the general fund. So that's why, Lauren, this is so hard.
So I have a question.
So
I want to
screwy.
clarify if my thought process is where it needs to be because it's messy. Okay, so if we have the 19 million in reserves,
yes,
we have 26,176, 980 in carryover. Part of that, the 7.9, is from the 12 mills. So I'm gonna take, if we granted all of the requests right now with a 3% COLA, with that total shortfall of 11,238, taking that carryover money, we still would have, we would be able to cover all of that and still have 14,938,719. You take that 7.912 mills out and put the rest over into reserves, and our reserves then bump up to $26 million. Is that correct?
No, they'd be higher than that.
Well, so I took the 7.9, the 12 mills out. So without the 12, with the 12 mills included in that, it's $33.9 million in reserves after we were to pay for everything.
Wait, where are you coming up with that number?
The 33.9?
Yes.
Taking our carryover minus the shortfall.
Oh, okay. So you take the carryover minus the shortfall.
Correct.
Okay, and that's how you're
And
coming
that
up
leaves
with
us with 14.938.
Okay.
And then
Okay.
that would go
And
into
then add
reserves.
to the 19.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so that puts us at 33.938 million in
Okay.
reserves. And even if you take the 12 mills of 7.9 million out, we're still over the 25 million. We're at 26 million.
Yeah, our
Okay.
revenues were really good this year.
Okay.
We,
Using the money to fund our payroll in the detention center.
But that's still in the budget. It doesn't matter. It's still in the budget.
it is.
It is. It is still
It
in there.
is.
So whether we take it out of reserves or we take it out of general fund, it's still, they're still cross-matching.
Are you talking about the,
Adding additional reserves because we're using the ARPA funding to do that.
no, you're right.
Yes.
It'll come out of ARPA reserves and it'll reduce ARPA reserves and increase the general fund reserves by that much more. And then also, but we still need to add more money to the component units because we can't just take 7.6 million away from them and not give them more. So the money to add to the component units is not in here yet.
Okay.
But it's not 7.6 million because
Right.
a lot of them have a lot of cash on hand, and then there's also quite a bit of money sitting in their funds right now. So
Okay.
it's not like we have to take the full it's not like we have to say, okay, component units, give us 7.6 million back, and here you go, let me add $7.6 million into your budget.
So I
It's a
just want to
couple
bring
million.
up something because I wasn't at the last one.
Okay.
Because I've had a lot of people reach out to me in overhearing the COLA conversations. People are frustrated, employees are frustrated because they're saying, number one, everybody's saying we don't have any money, but there's money. And we have all this carryover, and we're not looking after our employees, and. So I wasn't here to voice my opinion last time, so I feel like I need to do it this time. There was a reason that we looked at the 12% increase over 2 years. We felt like it was too much to give for 1 year. However, that was the percentage of cost of living that everybody had not had over the past certain number of years, and we were trying to catch up. And so I'm just looking at, we're having this much carryover and this much in reserves, and I think that it doesn't send the right message. There was strategy behind the conversation that happened at the commission level last year, and I just want to bring that up now because obviously things haven't been finalized. But I think that we need to reassess that after we figure out how much additional we might need to give to the component units for this 12 mil money.
Okay. Yeah, and nothing's been approved yet, so absolutely, these are workshops. We're working towards this, so we can make any changes you want. To clarify, the 4.6 million for detention center, the ARPA revenue is not in here. So actually, if we take that out, because that's from before, affecting just the general revenue, that shortfall would go down by that 4.6 million, the $11 million, right? Are you?
Increase the reserve by that amount on the.
Yes, yes. Yep.
So it would have to be added to the numbers that Lauren had.
Yes, I talked to Christina a lot about this, and we're trying to, because there are years where, okay, well, we got the ARPA this year, because our budget's on the cash basis. But with the ARPA, and we're adding it in the revenues, but it's not really revenues, it's reserves, but we talked about how to make it.
Mr. Chairman, I think the other thing that we have to be cognizant of is these ARPA funds are one-time funds. We're going to be using them for detention, payroll, and things of that nature. And so we are going to have additional reserves as we move forward because additional expenses are going to be found in subsequent tax years. And we're not going to have additional ARPA funding at that point in time. So even though it looks like we've got an inflated amount of cash reserves that are there currently, if we're using these for things other than one-time payments, we're going to have to address the fact that it's going to increase those future budgets also by that amount. And I think if we're going to do that, we need to look at what our reserves are going to be at that point in time. Because we're going to have to either look at funding additional to the revenue that we have. So rather than taking a balanced budget approach, we'd have to look at using carryover and reserves to fund our future budgets or something of that nature. And there'll have to be additional revenue in place to do that, to cover what we're putting in place using those funds now. I think that's very cautionary that we need to do that.
Yeah, I think we had a lengthy discussion on where we got to this point last meeting. I know you were gone, Commissioner Shanefield, and I value your input on that. I feel like we are trying to take care of employees, and to hear that we're underappreciating them, doesn't sit too well with me. We went back to the history from 1998 is where we came up with the 3%. We discussed the change with the mill and the complications with that, the complications with Senate File 60. In a matter of 3 weeks, our shortfall has gone from 4 million to 11 million. It's a moving target that's continually all over the place. The consensus we came up with was, rather than, as history showed on the cost of living, a year of 7%, 8%, and then 4 or 5 years with 0% cost of living, that the commission felt more comfortable spreading that out with a smaller 2, 3, 4%, year over year. We felt like that was the appropriate climb if we can continue that trend. We discussed future plans, whether that be, the multi-use facility like we discussed this morning, the shooting sports facility, whatever the case is, but trying to get together as a commission to, plan for the future and not just sit on reserves, so to speak, but to ensure that we've taken care of everything with the fluctuation in the community and the markets and the revenue, projections. So I feel like we spent a lengthy amount of time working through that, and I hate to rehash things. It's not to say that we did, fall or vote on the 3%, but at some point we're running out of time here, and we're going to have to start making some tough decisions to finalize this budget. So I don't mind revisiting the situation, but I feel like a lot of these decisions have already been made. So,
Mr. Chairman, I would just add that I was on the Zoom meeting, and I did weigh in on those consensus with 3% all of those consensus markers that we had at last meeting, I was on the Zoom and weighed in on that. So I guess 4 of us agreed.
So what more do you need from us in that regard? I mean, it feels like this is just a continuing moving target. I mean, is it?
As far as the numbers go, you mean?
Yeah.
I feel like we're getting a lot closer because now we've gotten that June mineral we got the number overall for the full, all the mills, not just the 12 mills, the whole thing. So now it's just a matter of getting the check, breaking it out, and figuring out exactly what the amount is. But we're close because we know the amount of that whole check. So there are big changes in this from last time, but most of it is due to a few $1 million from the minerals. But the bigger change is just that switching the 12 mills, because I didn't have that in there before. We had it before, and now switching that and taking that money back. And like you had mentioned before, that part is a one-time thing. What we need to do is if that's what the board decides to do, and that's what we're going to do forward, we need to change Munis so that it's distributing the full 12 mills going forward just to the county and not going into those component unit funds. There is one other conversation that I guess I didn't get direction on last time was, I know there were some differing opinions as what to do with, we have, there's delinquent taxes. Those delinquent taxes get paid to with the mill levy that was set at that time. And then also there's that 1.5 years that we didn't collect that's to be paid in 8% amounts over 12 years. So I know there was a suggestion of doing it, of having the component units give us that money back, and then us, like, they just get their appropriation and that's all. Or we could estimate that amount and reduce their appropriation by what we estimate they're going to get. It's not going to be a lot. I'm trying to remember how much I had estimated in there for the full 1.5 years. I think this year the budget might be a little bit off because you might get some people that just pay the full 12 years. They don't want to deal with it. I mean, they got their bill. They're not going to get another bill every year, especially for some smaller amounts. They might just pay the whole thing. We actually already have gotten maybe 20% of those revenues. So this year it would be off, but in the future it'd be probably pretty easy to project. So I guess I need to know what you want me to do as far as budgeting, as far as that goes.
Yeah, that creates a completely new challenge because the tax revenue that's coming in over that 12-year period is for the second half of '21 and all of '22. And what we would have done in the past would have been the levies that were in place for '21 and '22, we would have paid that money to those entities that had levies in place for those tax years. So if we're talking about changing this to the 12 mills.
But this is changing it to the 12 mills going forward, though. There's already levies in place for those ones. We do. We do.
On those levies from that point in time.
Right.
Are we going to send it to those entities, or is that going to be part of what we're talking about in taking that money under the 12 mil? We had a little bit of that discussion, but we didn't.
Right. I didn't feel like I received direction on what we were going to do with it. I know we did talk about it a little bit, but.
So they still receive, I mean, it's not like they were underfunded during that time frame, right? Because they just weren't collected.
No.
So it's just a matter of.
No, we didn't
accounting
budget that they
principle
were gonna, well, the delinquencies we did. But there's always delinquencies, and then people pay delinquencies, so it kind of always evens out. The difference is before, we would set the mill levy when we had a really good idea of how much we were gonna, well, we almost knew exactly how much we were gonna bill. I think the railroad was always the only thing we were ever waiting on when we did set that when I calculated the mills for everyone. So we know how much we're going to bill. It's just a matter of, well, if more people are delinquent than the delinquent taxpayers, then they get a little bit less. If you have people that are delinquent pay more than you have the delinquencies that year, then they get a little bit more. But we always knew what we were going to bill, so that wasn't an issue. But now we can budget for it. Right now, the problem is right now we're on the accrual basis for our financial statements, which means when the money is earned, that's when it's recorded as revenue. So the cash basis for budget, accrual basis for financial statements. Cash basis means when you get the money, it's recorded as revenue. When the money goes out the door, it's recorded as expense. Accrual is different, and that's how we have to do our financial statements. It's not when the money comes in, it's when it's earned. So right now, those component units have tax, they've already recognized the revenue, meaning the revenue's already in their financial statements from prior years. It's sitting as a taxes receivable. So it's an asset. So when those taxes come in, they're going to reduce that asset amount. It's like accounts receivable, if you know an accounts receivable. So when the taxes come in, they reduce that. And that's how I'm going to have to show it on the financial statements, no matter how we decide, whether we decide to do it.
But the second half of that, though, Bonnie, is that they haven't received the payments for those 21s and 22.
Right, but they've already.
Those levies were set 18 months after those tax years. And so when those payments are coming in, so the first 8% that comes in this year, there is going to be a levy for the events complex for 1.2 mills or something of that nature, that money would go to the events complex. And we're going to have to address that, which is the other half of this.
Yes, it's not just the delinquents, it's the 12 years, it's the full 12 years. So this will be really clean in about 22 years.
It was a wonderful law.
I know, if we were going to implement it, we should have done it before the 12-year thing. Then it would have only taken about 10 years, because Board of Health actually used to be on a mill levy, and it took probably close to 10 years to get all that revenue collected. I mean, it was minimal. They'd get a few $1,000s a year, and it was for delinquent taxes. So, I mean, it was very minimal, so it's not a big deal, but it just took a long time to get it all collected and cleared out. So, how do you want to move forward with that?
I don't know what to tell you in that regard. Rob, do you have any
I
suggestions?
think the treasurer needs to be involved with this discussion and what we're going to do with that 8% that's coming in and what the delinquents are. I think he has considered this, and I think he's got some ideas with where we should go with respect to that. And I think we should bring him into the dialogue.
Okay. Do you want me to include him in the next budget workshop, or how do you want to handle that?
I would think it would be appropriate to have a half-hour conversation with him with respect to this specific issue. Because a lot of it's going to be done through his office and how things.
Well,
a lot of it's going to be done through you, obviously, but.
Yeah,
Collections will come through him.
It's still going to have to go into those. It's still going to have to go into those component unit funds.
Right.
And I'm still going to have to report it as.
Accounts were out there at the time it was billed.
Yes. So it has to go there, and that's how I have to recognize it. It has to go into those funds. So it's just going to be manipulation, and I feel like we're going to lose a lot of transparency, because what is being reported is not going to be what's happening if we don't give them that money. But I know Mark thinks he has a strong opinion that's different than mine.
There are a lot of differing opinions with respect to that. I know, from my perspective, those were levies that were in place for that tax year, for that taxing entity, and legally that money was collected for them.
Yes.
My belief would be that money should go to those entities for those tax years. But
That's just my opinion, so.
But I guess that's where my confusion was, because they still received funding. So if it's supposed to be 8% over the next 12 years, if I'm understanding that right, could we just, do we know what that is, where we could issue it up front? Reduce it out of their,
Well,
Decrease their request.
my thought was, yes, my thought was just decrease their request by the amount that we estimate that's gonna be. Cause then the books, then it has to flow through the funds like that anyway. And it's gonna match my financial statements. So everything matches if we do it that way.
yeah, I mean, I don't know what figures you're talking about, but if we reduced their request,
By $100,000
Right,
because they're gonna get
whatever.
$100,000 we estimate that their 8% is gonna be $100,000.
sure.
So we just
So
reduce the
can you do that
request.
with the one lump sum, clean it up, and we good to go, or does it have to be spread out over that 12-year period?
It's gonna be spread out over the 12-year period, but I can estimate, it's gonna be hard because this is our first year. Some people have prepaid, some other people are gonna prepaid. I think after this year, I'll have a pretty
Mr.
darn good idea
Mr.
of how
Chairman,
close it is.
Can we true up after the fact? We write their budgets, we fund them based on what we decide to fund them, and as that money comes in, we hold it in an account, and next year we true up with that amount on their budget and reduce their budget by that amount next year and use that to make the difference. Do we have to do it ahead of time, or can we just hold that money for the year, because we've already funded them fully based on requests and what we allow, and then just hold that money through the year, and next budget time, say, we have an extra $120,000 held in this account, and base their budget next year with that included.
Mr. Chairman, and Commissioners, so I spoke with Ms. Clerk Lane. We have been discussing this a little bit, how that would be accomplished. So I think the ideas that Chairman West and Commissioner Richards are identifying are some of the ideas that were contemplated. I'll read you some of the language that, remember, there's only, well, I think 4 entities that are 5 that are involved in this process. And so the language that was contemplated, and we haven't provided that to you as commissioners, but we've discussed it with Cindy and Treasurer Cowan as well. So the language was that, so for example, if you're talking about the library, during the term of this agreement, the county shall appropriate a total of whatever the amount is. It was 3 million some. Let's say shall appropriate a total of 3 million. The county will appropriate the amount necessary to prior realized mill dedications, such that the total 2023-24 budget dedication is 3 million. Said total appropriation shall satisfy all statutory requirements and the total of mills dedicated to the library with no amounts owing. The library authorizes the county to receive prior dedications for the purposes of then distributing to the library 12 equal monthly payments totaling 3 million. So that way you're not sending money, receiving money, going through that. You're identifying that the total is going to be 3 million. That includes all prior dedications. The county can receive those dedications and will essentially do a true-up process without having to redistribute or receive differently. And so that would be each of those 5 entities agreeing to that process. Again, I think it is good, as Commissioner Slaughter's identifying, to have a follow-up sit-down to go over the nuances, but that was the language that we talked about as potentially addressing it legally, and there are a few nuances in terms of how to identify identifying it as revenue, or, how you account for that money coming in, but that does cover the legal language to get it accomplished without having to do a back and forth process. So that would just say that when the money comes in, you're going to only send out that additional amount required to equal the 3 million or whatever that figure is. So there won't be, there will be a true-up process, never additional money required to come back.
But how does that tie into that email you sent when you said the library requested 3.423? The recommendation is to give them 4.320. See the calculation.
I have another spreadsheet that has the calculation on it.
Based on what? What's the calculation based on? Why are you giving them more than what they asked for?
Because we have to take 7.6 million from the component units. So we have to give them more than what they requested.
I'm totally. Doesn't make
Sorry, I
sense.
thought we were following this
No.
conversation. This was the conversation we had earlier.
No. Do you follow that? Oh, well, you can tell me later.
Rob was the treasurer for a while, though, so I think he has a little bit more background.
Okay, so I guess we'll discuss that at the next.
Okay, do you want me to ask
Rob?
Mark if he can participate and do a half-hour meeting with him at the next
It sounds
workshop?
like we've got some different options.
Okay.
So we'll check that one off today.
All right. Okay, so I think we're done with this first page, unless you have any other questions on it. The next page is just a comparison to the year before. So not much has changed there, except the fiscal year 24 request column, and then obviously the calculated increase percent and amount. So I did include, because I didn't know if you wanted to make any budget decisions today or not. I realized we're getting close to 5 o'clock. I thought we'd have a little bit more time, but I did include this in case you did want to make any budget decisions today, or if you want to study it for the next 2 weeks and make budget decisions at the next budget workshop, I'm okay with that too. I don't have anything. Next budget workshop was just supposed to be wrap up, but we'll have plenty of time to make those budget decisions, because it looks like right now all I have is Mark scheduled for a half hour if he's available. So we can do that at the next time. Is that how you'd like to do it?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the difficulty we've been having. We haven't
Made any decisions yet?
You know what I mean? We haven't
Right.
made cuts. We haven't agreed to, budget
Right.
requests. I don't know the proper way to go about that, but I certainly don't just want to hand over every request. So
Right.
I'd lean on some of the other commissioners for some direction in that regard. Whether we discuss it all at the workshop, if you want to divide these up by your liaison duties to try and, dive into them deeper and make a recommendation. I guess I'm open to feedback on that, but we're coming down to crunch time and we haven't really made any decisions budgetarily
Yeah.
speaking, other than some of the moving of funds around.
Mr. Chairman, I kind of thought that's what we were going to do, is make the decisions in the next meeting. But I am open to maybe throwing another meeting in there somewhere, so we don't have to dig into the deep hours of the night at the next meeting if we want to get a little work done next week or something.
What's our drop dead?
Isn't it the 15th, the deadline?
No.
No?
So we have a workshop on the 20th, so that's in 2 weeks from now. And then, you mean the advertising deadline? The advertisement deadline would be the 15th, because it has to be advertised a week in advance. So I'm just advertising the public hearing, and I do include the proposed numbers in there, but they don't have to be necessarily what you approve, because there's always changes.
Preliminary.
Yeah, it's just an advertisement to advertise the hearing is what it's for.
So, Mr. Chairman, The last few years when we ran through these, everybody kind of went through, and if there were items or areas that they felt needed to be reduced, I mean, Bonnie's given us some input on her opinion of the recommendations on, what we should look at and where we should look at those. But I think when we went through it before, we just went down each line item and said, does anybody have any questions about this? Nope, we're good with it where it is. Okay, move on to the next one. I think this should be reduced by this amount. This is why we'd have a discussion. There were more that we didn't have a big discussion about, and I actually felt like the last year we moved through it pretty quickly. I don't remember the year before. COVID sucked my brain, but but I think that may be a good option, and I'm okay with doing that in like an interim meeting. But I think that we can, as long as we're not having people come up and present, things move very quickly when you're actually just going through each different entity. And if there's follow-up questions at that point, then I think if we're prepared to go through that conversation, we can ask questions ahead of time or follow up with them. So.
The point of including this in the packet was just either if you wanted to make decisions today, if you were ready to have it here summarized for you, and this information through the rest of the packet is also on the end drive if you want it in electronic format also. But it's to make decisions today or just to study it and ask questions if you have questions on it prior to the next workshop. Or if you do want to have another workshop, I am open to that too. If you want to have it later this week, we could do that. I have to turn the advertisement in by Monday so that it's advertised next Thursday. So it's a week in advance. So if you want the numbers to be more along the lines of the decisions you're making, then it would probably be best to have the workshop this week. But if you don't mind that they're more their requests than what you're actually approving, I mean, I assume you're probably give a lot of people what they requested, but I don't know. We can have it next week if that works better for you. It's up to you. We just have this
Mr.
workshop.
Chairman, my assumption was that we were going to, at our next meeting, go through and finalize each of these and have these discussions. We've taken notes, so we kind of have an idea where things are with respect to some of the entities. So that was what I anticipated that we were going to do. I am not going to be here between now and the 19th. I planned for that. So I can make myself available through a Zoom meeting if I have to or something like that, if you want to do it differently. But I was anticipating we would just do those actual allocations or approval of those allocations in the next meeting. And I thought then if we didn't get through that, we could schedule for the following day to do that. But that was maybe a mistaken idea on my part.
No, I think that was the thought behind it all. I was just trying to, there's still a little bit of confusion, I think. So I just wanted to make sure we weren't down to the wire on the last day going, what the heck are we doing? So.
Is there confusion I can address right now? Questions?
Well, we asked you to pull it down to 120 days, so, I mean, if we're gonna do it, we should just make her advertised budget include that, so we're not really getting way far off of things.
Okay.
I don't have a whole lot of confusion. It's just trying to wrap it all together.
Because we kind of agreed on the 3%, and we kind of agreed last time on having you prepare if they had to cut it to 120 days, cash on hand.
Okay.
So,
Now, are you talking just the component units, or are you talking about the outside agencies as well?
Component units.
Just component units? Okay.
Yeah, and on that note, as far as the 3% goes, I know you reached out to, was it just component units?
Yes.
Okay.
With the exception of the hospital. I did not reach out to the hospital. It was just the 5.
And are those 3% included with
Yes.
these numbers?
Not in these numbers. They are in the recommendations that I sent. I updated those to include the increase in their total expenditures and the COLA and their increase in their
I know, like
request.
Southwest Counseling, for instance, said, we're good, we'll take care of our own because we're 6%, the county's 6% of their revenue, so.
They didn't give me updated numbers. They responded, but didn't give me updated numbers. Melissa had said that they were considering doing more of a salary study than a straight across the board 3% COLA. So I did not get updated numbers from her. But I got updated numbers from the events complex, from the library, from the museum,
That'd be it then.
and I think, did I get them from Board of Health?
They're not officially component.
They are a component unit, they just don't get the mill levy. So they are a component unit. I don't remember if I got theirs or not. That's Board of Health. I'm trying to remember if maybe I didn't even ask her.
What we think we're gonna adopt, so we're not way off.
Okay.
That's my opinion. I mean, if we've already asked her to figure out the 120 days and 3%, then at least our advertised budget should be as close to that. So we're not making huge adjustments next.
But on that 120 days, that hasn't been implemented.
It's not in here, but it's in my recommendations, so I can implement it. Following up on that, so some of the component units have a lot less than 120 days and some have a lot more. So do you want, for the ones that don't have very many, I think one of them had 41 days. Do you want me to increase their budget more to get them to more days cash on hand? Or do you want me just to
No, I think the idea
just
was
bring
to
the ones
limit-
down that
bring them
are
down,
really
'cause
high?
I feel there's a discussion here that we're holding too many reserves when actually we're holding a lot of reserves in our component units. And we don't know why are we holding $1 million in a unit that is 100% funded by us? I know there's some arguments for some reserves for them because of unanticipated payroll expenses, et cetera. But that's our job, for them to come to us and ask for those budget amendments. I think, in my mind, that 120 days is a first step to see how it works for the next year. But I'm just against our component units holding those kinds of reserves. And then to answer Commissioner Schoenfeld's question about us increasing reserves, we had some discussions that since we're going to the zero mill thing, we're going to have to absorb the ups and downs instead of them absorbing the ups and downs. And that's one other reason for us to be holding additional reserves, especially while we figure out what it's going to look like going forward.
It was 125, right? Million, or 20, I'm sorry. It was 25 million that was decided on, right?
That was previous, that's that is the current policy, but we roughly discussed we probably need to increase that, but we don't know even what's going to be left over this year with cash carryover. The numbers have been a moving target, but we felt that it needed to be a little bit higher, but also, rather than it being just a $25 million number or a $35 million number, as we develop policy over the next year, we can say, let's dedicate $5 million of that to a building fund. Let's not just say we got 25 million in reserves, actually say we're going to have some building expenses. Let's put money into an account for building expenses. And the 3%, what I don't know who was online, but I said I'm landing at 3. Feel free to convince me that it should be more. But when we looked at the last 25 years of wage changes, you can see the years where there was huge inflation and there were raises matching that inflation in those years, and then there was years and years of 0, 0, 0, and those are the years that previous commissions have had to reduce staff and claw back, and I just didn't want to get into that position again. I'd rather give small incremental changes and then not claw back by reducing staff next year.
Yeah, I think that we've reduced as much as we can reduce.
Yes. And also that 3%, that 3% in addition to the additional healthcare expenses that we've taken on. And what is that, 8 to 14%, something in there? I can't remember the exact number.
Just, I know that this is your guys' first process going through this, but just so you know, the reserves are or the carryover is gonna fluctuate, and it's gonna be like this every year. So knowing that you're not gonna know what it is until we get very close to it. And then I also, I mean, I don't know, I think that we have to look to where we have turnover. Just in talking to the sheriff, we're paying our sheriff's deputies way less than both cities are, and they're unable to keep staff. And so I think and that's a safety issue, not for the public necessarily, because I think that we cover each other and do a good job in that, but for potentially our deputies. And so that's something, we also have deputies that they qualify for low-income benefits, making full-time employment working for the county, and that's embarrassing to me. So that's where I stand with the 3% and the 6%. I wasn't here for the meeting. I just had to tell you guys that because I think that I was disappointed, and that's why I shared my opinion. I don't expect you guys to change what you had discussed, but I do think that I needed to share that, so.
I'm open to be convinced.
We also discussed, I mean, I don't want to keep hashing it out because we've been there, done that, but the bottom line for the payroll expense increased by over $1 million this fiscal year too. So that was another, whether it was added positions or, increased pay or entry level or what have you. I mean, that factored in as well. And I did have a conversation with the sheriff, none of that which was shared with me. But either way, where are we at? What can we help you with, Bonnie? Sounds like the general consensus is to try and, I guess, go through all these at the next budget workshop to come up with some direction, or at least a tentative preliminary decision. In the meantime, we can study them, go through them, back through them all. Have we overcomplicated it? I mean, that's a loose question, so don't answer that. But the 120 days, I think we're all on the same page
Okay,
with.
so you want me to move forward with putting those amounts in the budget for the component units?
Yeah.
Limit them to 120 days cash on hand.
Yeah, those that it
Okay.
applies to. I think the 3%, I know the events complex wasn't asking for the full whatever percentage they were going to give their employees, so they did list in there that I can't remember what they were giving back, of 4%, say the county share was going to be 1%. So
Right, and I think
however that shakes out.
I think it ended up to where they were asking the county for 3, so I don't think Candy increased. She emailed me back, but I think her numbers were the same if I remember, but I'll double check. I want to play with those numbers a little bit. I want to get this check. We'll probably get it probably later this week, I hope, and get those actual numbers for the distribution for those mineral revenues before I not finalize those numbers, but before I have more solid numbers, I guess I'll say. And then I'll put those amounts in the advertisement, assuming I have those numbers before Monday. But yeah, I want to work on those component unit numbers a little bit more because I just got that the amount of the mineral check, so didn't have a lot of time to work on that.
Okay, and then we'll have Treasurer Cowan here. We'll probably start with that discussion, I would think.
Okay, is that what you want to do? Start with Treasurer Cowan, and then we'll just go into making the decisions next time?
Is there anything else you need from us?
I just need you to study and figure out where you want to go, and then next time in 2 weeks,
Mr. Chairman,
tell me what
do
to
you
put in
want
there.
to maybe schedule a day after the next meeting just in case we run over, or do we want to go into all hours of the night and just get it done? I mean, if it takes us 3 hours, great. Then we don't need to follow up on the next day. But I'm just worried that we're if
Kind of
we
what
do
I
it-
was getting at. I mean, I'm open to suggestions, but obviously I think we don't liaise to everything out there, but certainly county core and component units, we have a pretty good feel. You're going to know better than I in regards to, the areas you serve. So my thought was kind of study those that you pertain more to and, bring a suggestion back or recommendation back. We've all had time to, hear them out, and so maybe that would help speed up the process. I don't think it's a bad idea to have an extra day available.
Well,
Mr.
it's just that by the time we know, it's too late to advertise.
Right.
But if we advertise it and then skip it, it's no huge deal.
One concern that I would have is we haven't had a real discussion on capital. I don't think. Have we finalized what capital we are going to actually?
We haven't. Do you want to talk about capital?
Well, I think we need to talk about what capital we're going to include.
Okay.
So whether we do it now or whether we do it before we do that next
Either way, I think I
Need to talk about capital.
saved it so that we could talk about it if you wanted to. There it is, right there.
Because it's a separate budget now, it's not in their individual budgets, right?
So it is included, if you look at the later pages of this packet that I prepared, it is included individually in their lines under the capital line. But when it comes to the resolution, it's approved separately as a whole, just the capital that's over $10,000. So
I don't see a separate capital line, though, I don't know what you're talking about.
what page are you on?
I don't know, where is that capital line page?
It's on the regular budget.
So, yeah.
Oh, okay, oh, so it is listed already, so it's in the budget already then?
Oh yeah, it's in there already.
Okay.
It's in there already. The capital committee just pulls it all together and prioritizes it. That way, if you're like, oh, well, we need to cut $3 million out of our budget, you can easily go like, okay, well, we'll just drop the lowest priority ones up to the 3 million and that's what we'll do. So, no, absolutely. We can go over this today if you want, or we can go over it in 2 weeks from now, whatever you would like.
We need the priority list so we would know where we would want to cut them.
Yes,
Do we have that?
yeah, I provided it. You were at the airport. I provided hard copies last time. And it's on the N drive in Jean's file and in the budget file. It's in 2 different files on the N drive. But if you want, I can print you off a big one. So does anyone else need a big one?
I got it on the drive.
Okay,
On my computer, so.
okay. All right, but yeah, we went over this last time. So do you want to look at it? Or do you want to save it? It's about 5 o'clock, so whatever you want to do. Obviously, a big one on here is the capital for the night oil tool building. That's almost $5 million. So that's a huge amount that is not going to be an amount next year because we're not going to spend $5 million on the night oil.
But that's
tool.
one that we could maybe break apart because it had, he had backup power generators. I think there were 2 million of kind of optional things. He just wanted to get it all done to make the 5 million, but that's one if we had to cut, we could talk to Jean, but I think we could cut a couple million if we had to. Unless we just want to get it all done.
Well, I think if we're going to
I'd rather
cut, we're going to start at the bottom of the list, not a priority number
I
one.
think we draw a line. I think
I
priority
can-
ones are good to go, priority twos are good to go.
Can you
I think
see
when we
that?
get down to the 5 and the 6, we can probably
Get bigger.
defer some of that stuff, which is why it's 5 and 6, so,
I think we get down to even lower ones.
yeah.
So Bonnie, are all of the, everything that's on the capital list is included in the budget currently?
Yes.
So we have to delete anything that we want to take out at this point?
Yes, I would go in and zero it out. And that would reduce our shortfall. Yes, everything on this list is included.
Mr. Chairman, I think, starting with the component units, I don't see a project on that component unit list that isn't worthy of getting done. Events complexes is a little large, but they're going to save money by doing multiple roofs at the same time. If we make them split that out over multiple years, then it's going to cost more.
That's built into their budget request though, right?
Yes, that is
Okay,
built
so
into
that's
their
fine.
budget request. So I recommend just approving the component unit capital requests that are on the capital list.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
And then going up the rest of the list.
They weren't at the bottom because they were the last
No, no, 'cause
priority,
they're
just to make
components.
that clear.
Separately.
They're
So
separated
I say
out.
we include all of those and approve all of those, even if we're going to make some of those entities spend some of that money out of their own reserves, but that doesn't apply to all of them. So I recommend we approve all those, and then as we go up the rest of the list, just find a line on the ranking to cut them off. Some of those some of those park ones, I know our parks have some problems, but capital committee prioritized which ones were the most important, and I guess the decision is how far down that list to go.
Yeah, and I think it'd be helpful, Lauren was just saying, if Gene was here. I mean, I know last time we discussed it with him, this was kind of like the broad, we're okay, we can cut. We just want you to be familiar with, you know, the needs that are out there, but it's late. I'm tired.
But
I kind of want to
I would say
discuss capital.
that's the great decision at 5 o'clock. Let's fund the component unit requests and defer the rest until our next meeting when Gene's here and can tell us what's important.
Gives us a chance to look at each one of them and decide where we want it.
I just want to reiterate, we got a lot of decisions to make, so. let's get
It'll
ready
move,
to go.
it'll move quick, though.
Yeah.
I mean, unless there's,
5 entities total, I mean, so if you take off the component units, you take off 10 or 15, so
6.
6, 10, still got 30-some to go.
Does that help you at all?
Yeah.
It's not
No.
all over the place like it feels?
No, I'm comfortable. It is all over the place, but I know how it all fits together. So it's with the big change this year, with moving to the 12 mil all going to the county, it just distorts the number. So you're not going to come into a revenues equals expenditures. It's not going to happen because of how distorted it is with this change. So
Can you show me where that one is on here so I can print it?
the
Is it
capital
under
one?
Gene's? Yeah, I'm under Gene Legursky.
Oh, it's under Gene's and it's in the
But I don't know which
budget
one.
one too.
Which one is
I
it?
couldn't find it in the budget.
Oh, you're in 2023. You need to get into 2023.
Well, I'm just under Gene Legursky.
Oh, you were in the 2023 capital though.
Well, I wasn't in there, I just touched that. That's just where the cursor landed.
So it is this one right here, version 9.
Oh, okay, thank you.
So
Okay.
it's formatted to fit on 11 by 13 paper.
Thank you.
All right. Are we good?
I think you're done. No, just study those budgets and come prepared next time to make budget decisions. And what we'll do is we'll just move right through the list. So starting on page 5, after we meet with Mark, assuming he's available, we'll just start on page 5 and we'll just move right through the list, go through each department, go through each component unit. I will update the component units based on just those changes that we talked about. But I'll leave the departments and I'll leave the outside agencies alone. I won't make any changes to their requests or anything. I'll let you change
The
those.
outside, some of those should not have more than 120 days either, should they?
We'll have those discussions as
Right,
we
but
go.
Okay.
I think we need to address those one by one because
They're all different.
some of them have
Yeah.
massive outside funding sources.
Right.
And we can tweak that a little bit with our component units too.
Because that's not a big budget anyway, it's only like 6 million, whereas the other, yeah, okay, got it.
Okay.
Okay, we're all good? Thanks, Bonnie, for hanging in
Thank
there with
you.
us throughout this learning curve. We will get through it. We should start with these in the morning, that way we can meet till midnight, but we will study away and
If
be
you
prepared in 2
want
weeks.
to move the budget workshop to first and do the board meeting,
By me. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and wrap up and.
or we could start it at 8 and we'll be done at 9.
I'm not agreeing to it unless we stop for lunch.
If the chairman would write us shorter agendas, we'd get out of here.
Well, we got assholes